Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. In view that we understand that many colleagues are getting testing and there's a little delay with arriving, we will wait another 5 minutes before we start the debate on the emergency item. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الصلاة والسلام على خير المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين.
In the name of the most merciful, we shall start today this session, and during this session we will be talking about the international parliamentary mobilization and support so as to fight the pandemic. I would like to remind you a few housekeeping notes. Excuse me, but we can hear more than a person talking on the microphone. So please keep your microphones off, okay, and then you can request the floor, and then you will have 5 minutes. So we have to be brief so as to give room to as many people as possible. We have the first intervention from the Russian Federation.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, Russia supports the initiative by the African Geopolitical Group on the topic of harnessing global parliamentary support for vaccine equity in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a very urgent matter. Vaccine access and access to other vital medicines is a key issue for many countries that need these vaccines and medicines, and this is due to protectionism and the unpreparedness of some states to recognize vaccines and vaccine certificates. We need mutual recognitions, and we hope that the WHO will accelerate the pre-qualification processes for new vaccines and will assess their quality, safety and effectiveness quicker. And we would like to ask all of you to champion with the various international structures and including the African Union to allow deliveries of Russian vaccines without waiting for WHO registration. Russia is ready to supply its Sputnik V and Sputnik Light vaccines very quickly, and we have extensive experience and we have massive data on the effectiveness, the safety and the immune response of the vaccines, Sputnik vaccines in many countries of the world. Let me remind you that more than 70 countries registered the Sputnik V vaccine and more than 20 countries registered Sputnik Light vaccine, and Russia is ready to deliver Sputnik-like vaccines in millions of doses to countries that will be ready to accept them, to register them, and this is a highly effective vaccine that requires only one shot that has proven its effectiveness. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. I would like to remind you once again, please, whomever would like to speak, he or she has to request the floor, and he will or she will be given only 5 minutes so as to give room to as many speakers as possible. India. 4 minutes. Okay, I'm sorry, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. India wholeheartedly supports the resolution submitted by African Group. To begin with, let me say to rapidly scale up manufacturing capacities throughout the globe to meet the objective of equitable, timely and affordable access for all, to provide vaccines, therapeutics and diagnostic required to deal with COVID-19 pandemic. India has expressed support for waiver from certain provisions of the trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights agreement at various platforms, including the recently concluded World Health Assembly, in order to ensure swift and of critical supplies for vaccine manufacturing. There is a need to discuss and advocate for a standard protocol on custom clearance in consultation with WCO and WTO which may be followed for enlisted supplies during pandemic. Further mechanism may be devised to ease import-export of input supplies, raw materials for vaccine manufacturing. There is also an urgent need to intervene on travel restrictions and facilitate the movement of critical workforce involved in immunization and vaccine manufacturing. Under the Quad Vaccine Partnership, India, along with other Quad members, that is United States of America, Japan and Australia, have joined their efforts to expand safe, effective, quality-assured vaccine production and equitable access to such vaccines for developing countries, especially in the Indo-Pacific region. The Quad Vaccine Experts Group has approached comprehensively to address each of three stages, namely the development and manufacturing of vaccines, the procurement and supply of vaccines, and vaccination. India has also supplied vaccine and medical supplies to more than 95 countries. While we are asking for harnessing global parliamentary support for vaccine equity in fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, especially for the low-income countries. We must build consensus on postponing shift to single dose until acute phase of pandemic is over. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you. South Africa, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to strongly support the African group as part of that group, as part of the SADC region, which is a component of the African Union. And I also want to support very strongly what India has raised. We have been talking about vaccine nationalism. And what we are seeing now is exactly that. This morning, if I may say, to our shock, we received messages that there is no flight, there are no flights going back from Spain to that part of the continent. So, Emirates, which brought us here, will not be able to take its passengers back to South Africa. And I'm sure this applies to the many other countries around South Africa, which would be Zimbabwe, Namibia, all those which are supposedly in the red zone. I do want to say this, Madam Chair, that our scientists are the ones who discovered that there is this variant in South Africa. Our sin is, it would seem, we are now being penalized for disclosing to the world that we have uncovered this kind of variant. Now, the sad thing about it is that very soon, scientists will not share information with the world. And I suspect this is probably what is happening with other countries as well. So people will not be honest and come out with information related to developments in their country. It is our scientists, nobody else, our scientists, who are the ones who came out and disclosed that there is this variant in South Africa. And now we are finding ourselves in a situation where we are being penalized for that. We believe that this is just the ideal forum to raise this matter. This is the ideal forum to take a decision and put forward a very strong resolution and a voice on behalf of the continued colonialization of people who live in that part of the globe. I think that it's something which we need to raise very sharply. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. رجاء أكرر من يرغب.
Well, I reiterate and kindly remind you that whomever would like to take the floor, he or she has to write the name of the country and raise it, and you will have 4 minutes. You have to stick to 4 minutes. As the speaker from South Africa and the previous speakers from Russia and from India said, we are all aware of the importance of making the vaccines available to all human beings all over the world. This is why we need to make further efforts to unify our efforts to be solidary so as to let vaccines be available to everybody, because it's everybody's right to access to vaccines so as to enjoy a safe, healthy life by God's will. This is why the vaccination process is to all countries. It's not limited to one country. This is why we need to cooperate and work together hand in hand so as to provide vaccines to all human beings everywhere.
ربما الصبح باكرا.
Maybe it's a little bit too early. And yesterday you had a very long night. But you know, this issue is of extreme importance, so that's why you're here. And I imagine that you're here because you are extremely interested by this issue. And we need to talk about this in order to make sure that we are comforting every single person anywhere in the world. We need to make sure that the vaccine will arrive to absolutely every country, because without vaccination, we will not be able to feel free and feel safe in the future. Bahrain, thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I believe that this is an issue of an utmost importance, and in the Kingdom of Bahrain, we take this issue seriously. It's not only a national problem, it's a human problem, and it is actually an issue that has to do with human rights. So that's why we need to show a solidarity throughout the world, and the international community needs to be as cooperative as possible. In Bahrain, we always asked and called for equality between all the countries and all the peoples in terms of the distribution of the vaccine, because this vaccine is going against the development of human beings and the economy. We've been suffering this for more than 2 years, and we have very negative impacts, being those social or economic. So that's why the international community needs to understand that they need to show a solidarity to all countries and all peoples, and the United Nations have reiterated this many times. We need to be just in the distribution of the vaccines. In Bahrain, for example, we have reached the level of 90% of our population that has been vaccinated, and the results were extremely positive, because we have less and less deaths and less people hospitalized because of this. So the more we accelerate the distribution of the vaccine, and the more we work on distributing it equally, the better it will be. So that's why we're asking the international community and all the countries to show the utmost solidarity with all the countries, and especially the African countries. So that's why we need to use this very important platform here, the IPU, to raise our voice. And I hope that the voice of this IPU platform will reach the world. because we need to rise up to our humanity and our basic human values. You know that solidarity is a basic value for the development of the world. Thank you so much for Bahrain. And we have to say that Bahrain offered free vaccines to all the Bahrain nationals and all the other nationals who lived in Bahrain. So thank you so much to the Kingdom of Bahrain, because Bahrain is a green light country, because all the population has almost gone back to normal life, of course, taking all the precautions. So thank you very much. And now we are going to give the floor to Turkey.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good morning to everyone. The COVID pandemic made us realize how interconnected and interdependent we are. We realize that we cannot all be well unless everybody globally is well. So it's not okay just one location to be safe from the virus, but we realize, since we're all connected to each other, physically, through trade, through relationship, we realize that it's also in our self-interest to make sure that everybody is well. Actually, we can apply this to all other areas like environment and other areas where people need to be safe and secure in their own homes, in conflict areas. Of course, during the pandemic, the most vulnerable groups were those who didn't have health services. I'm sorry, I think I got disconnected. So I think during the pandemic, the groups who didn't have enough health services and the less advantaged economically, those groups, women, children, and people who live in underdeveloped locations in the world, were the ones who suffered most. So as humanity, we have a responsibility to support our human brothers and sisters globally. And also, like I mentioned at the beginning, it is in our self-interest, because until my neighbor is well, I'm not going to be well. So I think what happened yesterday was a historical moment for the IPU and for many other international organizations, because I think we united for the first time together with the proposal of the African Union. And I want to say thank you to the African countries for this opportunity that showed us that we may not agree on every issue. We have our national interests, we have our regional interests, but as humanity we didn't fail. As members of parliament we didn't fail. And we came together yesterday in a historical moment, and I want to thank Mr. President, because I think his leadership was also effective, and each country stood together. I think this is a big, huge lesson for humanity, for the world. We showed that we may leave our national positions, and we may unite, and we may sacrifice our maybe different agendas, because all the other groups withdrew their emergency items, and we agreed. This is a historical moment. I hope that during the pandemic, everybody can have access to, they have to have access, this is most basic human right, to have access to vaccination and treatment. As I finish, Madam Chair, in our parliament, we lost 2 members of parliament, very good friends. İsmet Uçma was one of them, member of parliament from my own city, Istanbul. And my other colleague, I'm getting emotional, so we lost another colleague, İmran Kılınç, a wonderful professor from Kahramanmaraş. So we lost 2 members of parliament's lives in Turkey. I wish condolences to all nations. I think if we stand together in solidarity, we will make it through this as long as we help each other. Thank you.
نعم شكرا جزيلا ورحمة الله على
Thank you so much. My condolences to all the people who were gone, and we show our solidarity with the people who are suffering from virus. And I believe that through our solidarity, we will be able to help the world. And now I'm going to give the floor to Yemen. In the name of God, the all-compassionate, we are talking here about the coronavirus pandemic that really hit the world. And it was even worse than the Spanish influenza that we had at the beginning of the 20th century. We're talking about justice, but we don't see justice in offering the vaccine to the poor countries like we see it in the rich countries. For example, in Yemen, we have 30 million people, only 900,000 accessed the vaccine. We have thousands of people suffering from the coronavirus effects because they don't have access to all the health services and all the help from the World Health Organization. So that's why we're asking the world to really show solidarity with poor people and send the vaccine. And I believe that we're talking about basic human rights here. You know that 4 of the members of our Yemeni parliament died because of COVID. So the Yemen people, we are suffering. Besides COVID, we have also another pandemic, which is the divisions that we have inside our country. The Houthi militia in their controlled regions don't allow people to access the vaccine. So that's why we ask all the parliaments and the IPU also to push the Houthi militia to allow the people to access the vaccines in the regions that they control. We believe that this is a basic human right, as I said before, so the same as for all the other poor peoples, we need to have access to the vaccine. And I repeat it for the third time, this is basic human rights. Thank you so much. I give the word to Morocco. Now, good morning. Dear President of this 143rd IPU General Assembly, Madam President of the Bahraini Parliament, our brothers, I am extremely happy and grateful to see that 2 women presided this meeting, and this is showing that women are playing a very important role at all levels, and especially in the international platforms like this one. I want to say that the pandemic changed the world today. It changed the behavior of the people. I'm talking about the individuals, and also the communities have changed their behavior. I want to say that Morocco also participated in all the actions to prevent the spread of the virus, and we were one of the first countries also to offer the vaccine to our peoples, and we were the first ones also to help our neighboring African countries. There were more than 25 planes that sent vaccines to 25 different African countries. We worked in Morocco to spread the distribution of the vaccines, not only inside our borders, but also outside. We believe that the example of Morocco is absolutely phenomenal, because we're talking about 25 million people who have received the 2 doses of the vaccine, and we have 7 million people who have access to the 3rd dose. But we believe that the herd immunity will not be achieved if we don't really distribute the vaccine to all the countries, not only our countries, and especially the most marginalized countries and the poorest ones, especially the African countries. And I can assure you that this pandemic has changed absolutely everything in the world, but showed something that is extremely important, which is the huge importance of solidarity, the working together and showing solidarity and being together at the same pace is absolutely paramount if we want to face this crisis and if we want to move towards the future. And this is the only way we can face any crisis. Thank you very much for Morocco. Thank you very much for your beautiful words. So I'm going to give the floor to Sierra Leone now.
I'm sorry, then Suriname. I thought Suriname. Suriname.
Thank you, President, Madam President. COVID-19 learned us that this small virus, as the President also mentioned in his speech, don't know differences between nations. So as a small nation, we agree with the speakers, those mentioned before us, and with all the colleagues. And we should mention also that in the draft resolution, I think concern number 6 has mentioned pandemic in Africa. We should amend it to all nations, because we are one world, and I think everyone stands behind this resolution as amended by other countries. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Before we continue, I want to tell you that we have stopped taking countries' names in our list, and now I'm going to give the floor to Uruguay.
Uruguay.
Uruguay.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Good morning. Good morning to all the delegations. First of all, I would like to highlight the maturity that the Assembly has shown when yesterday, after considering different points of emergency, they chose, without a debate, that this was the main topic to tackle. We must always decide which are the important topics and which one are urgent, and only a few have both characteristics. This is a really relevant, important topic and also urgent. I come from a country, the Uruguay, where we have been very successful in our vaccination rollout as a solution both for the roots of the pandemic and its impact. So we currently have 95% of our population that should be vaccinated, so over 12 years of age, that have been vaccinated, and 78% of all of our population being vaccinated. 40% of our population have been given all 3 doses, and there has been no limitation whatsoever. Any citizen who has been given the first 2 shots, so any inhabitant in the country, even if they're foreigners, if they are residing in our country, may receive the 3rd dose. This is a country where normal life we can say, is back. And yesterday in Uruguay, we had the final of the Libertadores Championship, and we had tens of thousands of supporters, Brazilian supporters, coming, because it was 2 teams from a different country who fought against each other in this championship final. And it was the only way to be able to protect the country, vaccination. And it requires not just vaccines, but public policies that will allow for us to reach out to the whole population without any differences or discrimination, for them to be able to get their vaccine. And it requires public policies that will raise awareness, so that the fact that it's not mandatory, because obviously each and every one of us need to be free to decide, free to choose, but it has to lead us to want to get the vaccine. And that's not an easy road to follow. But in Uruguay, we have managed for that to happen. We can see that as days roll out, there is no one dying, or one or two at most dying of COVID. And usually those people who die are the ones who decided not to be vaccinated. There was one person dying today, and 13 people, only 13 people, are currently under care in our hospitals due to COVID. But we are not safe yet, because the solution of one country will not be the one that will allow us all to be healthy and secure, safe against this pandemic virus that is impacting the world. So, if it isn't out of solidarity, then it should be out of selfishness. When we ask for solidarity, we always ask for solidarity to those who have the most and those who can the most. It's not easy to obtain that solidarity. But those who have the most, those who can the most, they know today that if the solution does not reach the whole planet, then no one will be safe. We are currently looking at a situation where Europe closes its airports once again for people who come from countries of origin where a new strand has appeared. That means that when the vaccine has not yet reached certain places in the world, then no country is safe. So if it's not out of solidarity, which is actually a value that is linked to being noble, to give when you can, when you have, so that you can find equity, balance, equality, then it should be out of convenience. It should be following the logic that all of us need to walk this journey together. And out of this assembly, that call for action should come out, that decision, that unanimous position in our parliaments, but also for all of those who have the capacity of making decisions that will have an impact on reality. Thank you so much, Madam President.
And thank you so much. As you said, now we have to make sure that the vaccine and also all the health services arrive to all the people, no matter what their ethnicity and their background is. We need to make sure that we are showing our solidarity. We need to make sure that the health of any person is the health of the planet. So we are going to give the floor to Portugal.
Madam Chair and Mr. President, and I'd like to greet the Assembly for unanimity for this emergency item. We know that the vaccine is fundamental to avoid death, and Portugal has been doing great efforts to vaccinate all populations, starting by those who are most vulnerable. We consider that only after we are all vaccinated will we all be protected. We have been having a policy of vaccination with CPLP countries, the Portuguese speaking, and this is fundamental that we share. And in July, Portugal triplicated the offer of vaccines against COVID-19, or all those African countries of Portuguese-speaking countries, and East Timor, from 1 to 3 million doses given. And so this is an effort that we have made, we are making, reinforcing the vaccination programs, even to all agree in the same, take the same path. We had engaged ourselves to offer 5% of the total of vaccines, but in the meantime we have tripled that supply. We have to pursue the world efforts with solidarity in such a way that we are all protected. And I end with an appeal from our Secretary General of the United Nations, who appealed to our solidarity of the developed countries to accelerate the vaccination in the African continent. Thank you so much. We should all pursue this path in order for us to be protected, to be able for our population to be effectively protected and avoid the deaths that are caused by this pandemic. Thank you.
نعم. Thank you. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm giving the floor to Chile now.
Thank you very much. I'd like to first start by greeting you, Madam President, and all the dear colleagues present in this meeting. To begin with, I'd like to present our respect to all families and relatives of MPs who have lost their lives in this pandemic, and I'd like to share a reflection with you. I'd like to echo the words of the Turkish delegate who congratulated the African delegation on proposing this emergency item. Undoubtedly, the pandemic has put on the table many of humanity's current problems. Amongst them, there are global problems that can only be solved through the strengthening of multilateralism and collective efforts. The issue of vaccination has undoubtedly shown the inequality existing in this globe. Inequality in terms of access to vaccines, inequity in the way our health systems work, inequity in terms of prices imposed by the pharma industry for vaccines, dependent on the country and dependent on the continent. But even a greater concern is the fact that we are willing to take on board the fact that the problem of vaccines is going to become a permanent problem. We are witnessing different mutations. We are witnessing the drama that South Africa and many other countries are suffering. We want to show solidarity towards the South African delegation and the countries of South Africa, which are experiencing a very complex situation. But the problem deep down is going to be the fact that arising from climate change, arising from our impact on the planet, we are starting to see the first episodes of viral scourges that can threaten humanity. And this virus is going to force humanity to continue to be vaccinated, not with one dose, not with two doses, not with a booster dose, but possibly this will have to become a permanent practice, and the challenge will be very costly for humanity, even more costly for lower income countries, even more complex with today's world, which is increasingly polarized given the attitude of large pharma industries. And this is why I would like to encourage that we find mechanisms in our conclusions stemming from these discussions. We try to come up with joint mechanisms so that we can establish requirements for pharma industries to abide by regarding vaccines in situations of pandemic. In our countries, we need to have the necessary conditions, especially in most developed countries, because that is precisely where true solidarity needs to be expressed, so that these industries don't line their pockets with this drama that humanity is experiencing. We cannot set a price on human lives as it's happened until now. We need to put in place collaboration mechanisms based on multilateralism to guarantee access to vaccines for all countries across all populations at reasonable prices, sustainable prices, and prices that can be paid. And let us not consider that this is going to be required once and for all. This is going to be experienced by humanity for several decades, not just with this virus. We need to be ready to accept the possibility that there might be other pandemics arising from the climate change that our planet is experiencing. Thank you very much.
نعم شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you so much. As you said, there is a new variant of the virus called Omicron, and we need to understand the importance of the problem that we are discussing today and debating upon, because the virus is changing. The viruses in general will be changing in the future, so we need to be prepared in order to face this problem and the future problems, and to live in peace and harmony. Thank you very much. I give the floor to Congo.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor. Well, with regards to what the Democratic Republic of Congo believes, I would like to say that vaccination is, as of today, the only remedy, the only efficient remedy against the virus. This pandemic has created a very sad situation in our country. We have lost 3 senators and numerous deputies. With regards to our universities, we have had over 45 teachers who have passed away. This situation, this pandemic situation, is still volatile due to the fact that certain countries or certain citizens actually refuse to be vaccinated because of the propaganda that is being issued in our country. So we need to not only be pedagogical and disseminate the information, we need to up our game. We need to make our population understand that they should not be uncertain with regards to the vaccination. We in our country, as well as other low-income countries, don't have enough doses for global vaccination either. Félix Antoine Tshisekedi and the South African president have asked for the manufacture of vaccines in the African continent to try and solve the twofold problem that we have. On the one hand, the resistance of our population against vaccination, and on the other hand, the lack of vaccines available. So we need for the international community to show their solidarity and help finance vaccines, because in order to fight against pandemic, we need to have a global response. Without that global response, virus which do not know how to stop on our frontiers, we will need that help. We need not to have this apartheid, this vaccine apartheid. The vaccine needs to be considered as a world common good, and we need to find a balance between commercial freedom and international solidarity. We need to be able to give our support to this initiative that will help free the patent so that vaccinations can also be manufactured in Africa, which would make it easier for us to roll out our vaccination campaign in the African continent. Thank you so much for giving me the floor.
Thank you so much. And now we reach the final speaker, the last speaker from Tanzania. The floor is yours.
Honorable President, allow me first of all to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to you personally and to all members of IPU from all geopolitical groups for unanimously adopting the emergency item entitled Harnessing Global Parliamentary Support for Vaccine Equity in Fighting the COVID-19 Pandemic, presented before the 143rd Assembly by the African Geopolitical Group on 27th November 2021. In the same magnitude, we extend our expression of gratitude in a very special way to Germany, Latvia, the Netherlands and Poland, as well as Indonesia and Mexico for having withdrawn their submission in favor of this one, and to the Russia Federation for having withdrawn their submission and proposing to sponsor this one. The support extended by you, all IPU geopolitical groups in favor of this emergency item, even sometimes at the expenses of your own pressing emergency issues in your respective countries and geopolitical areas, such as those presented jointly by Germany, Latvia, the Netherlands, and Poland on one hand, as well as those presented separately by Indonesia, Mexico, and the Russian Federation on the other, is the witness that the world is coming together as one family. We acknowledge and appreciate all who took the floor to debate on this agenda. All of you have talked in favor of the matter. Russia, India, South Africa, Bahrain, Turkey, Yemen, Morocco, Suriname, Uruguay, Portugal, Chile, Democratic Republic of Congo took the floor, and all have agreed that this agenda is a very timely matter of concern. Thank you very much. Honorable President, the general concern as deduced from the debate is based on the fact that the impact of the coronavirus has altered the socio-economic patterns of many countries globally. It has drastically changed the rules of the global economy and crashed stock markets worldwide. Our member parliaments have experienced unprecedented budget deficits and the limitations on fulfilling their constitutional mandate. The financial ups caused by the pandemic is exacerbated by the continuous virus mutation, putting pressure on the capability of states to pursue vaccine production, including fair global access and availability to all countries, in particular the least developed countries. The inequitable access to vaccines has unfortunately had a deleterious impact on the global COVID-19 response initiatives. Key questions brought on the floor today that we need to confront are the following. One, why are the poorest countries being left far behind in the race to vaccinate their populations, while high-income countries are able to vaccinate the majority of their citizens? Second, what can the developed countries do to help? Third, have we invested enough in response preparedness? Fourth, why are we not having a pre-negotiated platform for tools and supplies? And fifthly, could we not rally behind a coordinated international financing for pandemic preparedness and response? Honorable President, this is a wake-up call to global solidarity, which is the only way to save the world from the COVID-19 pandemic and any other pandemic that may emerge in the future. I so submit, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. وهنا نصل إلى نهاية.
Thank you so much. And now we reach the end of the discussion about this highly important issue that is important to all humanity. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the speakers. Thank you for believing in all what you said. So let our slogan be, let's work together hand in hand for a healthier and safer world. And before concluding, I would like to remind you that there is a drafting committee that of course has been established according to gender balance, to geographical balance, and it should encompass 11 members. So whomever would like to join this committee, he or she is kindly requested to register here. Thank you so much. Now we declare the closing of the session.
On a point of order, Zimbabwe has a point of
Yes.
order.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President, for your excellent chairing.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the contributions from my colleagues and the excellent summary by the mover of the motion, Tanzania. I think there's an urgent issue, Madam President, that needs to be addressed by this plenary through the President. We who come from the SADC area have our travel arrangements cancelled. Now, we do not know how we are going to get back home from Madrid. I think this is an urgent matter that this plenary assembly, through the President, may need urgent action so that we can find out the way forward as to how the delegates that have come from Southern Africa will be able to travel back to their respective countries. We need that urgent action. Secondly, I think for the future, the urgent emergency item, it appears to be given only 1 hour. And yet, this is supposed to be an urgent matter requiring urgent action by the international community. I think in future we might have to revise the time slotted for the urgent emergency action. Well, some of us wanted to speak, and I'm sure many other people wanted to contribute, so that the resolution that comes out takes into account the contribution of as many members or delegates attending the plenary assembly. Thank you, Madam President, for giving me this opportunity.
نعم شكرا جزيلا لإتاحة.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for raising this issue and all the issues. And of course, I'm sure that the Spanish authorities will find a solution so as to provide you with return flights. And now I will give the floor to the President of the IPU, because I think he has a clarification in this regard.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Speaker Mudenda. You raised relevant questions. The second one is more easier, and I will say that I agree with you. Of course, we know that at the draft committee, we will have representatives from all geopolitical groups, and so the contribution from all groups will be important and expressed in that resolution that we will approve about the emergency item. But yes, I believe that for future we should give more time to discuss the emergency item, as one emergency item so important like this one deserves more time to discuss. About the first question, as soon as myself and the Secretariat was alerted to the problem of the flies, we had contacts with the Spanish authorities, and I believe that very soon we will have a solution for your flies, because we invite you all to come to Madrid, and of course we needed to provide flies to come home safely in the end of our meeting, and we will find a solution for that, Mr. Speaker.
شكرا جزيلا على هذا الإيضاح.
thank you so much for this clarification, for this generosity, for this very generous welcome. Of course, we will make sure that everybody will have safe return flights, and as you pointed out, this is of utmost importance, and of course there are many other persons who would like to speak. However, there is no more room, unfortunately. However, we hope that we will soon make the needed efforts so as to provide vaccines to everybody and to let everybody worldwide enjoy a safe and decent life and safe and healthy lives. Thank you.
Buenos días.
Good morning. In continuing with the general discussion and with the topic at hand, contemporary challenges to democracy, we are going to continue hearing the statements by the speakers, by the parliament presidents. So we are now going to give the floor to Armenia. And the following speaker will be Kenya. So please take the floor the President of the Armenian Parliament.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin my statement by thanking our Spanish hosts for the excellent organization of the IPU Assembly after 2 years of break and for the warm hospitality extended to us. Indeed, a lot has changed since the last in-person assembly, and we should always be ready for even more changes. Over the recent years, Armenia and its people have been facing numerous domestic and external challenges. Our country is an important part of regional dynamics, and we always attach importance to our active participation in regional and global developments, which promote democracy as well as strengthen security and stability. After the vivid revolution in 2018, the Armenian government over the recent years have initiated wide multi-sectoral and sectoral reforms to ensure that Armenia firmly stays on the path of democracy. The events that took place since then, 2 years early parliamentary elections, the war in Nagorno-Karabakh launched by Azerbaijan, has shown the strong will of Armenian people and its commitment to the rule of law, and proven the fact that democracy in Armenia has no alternative. Ladies and gentlemen, the snap parliamentary election in Armenia that took place last June were held in full conformity with international standards. For our political team, this election victory means, first of all, the mandate to overcome bitter divisions that exist in our country and to work with opposition to solve complex issues related not only to domestic problems, but also in order to eventually find lasting solution to the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict within the framework of OSCE Minsk Group co-chairs. Colleagues, one of the major contemporary challenges of democracy remains corruption, and the fight against it is one of the main priorities in Armenia, because many forms of crime are interconnected within. One of the critical pillars of democracy that we value in Armenia is the freedom of the media. In our country, we have absolutely no censorship. Even more, we continue to create maximum opportunities for all forms of press reporting to operate in open and understanding unrestricted way. Of course, there is a need to comfort such common problems as fake news, disinformation, and hate speech. But we believe that in healthy democracy, we could find proper tools to address those issues as well. Another important point that I would like to make is the critical importance of women and youth in decision-making process to ensure a healthy democracy and proper development of the state. As a speaker, I recently joined the IPU initiative, I Say Yes to Youth, because the National Assembly of Armenia has many young members who are active and willing to work, and we intend to empower them even more. Colleagues, one of the serious challenges to the democratic development in the danger of destabilization and regional conflicts, our region has seen its share of suffering and war. Now is the time to find solutions to all outstanding issues. As you know, 2 days ago, the President of Russian Federation, Prime Minister of Armenia, and President of Azerbaijan met in Sochi and decided the ways to stabilize the situation, unblock all transportation and communication links, and to solve all humanitarian issues, including the return of Armenian prisoners of war and other detained persons. As long as there is a honest dialogue, all problems could be solved without resorting to the use of force. Ladies and gentlemen, in our fast-changing modern world, we have to join our efforts to stay relevant. We well-being of future generations depends on whether we were able to find proper answers to contemporary challenges to democracy. Let's work together to overcome divisions and build communities strong enough to withstand all challenges. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Armenia. We are now going to continue and give the floor to the next speaker on contemporary challenges to democracy, and give the floor to Tanzania. And then Turkey will follow.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. If I may introduce myself, I'm Job Ndugai, the Speaker of the Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania, from the eastern part of Africa. I bring with me greetings from members of Parliament of Tanzania, and also from our President, Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan. It is indeed a pleasure for us to present issues pertaining to contemporary challenges to democracy, overcoming division and building community. With me, I brought two members of parliament. One is a young member of parliament, and the other one is from the opposition, whom I would want to give time to present on our behalf. Please, you're welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Job Ndugai, the Speaker of the Parliament of Tanzania. Honorable President and the distinguished Member of Parliament, I'm Esther Nicholas Matiko, a Member of Parliament from Tanzania, from the opposition wing. I'd like to take on the debate on the contemporary challenges to democracy, overcoming division and building community. In this, I think we'll have to rethink our democracy model, and it would appear the winner-takes-all model does not serve us well. It leaves the country too much divided. That results into political polarization, hostility, intolerance, which tend to lose the inclusiveness and participatory leadership. So the inclusive form of democracy will be welcome. In a way, the representative form of democracy in the likes of Scandinavian countries could be more useful than the current one we're using. On the other hand, one big issue in African democracy is the fact that the level of democracy in Africa, it tends to depend on who is the leader of the day. For instance, in Tanzania, it was fairly democratic during the second, third, and fourth regime, but it became more draconian during the fifth regime. This suggests that our democracy is not yet institutionalized. It still largely depends on who is the leader and on the goodwill of the leader of the day. We need to create a culture of building political bridges instead of war, to engage instead of competing, to change the electoral formula into representative democracy that will destroy the win-lose relationship that has been creating the divides and hatred instead of cooperation. The ruling part cannot be the judge of its own. Multipartism is a route to deepening democracy. Hence, a need to make opposition part stronger than the grassroots is inevitable. In this case, they can support the ruling part to realize democracy. As in our country, in Tanzania, there is a prime dialogue between the ruling part and the opposition part, and this will smoothen the democracy. However, the participation of the CSO in deepening democracy cannot be ignored. As parliamentarians, we need to speak for the people, stand for the people, work for the people, bond with the people. There's no better way than challenging the government to improve people's welfare. Let the parliament regain or retain their relevance by going back to our original position of speaking on behalf of the people. When parliamentarians are not speaking or resonate with the people, they lose their relevancy. Most of our parliaments have been affected by the existing competitive culture, and some of them have fallen in love with the executive to the point of working to protect the interests of the ruling class instead of representing the people. Consequently, people have lost their faith in parliament. Throughout the world, especially in presidential democracy, the general trend has been gradual loss of trust in parliament. Generally, in parliamentarian democracies, the parliament are still regarded as effective and efficient because they tend to have more say than the executive on the major issues on the matter. All repressive laws are the result of the parliament working as the rubber stamps of the executives. Enacting laws can undermine the rights and freedom of the people. This habit breeds and enhances corruption. The only sure way to improve this situation is for the parliament to amend or repeal the repressive law in the best interest of the people. And lastly, gender and democracy is now taking a good pace. As parliamentarians, we need to find the discourse around it. This can be a good catalyst for a change. If at all, democracy weakens women and youth participation in decision making. Thank you.
Honorable President of the Assembly, honorable members of the Assembly from international parliaments, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Elibariki Emmanuel Kingu, a member of parliament from the United Republic of Tanzania, representing young men in my country, as well as here in the IPU. Honorable President, first of all, I would like to convey, on behalf of myself and behalf of my country and Africa in general, for the strong love and commitment that has been shown yesterday by our brothers from the European Union, Russian Federation, Africa in general, and some other parts of the world as far as the issue of COVID is concerned. Honorable President, the issue of democracy in general in the world is all about taking care of the welfare of the people. The trust that has been shown yesterday by this great institution has given hope to Africa and also has given hope that the world can stay together and speak and have one sound to protect the lives of the people in the world. Honorable President, we Africans have been to so much marginalized, and to some extent some of our affairs have been not much given attention when it comes to issues related to the welfare of the people. But the love that has been shown yesterday, it has taken a signal, and indeed it has given a warning, an alarm to Africa that the world is together. And I'm sure even now, if the agenda is going to be adopted tomorrow by this General Assembly, this to me is all about good governance. This to me is all about democracy in the world. Because when the minority voice are being heard and the action are being taken globally, this to me is all about good governance. This to me is all about creating stability in the world and creating equal opportunity to all humankind in the world. Mr. President, the issue related to democracy in the world and the issue relating to polarization in the world is all about, for example, when we talk about the politics in Africa, the instability and all issues relating to governance in Africa, we can say
there must be
Thank you so much.
between democracy and the stability of a particular country. Mr. President, we cannot talk of democracy that can violate human rights in a particular country. We cannot talk of democracy that can make a country having instability, chaos, and people cannot settle down to make sure that they concentrate in production to improve their livelihoods. I'm taking the case of Tanzania. We have been stable in politics since we got independence in 1961. The only reason is because the government is taking charge to meet the welfare of the people, and the government is trying hard to engage all groups, including women, young men, and all aspects of life so that the country remains
Muchas gracias
stable.
por su intervención.
Thank you so much for your intervention. Thank you so much for your intervention.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. If I got you
Muchas
well,
gracias.
should I finish?
Thank you.
Ya contemplamos
I think that we have already given you enough time.
Thank you so much, though my speech was still going on, but thank you so much for listening. I wish you all the best. Thank you, the IPU Assembly, for what you have done yesterday for Africa. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias a los representantes.
Thank you so much to the representatives of Tanzania. And let's now continue with the debate in general. And let's listen to the Turkish representative.
Después vamos a seguir con Georgia.
And then we will give the floor to Georgia. But now we give the floor to Turkey. Please go ahead.
Değerli meclis başkanları,
Esteemed speakers of the Parliament, distinguished members of the Parliament and valuable participants, I greet you with my most heartfelt feelings. I'm very pleased that the General Assembly meeting, which hasn't been held face-to-face since 2019 due to the pandemic, once again brought us together. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the host Spain, our friends in the Spanish Parliament, and all the Spanish people for their kind hospitality. And also congratulations to everyone involved in this beautiful organization. Valuable friends, humanity and therefore the political establishment has faced unprecedented series of splits and crises in the last 20 years. Many more incidents such as wars, internal conflicts, terrorist attacks, economic crisis, irregular migration waves, pandemics, climate and environmental problems reached unprecedented levels in terms of its results and effects. Therefore, these events, which have serious repercussions in our societies in all areas of life, from economy to security, from education to health, also revealed new sensitivities, vulnerabilities, divisions and polarizations. There is no doubt that differences of opinion, conflicting interests, and the effort to reach power are in the nature of politics. However, the emerging strong polarization and irresponsibility are damaging all institutions necessary for democracy. It causes the erosion of principles such as tolerance, pluralism, and coexistence. Polarization can also spread throughout society, affecting human life to the point of poisoning daily interactions and relationships. At this point, unfortunately, we see that the populist political choices seriously endanger democracy and human rights. Moreover, international institutions and organizations that are expected to regulate and sustain the international system unfortunately remain timid, shy, and silent in the face of such developments unfolding. As a matter of fact, we experienced an important example of this problem in France in the past weeks. The Inclusion and Anti-Discrimination Unit of Council of Europe launched a very valuable campaign within the framework of combating discrimination against women with headscarves. This initiative, which deserves appreciation for the protection and development of human rights, which forms the basis of Council of Europe, was unfortunately terminated after the reactions of some politicians in France, which is the country hosting the Council of Europe. So how do we explain this situation? While we are using good resonating sentences in the context of protecting our democracy and human rights and overcoming discrimination, on what ground should we put this event? We have to discuss this openly and frankly. In fact, discrimination triggered by reasons such as religion, language, race, ethnic and national origin, color, it threatens the integrity and unity of societies more than general political divisions. I would like to underline this very important point. In the last 20 years, discrimination, xenophobia, and especially Islamophobia have reached dangerous levels all over the world. But unfortunately, the international community and institutions are completely insensitive and ineffective in the face of this dire picture. The incident in France is a clear indication of this. France attempts to teach democracy and give civilization lessons to other countries. Well, there is significant Muslim population living in their countries, largely the remnant of the colonial period. These countries also ended this anti-discrimination campaign organized by an international organization claiming to defend human rights, and no one speaks about it. We have to expose this hypocrisy. Valuable friends, together with the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen unprecedented times, and we have to learn from those experiences. We live in a globalized world. We saw globalization only as the globalization of money, goods and people, but now we understand that both the virus and diseases are global. A virus emerging in a city in China turned into a pandemic that covered the whole world in a short time. There is one more thing that we have to understand and accept. Health, treatment, medicine and vaccines are global. No country can be protected from the pandemic by only treating and vaccinating its own citizens. The latest variant of COVID has emerged at one end of the world, but it's everywhere in a few days. Vaccine nationalism, vaccine discrimination, vaccine selfishness will harm those who do it first. My valuable friends, we experience a similar callousness and irresponsibility regarding immigration. Those who make the world uninhabitable for people, those who bleed geographies for mines, gold and oil, those who are not ashamed of enslaving people, exploiting countries, plundering continents, in other words, those who force people to migrate from their homes are avoiding responsibility in the humanitarian crisis that arises. The Mediterranean has turned into a mass grave of migrants. I also would like to call on Greece, which pushes immigrant boats towards Turkey, stars immigrants and sinks their boats, and the European countries that do not take a stand against Greece. I call on them to responsibility and humanity. I recommend that you read the reports prepared by civil human rights initiatives in Greece, and I will send those all speakers of parliament. Let me remind those who panic and raise the world for the 5 migrants on their borders. Turkey has been hosting nearly 5 million irregular migrants for 10 years. We are the country with the highest number of migrants in the world. Turkey has become the conscience of all humanity. But I want you to know that Turkey is not Europe's migrant warehouse. The humanity and conscious crisis of countries that do not take responsibility for migration is at least as great as the humanitarian crisis experienced due to migration. Dear friends, there is no world where some countries only have rights and some countries only have duties. There cannot be such a world. Everyone, especially those who cause great harm to humanity and the world, have to take on the responsibilities of migration and climate change. Dear colleagues, we have a saying, "He who sows the wind reaps the storm," we say in Turkish. The disasters that we have faced and will face are the results of injustices that we have done in the past and today. Tomorrow, you or your children will pay the price of the oppression you commit today. Making the world livable for each of us means establishing a livable world for all the people. The pandemic has made everyone feel this reality once again and strongly. We have already seen that the disease of one person in any part of the world means that another person in your country will have the same disease. Likewise, if there is no peace in other countries, if it is not possible to live in minimum humanitarian conditions, none of us can be peaceful at home. if we do not try to understand what is really going on in the world with sincerity and empathy, if we cannot look at other states and people and all the people of the world as equal children of Adam and Eve like us, rather than seeing them for gaining benefit, we will deceive ourselves and console ourselves with the rhetoric we have established. There is hope for brand new and just world, and we believe in this. I also would like to greet you and your people. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Turkey. It's now the turn of the Georgian Parliament.
Point of order, please.
Georgia y después Nepal.
Georgia and then Nepal.
Disculpe, un segundo.
Apologies, just a second.
Your Excellencies. Should I start?
Está solicitando la palabra representante.
The floor is being requested by the representative of the Greek Parliament. We're going to give him the floor after we finish with our speakers list that will be talking about the contemporary challenges to democracy. So after we go through all the speakers that we have foreseen will be taking the floor in the last intervention, then we'll give the floor to the Greek Parliament. Therefore, we are now going to give the floor to the Georgian Parliament.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, it is my pleasure to attend this unique platform of the Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union and address its honourable participants from around the world. As we are discussing ambitious future goals, we should not forget that our governing systems face existential threats. Intense political polarization and radical political rhetorics represent a genuine challenge to the functioning of the democracy that harms the entire society. There is a critical need to re-establish trust in public institutions and re-energize democratic developments. Ladies and gentlemen, we may disagree on political issues, which is a normal, useful tension that drives democracy. But we have witnessed in the past decade the degree of polarization as deep as never before. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected political stability in many countries. The virus-related restrictions further contributed to rise in political polarization. Polarization runs particularly deep, and divisive trend continues, no end in sight. My country is no exception in this regard. Political polarization is a challenge for a society in Georgia as well. Moreover, 20% of Georgia's territory, that is the two historic regions of Abkhazia and Tkhinvali region, are under the Russian occupation. Residents of these regions suffer from violence and unjustifiable restrictions on ethnic basis. They fight every day for saving their lives. They do not have access to proper medical treatment, education, and their lawful interests are bluntly ignored. Dear friends, I truly believe that innovative, daring, and joint strategies are needed to advance democratic resilience and build strong community and sustainable future. These strategies should include the following. First, we need to reinforce efforts around building durable communities and the public. Strong local governments, schools, families, societal institutions, and synergy among these sectors are necessary for cementing the democracy in its roots. Second, political actors, media, civil society, all societal actors should play their responsible role in substantiating democracy, building a citizen-oriented future where every citizen can live and prosper. Third, we all should reinvent the significant role of the parliaments in defending and reinvigorating democracy, as well as preventing strenuous political competition from veering into destructive polarization. The people invested their future, their hopes, their dreams in us. This is huge legitimacy and responsibility which should not be lost in vain. Parliament of Georgia should continue building on Georgia's earlier progress in democratic development, human rights protection, building effective state institutions, and implementing pro-Western foreign policies, and pioneer new substantial reforms oriented on establishing prosperous and peaceful society. This will also help Georgia to successfully apply for European Union membership in 2024. As a speaker, I made it my priority to stimulate the constructive and inclusive dialogue and atmosphere in the Parliament. We all should engage in meaningful, result-oriented and constructive parliamentary discussions. This is an interesting process, especially now, because based on 2017 and 19 constitutional reforms and new rules of procedure, the Parliament of Georgia already has robust instruments to provide vigorous legislative and oversight powers in the best interests of the entire nation. This brings me to the fourth argument that I want to highlight. We are fortunate enough to live in a lively and diverse planet, but future generations deserve the same. We are all negatively affected by climate change, no matter where in the world we live. In order to secure a healthy and sustainable future for our children, we need to act. We need to act now. Parliaments can and should drive the process to meaningful progress in this regard. And finally, democracy is a matter of and an instrument for global security. Amidst the myriad of challenges of global and local importance, lively democracy, that is, dynamic and effective institutions, governance, and democratic processes, is needed to avoid chaos and meet the needs of our citizens. Joint actions are essential in securing such democracy in dangerous times where undemocratic forces furiously undermine our efforts. The Parliament of Georgia stands ready to closely cooperate with other parliaments for this purpose. Thank you very much. Didi Madluba. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank the representative of the Parliament of Georgia. And I will now give the turn to the representative of the Parliament of Nepal.
Adelante, presidente.
Please go ahead, Mr. Speaker.
Your Excellency, President of Session of the IPU Assembly, distinguished participants and observers, first of all, on behalf of the delegation of the Federal Parliament of Nepal, I thank the Parliament of Spain and the IPU for inviting me to participate in this assembly. I extend a sincere appreciation to the government, Parliament and people of Spain for warm hospitality accorded to me and my delegation since our arrival. The theme chosen for general debate today, contemporary challenges to democracy, overcoming division and building community, is timely and reflects the realities of emerging issues of contemporary world. Discussion on overcoming division to strengthening international community will go a long way in addressing national, regional, and global issues in the interest. Throughout the history, people have strived for participation in decision-making. This explains why democracy has evolved to be the ultimate form governance, as it gives people as much role in the national policy making as practically possible, while prevalent as the most preferred from rule of democracy is not without challenges. Information is more easily and comprehensively accessible today than it has ever been. The overwhelming spread of social media means that anyone can easily say what they want to say, and what they say is heard by a large demographic, but what can be used to spread information can just as easily be used to spread misinformation, hatred exchange, false data, misleading statistics, anger and frustration, everything is spread fast and wide. This has weakened the trust of people towards political institutions. In light of these challenges, it is imperative that the political institutions respond effectively to regain public trust. Division is not good for the democracy. It leads to resentment and hatred. The root cause of the division is when some groups feel that they have been left out. It is important to identify why those groups feel so. It is important to include them in decision-making. Marginalized groups should be brought into the mainstream of national life. Parliament is the living embodiment of democracy. It is where people can change their rulers in a peaceful manner. It is where people's representatives earn trust and respect by ensuring justice and fairness to the weaker section, in absence of which people question whether this democratic system even works at all. Democracy works, and it has to. If it doesn't, then nothing will. It is upon us to make the people believe it works. We have to raise their engagement in the democratic process. In order to overcoming division and building community, we have to ensure that no one left behind. Your Excellencies, I take this opportunity to share Nepal's initiatives towards strengthening democratic institutions by addressing these challenges. The frustration building up by a long history of marginalization of several communities led to the formation of an inclusive Constituent Assembly. The Constituent Assembly promulgated a right-based constitution in 2015 that embodies the fundamentals of participatory and inclusive democracy. Nepal has made full commitment to establish a society founded on the proportional, inclusive and participatory principles. The result so far has been promising towards building a cohesive and inclusive society. The philosophy of inclusive democracy has been internalized in all three tiers of governance. Women now make up 1/3 in the federal parliament and about 41% at the provincial and local levels. Affirmative action has created an increasingly representative governance structure, taking on board the marginalized communities. I am fully confident that our consolidated efforts through IPU Assembly will complement the work of political leadership towards promoting peace and security and ensuring just society. Concrete action backed by innovative solutions to emerging challenges of social division are required for all peace. The IPU Assembly is an extraordinary forum that brings together the legislator and policy makers from across the globe to discuss the contemporary issue. In the last couple of years, IPU's activities have been affected by the global pandemic. I highly commend the dedication and efforts of the IPU Secretariat to keep the IPU action even in such difficult times. I am confident that this global assembly will result in constructive exchange of ideas and in adoption of creative resolution to enable a us work together in the days ahead. I assure you all support and solidarity of my delegation for the successful outcome of this assembly. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias al presidente del Parlamento.
Thank you very much, President of the Nepali Parliament. And we are now going to continue with the general discussion, and we call upon the Liechtenstein Parliament to take the floor.
Luego vamos a seguir con el Parlamento.
And we will then continue with Kenya. Thank you.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in my capacity as Speaker of the Parliament of Liechtenstein, I'd like to thank the hosts from Madrid for the perfect organization of this important IPU meeting. The Principality of Liechtenstein is a democracy with widely developed direct democratic means. At present, we have to note that currents in the development of the media landscape are hitting democracy with increasing speed. This is why I'd like to share with you today our perspective on the current developments within our otherwise very stable democracy. Not so long ago, it was quite easy to maintain an overview of the media landscape. The weight of opinions reflected was relatively clear. It was roughly in line with the most important currents in society. This meant that readers, viewers, and listeners were likewise proportional to this weight. The distribution of content involved costs. This made it difficult for new ideas or views situated far from the mainstream to gain relevance. Not even the Internet as such changed the distribution of power. The current situation did only arise when social media and messenger services became widespread. Today, we are facing a fact. It has never been easier for a thought or an idea to be heard or to exert influence. The distribution of information has become free of costs. Content is king has become a catchphrase. But this content is driven less by the quality, truth, or scientific validity, but to a large extent by its entertainment value. We have begun to rely on terms like edutainment and infotainment to describe a wide range of new communication formats. And it is precisely here that the new players have caught off guard the institutions of democracy. Politics has developed a different language. Populists understood how to incorporate current trends into rhetoric that goes down easily and releases emotions. They have often been able to do this with more success than would be in the interest of a sustainable functioning state. The quickest way to gain followers nowadays is through oversimplified communication. And here again, the winners are those whose messages tend to appeal to the gut rather than the head. Please don't misunderstand me. In a democracy, we want everyone to be heard. It's everyone's right to seek supporters for their views. And so I'm not trying to fix the problem by imposing restrictions on anyone whose success is rooted in simple language combined with simple solutions, at least not as long as they adhere to what the vast majority of us consider to be lawful and decent. Instead, I would call for us politicians who try to convey more balanced positions, to communicate with a new sense of clarity. I'm convinced that somewhere between our accustomed diplomatic formulations and populism, there is space for a language that maintains high standards and can be understood more widely. Because we are used to being held accountable for our decisions, our solutions will probably never be as simple as those of political infotainers. But with clear messages, focusing on actual benefits, we can massively improve public understanding of solutions. If all information in a democracy is presented in an understandable and accessible way, we can help people to make good decisions. Let us work on this. I thank you for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. And let's now continue following our list of speakers, and we will give the floor to the Parliament of Kenya.
Mientras se acercan.
While the representatives of the Parliament of Kenya.
Thank you very much, President of the session. Allow me to adopt the protocols as observed. I'll share my time with my colleague from Kenya. I'll take the conceptual framework of democracy. They're saying that the early years of the 21st century can be characterized as painful paradox. On one hand, democracy, both as an ideal and a set of political institutions and practices, triumphed most countries of the world. Even in the countries where it has not, democracy forms the aspirations of many of its citizens. On the other hand, during this time, the world has witnessed widespread disillusionment, creeping in as a result of democracy in practice, one that is shared by citizens of the old democracies as much as those of the new emerging ones. So parliaments, especially in Africa, today have a key role in addressing this paradox. As an embodiment of the democratic ideals, they epitomize the will of the people in government and carry out all their expectations, and that will be characterized by true response to emerging needs and societal challenges as they arise. So representing society in all its diversity, parliaments have a unique responsibility for reconciling the conflicting interests and expectations of different groups and communities through the democratic means of dialogue, participatory governance, and compromise. So as a key legislative organ, parliaments have an obligation to respond to societal expectations while at the same time providing the requisite oversight mechanism to ensure an accountable executive. In the process, parliaments are themselves under immense pressure to adapt to the emergent need, more knowledgeable electorates and diverse local, national, regional, and global issues that require redress. In the last decade, numerous efforts have been documented of efforts by parliaments to engage more effectively with public and to improve the way they work. So to become more genuinely representative of their electorates, more accessible and accountable to them, more open and transparent in their procedures, and more effective in their key tasks of legislation and scrutiny of government. So in the 21st century, there have been a growing interest more than ever before on values related to democracy and good governance around the world. This is the reflection of the increasing acceptance of the fact that democracy and good governance are not dispensable, but a fundamental requirement to achieve sustainable development. So for a functional democracy, it is essential that governments do respect the people and take them seriously, not only those who have voted for them, but all the people. And we must keep on reinventing democracy. At this point, I'll give my colleague to take over and give the challenges.
Thank you very much. The challenges really are political instability, corruption, poor governance structure, systems that then do not allow information to be properly carried out, and which then become information overload and propaganda. Therefore, the role of Parliament and how to enhance democracy: one, ensure government by the people, for the people, through legislation, through oversight, and through proper procedures that allow, indeed, what is determined to be for the people to be what is reflected. Two, Parliament becomes the mediating institution between government and society, in particular political parties, and ensures that there is the voice of the public through public participation that allows each and every individual, women, youth, persons with disability, elderly and children to have their voices felt in policies, in legislation, in enhancement of ensuring that there is accountability, and for ensuring that legislation is not just for those in Parliament, but through the civil society. We therefore would like, as we indicate the key characteristics, to be representative socially and politically of all diversities, ensuring equal opportunities, to be transparent, open to all the nation through different media platforms and in the conduct of business, to be accessible, involve and engage the public, and indeed to be accountable, remaining answerable to the electorate for their performance, ensuring effectiveness in the office, integrity in accordance with the democratic values in a manner that serves the interests of the constituents at large, the public, and not self-interest of individuals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your intervention. Dear speakers of Kenya, it's now South Africa's turn.
Luego será el turno del Parlamento de Sudán.
Then Sudan will follow.
Muchas gracias. Adelante.
Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director, Honorable President of the IPU, Honorable Presiding Officers, Honorable Members, fellow delegates and distinguished guests, dear friends. On behalf of the delegation from South Africa, I wish to express our great appreciation for the kind and warm welcome we've received in this beautiful country since our arrival. We thank the leadership and the people of Spain for their unmatched hospitality and kindness as hosts of this assembly. We are meeting during the most difficult period in our lifetime, where the world is faced with unprecedented and unique challenges as a result of the deadly COVID-19 pandemic and its resultant hardships. The prevalence of COVID-19 state of disaster and its resultant impact on the global economy has undoubtedly left no one unaffected, with millions having lost both lives and livelihoods since the beginning of last year. Of even more concern is the fact that we are not at a point where we can project the exact endpoint of the pandemic. We need to acknowledge the spirit of human solidarity and partnerships that we have seen all over the world as humanity confronted the unprecedented challenges that threatened our way of living and the world as we knew it. Not only did the pandemic result in the loss of millions of lives across the globe, but it has caused immense damage to the economic and social stability in the developing nations of the world in general and developing countries in particular. It is for this reason that South Africa has come out in support of the call for the World Trade Organization to waive specific trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights regarding the production and access to life-saving COVID-19 vaccines. We believe this is a noble call, as it will not only enable the local manufacturing of COVID-19 drugs and related vaccines, but also allow extended and universal access to locally manufactured vaccines and other drugs at reasonable price. Your Excellency, Mr. President, this situation regarding the equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines is a typical example that exposes the inherent fault lines of our system of world governance, as it reflects the skewed experiences of democracies for citizens of the world. Vaccine nationalism and exclusivism must come to an end. In the context of the topic of the day, the question we should ponder is, to what extent has democracy been a people-centered system,
Can democracy be a catalyst for human development beyond its structural measures of indicators and checks and balances? The universally accepted established definition of democracy is one that concerns itself with a form of government, a system where the people have a voice in the manner in which they are governed and the power to participate in decision-making. The system is also measured in terms of various indicators, including but not limited to holding of frequent elections, good governance, freedom of the press, the independent judiciary, an institutionalized system of accountability, and the civil rights and freedom of citizens. Over the past century, more countries have taken to the system of democracy, signaling a global acceptance of this form of government and the best to advance humanity and address our shared challenges going forward. Since then, democracy has served to level the political playing field and created a system of order where there are none in certain instances. It has empowered all of humanity to have a say and participate in affairs of their countries. It has brought about the recognition of rights of women, the protection of vulnerable sectors, for example, the LGBTQI community, and promoted accountability and central planning for the usage of public resources. The system of democracy has also facilitated cooperation of nations and urged us towards world peace and hopefully the end to war. The question remains, however, whether it can be a system whose success can be determined through a common measure, given that societies, nations, and regions have been built from different and unique historical contexts. Democracies are anchored on the need to build strong institutions as they are needed to ensure accountability and protection of the rights and freedoms of people. Within the context of an increasingly globalized economy, which remains unequal, how do these democratic institutions play a role in supporting a strong agenda for the socio-economic development of the billions of poor people who live in democracy all over the world? It is to survive. If it is to survive, it is important that democracy becomes responsive to the socio-economic plight of all the people in the system, and not just about the structural indicators, as integral and as important as these may be. To ensure that democracy as a system protects its own legitimacy and demonstrates the moral authority required by the governments to govern. Failure to do this will create an additional set of unintended challenges for system, as it will ultimately cause a popular backlash against democracy, albeit populist-led, giving rise to opportunism, polarization of communities, and demagogy. Your Excellencies, the expressed objectives of the IPU is to promote democratic governance, accountability, and cooperation amongst its members, as well as to advance the cause for gender equality, youth empowerment, and sustainable development. Part of the work we will conduct in committees we have conducted, of course now committees have been sitting during this session, will deal with areas and the role of the IPU and member nations in the protection of human rights. I'm certain that the discussions in committees took place within the context of this discourse on the contemporary challenges facing democracy. Not only should the discussions be about respect for the rule of law and the protection of human rights, but also about the right to access justice. It should mean taking practical steps to establish democratic institutions that reflect the diversity of a population in terms of gender, language, religion, and ethnicity. Repealing anti-discrimination laws to ensure an equitable distribution of opportunities for everyone. It is about the concrete effort to fight all forms of corruption and malfeasance. In addition, and of critical importance, it is the need for us to ensure that all institutions of state established to exercise oversight over the executive, including parliaments, are given enough political, legal, and human resources to perform their duties diligently. Everything should be done to ensure the executive upholds its obligation under the constitutional and international law to protect the life and health of the people. In this regard, as I conclude, we must also warn against a disturbing trend that also threatens to exercise the existence of viable democracies, where we are witnessing democratically elected governments increasingly adopting authoritarian tactics to squash dissent, especially in the context of the COVID-19 state of emergency and disaster. This has been in the form of arrests, detentions, and prosecution of journalists, medical personnel, and many others for allegedly spreading misinformation and fake news, implementing aggressive measures to curtail freedom of expression and that of the press. Your Excellency, I see that I'm 1 minute over, and my apologies. It has been proven on numerous occasions that in every war, instability, insecurity, famine, outbreak of killer diseases and pandemics, women are the most affected. Statistics are showing that incidences of women abuse and violence against women have increased since the outbreak of COVID. We call it the second pandemic in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Speaker of the South African Parliament. It's now the turn of South Sudan. Go ahead. And then we will continue with the general discussion and give the floor to the representatives of the Parliament of Peru. Go ahead, South Sudan.
President of the Assembly, Secretary of the Assembly, Excellencies, heads of delegations and delegates, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government of Spain for hosting the 143rd Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly in person at a time when governments around the world are struggling with the scourge of COVID-19 pandemic. We pay tribute to the lives lost in Spain and around the world to this merciless pandemic. Equally, allow me to express my gratitude to the government of the Kingdom of Spain and the Parliament for the hospitality and the warm reception accorded to us since our arrival in Madrid. Excellencies, the 143rd IPU Assembly comes at an opportune time as the world grapples with the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, the rise in authoritarianism, the growing incidence of political violence and repression, as well as insecurity around the world. The overarching theme selected to guide deliberation in this Assembly is relevant since its attempt to answer some of the most pertinent questions concerning contemporary challenges to democracy and how parliaments can promote and enhance democratic governance, public engagement, mitigation of political polarization, and empowering vulnerable and marginalized populations of the world. Madam President, distinguished guests, I would like to take this opportunity to share with you the relevant experience of my country, the Republic of South Sudan, because it echoes the theme of the 143rd IPU Assembly. The Republic of South Sudan was born out of the ashes of bitter experience of political marginalization and exclusion. After attaining its independence on the 9th of July 2011, South Sudan was established as an embracing homeland for more than 64 ethnic groups and communities. The country is therefore a ethnic, multicultural, multireligious, multilingual, and multiracial entity. Our biggest challenge after the independence has been how to promote peaceful coexistence among the many communities, ensure unity of the country, and how to ensure that the diversities of the population peacefully coexist and participate effectively in the governance of the country. In 2013, barely 3 years after independence, the country went into a devastating civil war that claimed many lives and many population displaced. Madam President, despite the setback and with the support from our friends, the region and the international community, the people of South Sudan reached an agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan, which brought together all the political and non-political actors, including the civil society organization, faith-based groups, women and youth groups, and academia, to restore peace, security, unity, and promote reconciliation and national healing of the society. The Transitional Government National Unity was formed in February 2020 based on the principles of inclusivity, of the diversity of the society, comprising the parties to the agreement with the mandate to implement social, economic, and political reforms aimed at steering the country towards a democratic governance. Under the agreement, South Sudan is implementing reforms in the security sector, including reviewing all the security-related laws, training and unification of the armed forces in the country. The security sector reform also include a comprehensive strategic defense and security review that shall provide a framework for professional defense and security forces. The economic sector reform was designed to include establishment of an institution for transparency and prudent management of resources of the country, and strengthening accountability for any mismanagement. The public finance management laws, the petroleum resource-related laws, and the banking law are all subjected for review and amendment, awaiting enactment by the Parliament. Madam President, as part of political reforms, South Sudan has introduced amendment to the Political Parties Act and National Elections Act with a view to open political and civic space, allowing civil liberties, press freedoms, and freedom of association. As a result, South Sudan has over 50 political parties and groups. The number of civil society organizations comprising women, youth, and vulnerable groups and academia has since increased compared to very few at independence in 2011. Some of the striking milestones attained so far include the involvement of women and youth in the governance of the country. The women are accorded 35% affirmative action in the agreement, and the youth are also empowered to 33% to take up positions in the political arena. Consequently, South Sudan has for the first time have more women and youth in the parliament, with a female speaker in the person of myself and a female deputy speaker in the Council of States or Senate. Likewise, in the executive, one of the vice presidents of the Republic of South Sudan is a woman. Key ministries, including Ministry of Defense, General Education, Parliamentary Affairs, and Environment, are held by women. We have also signed the Yes for Youth Empowerment in Parliament recently in Vienna. To further manage her diversities, the government has embarked on a process of making a permanent constitution with the intention to establish a federal system of government for the country that shall promote unity in diversity, respect for human rights, and fundamental freedom, taking service and development to the people at the grassroots. To promote the democratic governance, the agreement also requires that elections are held at the end of the transitional period in 2023. I would also wish to note that climate change remains one of the biggest global challenges that requires the attention of the world community. As I speak, half of my country is underwater, due to excessive and unprecedented flood, which has affected the implementation of peace agreement in terms of resettlement of internally displaced persons and returnees, as well as food security. This requires increased support from the international community. Madam President, having said this, our Parliament has a critical role to play in ensuring the full implementation of the agreement as the only option to restore peace and stability in our country. On this note, I call upon the IPU and all friends of South Sudan to hold our hands and support us in this important and critical process. Having learned from our experience as a country and experience of other countries around the world, and as we commence deliberation on this critical subject, I would like to put forward the following recommendations.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. But I'm afraid you run out of time, so please finish.
Okay.
One minute.
We recommend that Parliament should continue to raise awareness and engage in civic education on the danger of division among communities. We should legislate laws that prohibit hate speech and use of vulgar words among citizens. Parliaments to cooperate in promoting the unity of their citizens through public engagement so as to avoid further polarization of communities. Raise awareness among the communities on the importance of preservation of diversity and unity of our people, especially women and youth involvement in society and decision-making. That minorities and other vulnerable groups should participate in public activities and decision-making. We should work towards gender and youth-sensitive parliaments. And also that the Parliament's role in promoting dialogue.
Thank you very much.
Mechanism for bridging gaps and resolving differences. Thank you very much, Madam President. And thank you all for
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much to the representative of South Sudan. It is now the turn for the Peruvian Parliament to take the floor, so please go ahead. Mr. President, MPs of the IPU, on July 28 this year, my country celebrated 200 years since our independence, and this date coincided with the beginning of a new presidential period and parliamentary period that starts in 2021 and finishes in July 2026. I have the privilege and the honor of being the President of the Congress of the Republic of Peru during the 200-year celebration, where we remember the beginning of the challenge of building a solid democracy that has taken us so much effort after dictatorships and transitions that seemed endless, where we go back to the promise of democracy and the fight to achieve it. I am a militant of Atomo Polar, which is a political party that was founded in 1956, of the Democratic Center, which led Belaunde Terry twice to the presidency of our democracy in free elections. So I belong to a party that always fought for democracy. In the year 2000, when a new transition began, the Peruvian Congress chose Valentín Paniagua to preside over that transition that ended successfully with the elections that took place in 2001 that represented an example of unity, honesty and transparency, so that we could have, since then until now, democratic elections for 2 decades that has shown how we could face the challenges, where Peruvian MPs have the role of defending the rule of law and democracy stability that has taken us so long to fight for. In July this year, we decided to take on the duty of following these efforts in just one direction, proposing a legislative agenda that will voice the needs of our citizens who are facing the impacts of the pandemic, of COVID pandemic. This new agenda, the Agenda Country, has as its main objectives the reactivation of our economy and generating employment, as well as the defense of the institutionalism, decentralization, and the promotion of an improvement of education and health services. This is a country agenda that also considers the proposals of the executive power that have been done through the Presidency and the Council of Ministers. During this presidential period and during the previous presidential period, the President of the Republic had to renounce to his position. The Vice President of that government, who had to take on the highest political role in those circumstances, produced a very sad confrontation between the powers of the state, legislative, executive powers, had a tension that created even more instability, and due to the lack of trust during that government of Martín Vizcarra, it ended up with a dissolution of the Congress in September 30th, 2019, afterwards having a sentence by the Constitutional Court that with a tight voting of the magistrates, where 4 voted for and 3 against, in the end, legally, we validated the closing of the Parliament. It was the first time for this theory to be posed, which was the lack of trust, and this allowed for the executive power to decide whether this trust has been given to the Ministerial Congress, although the Congress had not done so explicitly and in an express manner. So voting trust as, or in confidence as the law establishes. And this obviously weakened the legislative power. The new Congress that ended in March 2020, that went from 2020 till July 2021, decided to out Vizcarra, and he was inhabilitated for 10 years for any public position. In this political instability situation, and the Peruvian Congress, under my presidency, is trying to reinforce the rule of law and democracy, and we approved the law that considers the exercise of trust. This is an interpretation law that is based on competencies of the executive power that is linked directly to its proposal, which is that of the general policy of government. And we do not find in it the approval or not of constitutional reforms or those that might have an impact on the procedures and competencies that are exclusively the competency of the Congress and other autonomous entities. This interpretation law that was approved by the Congress that have just mentioned and develops the exercise of trust issues has currently... The executive power has presented a draft law to consider the moral capacity that the Constitution considers for the government, and it leaves aside the physical and mental capacities of its rulers. So we consider that this constitutional reform exercise does not establish the right balance of powers between the Congress and the legislative powers. And we need to understand that we have been gathering signatures so that we could have a referendum in order to have the possibility of having a new assembly that could give birth to a new constitution. All of this situation has created a political instability that also has an impact in the Peruvian economy. But as I said, the Republic of Peru is now taking on its responsibility to defend institutionality and the parliamentary forum. You need to be sure that we will keep on fighting for our duties and fight for the Peruvian democracy. And I would like to ask this IPU Assembly to keep on defending democracy and its stability and the rule of law in our countries. Thank you very much. Thank you so much to the representative of the Peruvian Parliament. We will now give the floor to the representative of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. Please go ahead.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It's my pleasure to address this debate on behalf of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean and share with you our strategies. We have 3 challenges. The first challenge is about political division and the resulting lack of security despite the pandemic. At PAM, we attempt to provide a platform for political dialogue. The aim of this platform is to support peace and reconciliation process in our region, bolstering counter-terrorism efforts, strengthening democratic institutions, and finding ways for practical cooperation. As an example, PAM is currently mobilizing medical supplies to assist hospitals in Lebanon. And indeed, we're dealing with foreign terrorist fighter issues and migrants flow. The second challenge is economic uncertainty and long-term sustainability for our economies, to fight against growing inequality and restoring trust in our governance. At PAM, we share best legislative practices across regions, and we work closely with the most important stakeholders. We have organized many events of the economic recovery, and next year, together with the World Trade Organization, we will launch a PAM WTO Forum for Trade and Investment in Montenegro. I have launched an initiative to work towards the establishment of the Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf Community for renewable energy, catalyst for cooperation and development among our countries. The third challenge is a cultural one. We are witnessing societal polarization, rise in the hate speech and radicalization, and a dramatic increase in domestic violence and violence against women. I always say that for every euro invested in security, we must also invest an euro in culture. We work to promote intercultural and interfaith dialogue, education and human rights in our legislative efforts. Education and environment go hand in hand. For this reason, the 40th edition of the Day of the Mediterranean, established in 2008, we will see as main actors the children of all schools of our regions working on a special theme, the work of our parliamentarians to protect our planet and our homes. And I invite all of you to join PAM in this campaign. Just 2 weeks ago, PAM held in its 2021 prize ceremony in Rome, at which at the center stage were the several ministers of interior of our countries for their exceptional leadership in fight against domestic violence. Moreover, PAM is launching its Women Parliamentary Forum. In conclusion, I would like to say that we can face many challenges to democracy only with dialogue and cooperation. The parliamentarians have this duty. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I have the honor to manage this meeting until 1 p.m. So I have the honor to ask the representative of Panama to address the audience. And so please, can you respect the time that is allocated? And I hope that you will respect it, so you won't have this red signal telling you that you overpassed the time allocated to you. So after Panama, we will have Estonia who will take the floor.
Thank you very much, and warm greetings to everyone in this hall and to those that have joined us using the different platforms. For me, it is an honor to exchange experiences today. The use of new technologies has also brought about new opportunities to bring closer legislative management to citizenship. Currently, through electronic means, people can follow the draft laws presented in the plenary session of the General Assembly of Panama, and initiatives that are presented through citizen participation. They can also see parliamentary discussions, and they can request fast-tracking presentations. And we have made more administrative internal administrative processes more agile, and through the system Asamblea 507, we have managed to do online voting and present draft laws using portable electronic devices, saving paper in public management. Dear MPs, there are good aspects brought about by technology, but this is a double-edged sword because it can also open the door to false information, and this would undermine healthy democracies. So this is why our commitment to transparency must be ratified in every potential occasion, thus minimizing doubts that may exist about our role in public administration. The data in our surveys show that only 5% of respondents in Latin America considered that democracy is preferred over other types of governments. And according to the survey, more than 50% of people disapprove of the governmental management. These statistics become even more concerning if we take into account the different social uprisings that took place in Latin America in 2019. And in addition to this, as a humanity, we have to fight the scourge of the pandemic resulting from COVID-19. This is a turning point in history. There are structural problems that persist in our societies, and they have become even more persistent, thus increasing public distrust towards political classes. Dear friends listening to me today, this political class that we're part of too is also human. We are people with a vocation who one day decided to become part of the solution and who, with great courage, have decided to raise the voice of those who are in greater need. We have the duty of safeguarding the purest expression of democracy expressed by the political will through voting. This is something that should encourage us to continue to tighten our cooperations and friendships between our administrations and parliaments, with the will to create the right channels to improve every single day as individuals and also as public officials that have a high commitment to our motherland. In 100 years, the world had never faced a difficult situation of dealing with a global pandemic and in also dealing with the complexities of modern societies. There are battles between disinformation and official sources, and this is also the breeding ground for great concerns. So this is why we should make the best of these spaces so that high-level speeches lead to specific results and are over any fundamentalism. And the different colleagues present in this 143rd Assembly should channel the voices of everyone. From the Assembly of Panama, we understand that democracy should be participative, and this is why the Parliament embodies the spaces for citizens, understanding that people should be able to get to our offices to present legislative proposals without needing the sign-off of the administration, to propose ideas. And there is an available team of lawyers that will help individuals to provide the adequate legislative form to their initiatives. And if these initiatives are feasible, they may be discussed by our MPs. All this maintaining the rights of citizens to appear on those documents as those who are proposing the draft law too. In addition, we try to promote cross-cutting dialogues with our citizens. This has become a priority for us, and this is why we have encouraged an open-door policy, reinforcing the presence of stakeholders who want to participate in the different discussions about these projects. Democracy is a system by which the voice of the people shall prevail, looking for participative mechanisms aiming at the greater good. As citizens of Panama, this is established in our Constitution. In Article 2, we established that the public power is in the hands of its people. So I encourage you to continue to fight for human rights, especially freedom of speech, to continue to support critical thinking amongst citizens and stand for democracies in our countries. I'd like to finish my speech by encouraging you to incentivize citizen participation mechanisms, opening the door to a dynamic dialogue with your citizens. and the more we consult, the fewer errors we will make. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for respecting the time. And now I will ask the representative from Estonia, and afterwards we'll have the representative of India who will take the floor.
Chairman, honorable speakers, dear colleagues, on behalf of the Estonian delegation, I'd like to say muchas gracias to Reno de Espana, to City of Madrid, to Cortes Generales for hosting this event in person. Many thanks also to the IPU President, Secretary General and Secretariat for great effort in tackling this challenge together with hosts. Unfortunately, virtual meetings are sometimes inevitable replacement, but face-to-face meetings are so much better for the IPU as an organization. Well done, and keep on going the same way. We live in a turbulent world, and democracy is experiencing a crisis in confidence. Numbers of opposers to democracy are increasing, and many supporters are taking it for granted. Global pandemic, migration, and other crises test our governments to come up with solutions. And in crises, forces arise and promise simple solutions to very serious problems without considering institutions and laws. But even the core values of democracy on the human rights must be not overlooked. Unfortunately, we are witnessing how undemocratic governments use any means to advance their political aims without slightest consideration for human lives. One would only hope that such methods remain in the history textbooks. But on the borders of Belarus with Poland and Lithuania, people are used as shields, their lives endangered. This is a vivid example of hybrid war against EU, in which Lukashenko's autocratic regime uses people to promote his aims. This should not be tolerated anywhere in the world, and any such action resolutely condemned. One of the cornerstones of democracy is active participation in elections. We are witnessing shift in perceptions, lower levels of voter participation, and reduced trust in institutions and politicians. I believe that Parliament should step up the game and, as a pillars of democracy, lead by example, especially during difficult times. And young people must be engaged. Allow me to share Estonia's experience of voting via internet, without leaving your home or computer. At the last parliamentary elections in Estonia, 43.8% of the voters gave their votes as e-votes. At the last local elections, the share of the e-voters was 45%. Without this possibility, the voter turnout would be much lower. We must keep pace with time and new possibilities and take into account habits of young people. Estonia has been implementing the e-voting for 2 decades, and it has especially contributed to involvement of the voice and opinion of the young people. And that is an example of inclusive democracy. And as a rule, young people look further ahead than their parents or grandparents. Dear colleagues, to conclude, allow me to quote some thoughts from Mr. Kofi Annan's speech at the Athens Democracy Forum. Democracy actually delivers.
Of the 20 countries of the highest levels of human development, 19 are liberal democracies. Democracies are also less vulnerable to famines and conflicts. Most importantly, freedom itself is development. Thank you so much for your attention. Muchas gracias. In Estonian, aitäh.
Shukran jazilan, Estonia.
Thank you so much for Estonia. And now I give the floor to Finland, and then afterwards we'll have India. So Finland.
Thank you, Honourable President, my dear colleagues. In the past weeks and months, we have seen a lot of news from the border between Belarus and Poland, where migrants are caught between the border fences of the two countries. People have been lured to Belarus and then pushed further towards the European Union border and Poland in one of Lukashenko's latest hybrid attempts to destabilize the European Union and to drive a wedge between member states by sending in a large number of migrants. In contrast to many other refugee crises or migrations, the current hybrid operation has been orchestrated by the Lukashenko regime as a response to European Union sanctions imposed on the country after its disputed 2020 presidential election. Ladies and gentlemen, it's sad to see how thousands of people, even small children, are being used as instruments of hybrid operations, subjected to inhuman conditions in the cold and damp weather with no proper shelter. Lives have been lost in this operation. This kind of actions are clearly not acceptable, and we must be able to counter these measures no matter where in the world they take place. At the same time, we have to help the people in distress and provide them with medical care. This doesn't mean, however, that we are sending a message to human traffickers that the route is clear for their businesses. UN humanitarian organizations and other aid organizations are doing their best in this situation, and we can't and we must not, and we can and we must do much more with the root causes. Dear colleagues, the grass may often seem greener on the other side of the fence, and indeed, sometimes it is. However, the answer can't be that we always move to a greener area across the fence. Rather, we will have to grow the grass green on both sides of the fence. For this, we need the right conditions. We need a fertile ground where people's needs and aspirations are met. A place where people can feel safe and build the society better and fair for everyone. My firm belief is that the fertile soil is representative democracy, in which human rights are respected and people's voices are heard. Only when these conditions are met, the seeds for the greenery can be sown. This can only happen under freedom of expression and rule of law, not by oppression. When people feel they are living in a just society, they will be willing to work hard for a flourishing society and lend a helping hand to their neighbors. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps the most important attribute of democracy is dialogue. Dialogue between different interest groups in a society, different political parties, religious groups or nationalities. In this case, we have to confess we have failed badly. Dialogue is always the first step in reconciling disagreements or grievances. Honest and direct dialogue will also be the perfect foundation for any good partnership, be it at the national or international forum. An open-minded dialogue will help all parties to better understand the positions of each other. Trust is built when dialogue leads to promises and the promises are kept. Vice versa, the most dangerous situation is one without any dialogue. Dear colleagues, we parliamentarians should always be the first in line to remind of the importance of speaking with and listening to each other. Let us keep the dialogue going even when there seems to be little common ground. This is in the interest of our constituents and our nations. It's the only way to lasting peace and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Finland, and now I'm going to ask Slovenia, and after Slovenia we will have Madagascar that will take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like first to thank to all involved in the organization of such demanding event in such demanding circumstances. Dear colleagues, dear Chair, at the press conference held on the eve of Human Rights Day on 9th of December last year, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, said that the crisis included by COVID had pointed the fragilities of our societies, failing to uphold the basic human rights. A disease which claimed the lives of millions has been politicized. People's fears around the world have been used to implement measures which would never have passed the public scrutiny in non-crisis situations. Still, we should not delude ourselves. Epidemic crisis has merely shed light on the inequalities and abuses of rights that existed well before. We may therefore say that democracy founded on human rights and the rule of law has been in a crisis for quite some time already. This crisis is not only reflected in populism or undermined trust into political establishment, but also in concerning the concept of democracy and democratic values themselves. Increased polarization is a challenge we seem not to know how to address properly. The pandemic has shed new light on use of popular social networks. In fact, there is a growing tendency among politicians to communicate mainly through these channels. I believe that the use of social networks in the political sphere could indeed ensure transparency and provide information to the public. However, these networks did not develop into digital democratic processes, but have become platforms for spreading populism, fake news, and hate speech. It is therefore of paramount importance that when addressing the public through social networks, we as parliamentarians remain committed to fostering a culture of dialogue also online. We should listen to and respect different opinions, and every one of us should make a conscientious decision to stop engaging in hateful rhetoric and spreading unified information. Only in such a way we will set a good example to our voters. When winning their trust in the elections, we also assume the responsibility of providing our voters with a sense of certainty and security. Moreover, we need to strengthen the social capital which will motivate people's participation in debates of broader social relevance. When exchanging views, particularly in Parliament, we must strictly follow the principles of respectful communication that may have a profound impact on the situation and climate throughout society. Today we are searching for answers on how to effectively address the challenges of democracy within Parliament. As MPs, we have been given the mandate to seek solutions on behalf of people and to effectively tackle the common challenges of the entire society and the state. Thereby, we need to engage in networking and international cooperation. The challenges of today's world go far beyond the individual and often selfish interests and seek commitment to safeguard future generations and create better life opportunities for them. Members of the Slovenian Parliament consolidate their term of office by taking an oath of upholding the constitutional order, acting according to their own conscience, and doing all in their power for the good of country. Perhaps it's time for us to commit ourselves in our oaths also to act in the best interests of our planet and future generations. Otherwise, we may soon reach the point where all other topics will become irrelevant. Ladies and gentlemen, our world is rushing from one disaster to another as we have allowed it to be dominated by individual interests instead of actions for the common good. Solidarity and sense of unity is what will help us survive the existing and future disasters, leading us to a new normal, perhaps a new paradigm. Will we be able to discover more suitable ways of cooperation and living, as well as common concern for the planet and for each other? The Inter-Parliamentary Union, as the largest global parliamentary organization, should play an important role in this process, allowing us to join common insight and efforts in tackling future challenges. Let us commit ourselves to safeguarding the principles of equality, cooperation and solidarity, which will help us respond to future crises more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Slovenia. Now I call upon Madagascar to take the floor, and later on Palestine.
Monsieur, Madame le Président,
Mr. President,
Excellences,
Excellencies,
Mesdames et Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
Salam à Tukula, Salam à Tukubab. C'est un honneur pour moi de
it is an honor for me to be able
de la délégation
to speak on behalf of the delegation of Madagascar in front of this assembly, overcoming divisions and reinforcing cohesion to face current challenges to democracy. That is the topic of our general debate here today, and we would like to contribute to it. First of all, I understand that we all agree with the fact that democracy, despite its weaknesses, is still the best way for governance currently. From an etymological point of view of the word, democracy refers to governments that are led by the people, for the people. This classical definition is mainly based on our citizens for the organization and management of public affairs. Let's remember that the ideal of democracy was born from the idea of the law of the strongest to benefit the principles, instead of the law of the strongest, to benefit the principles of. So we are talking about the challenges that we should obviously face. Our democracy currently, whatever the continent, is suffering from the crisis of representation. It is a trust crisis that is weakening the relationship of the people with its elected representatives. And this crisis is due, in our opinion, to the gap growing between representatives and represented, between elected and citizens. We often see that population expresses its lack of trust and hostility against the political class and against the political function and the institutions themselves. This crisis, this representation crisis, causes another phenomenon that is damaging democracy, such as the development of communitarism, which is the source of division for citizens in one country. A country such as Madagascar knows a sort of quick mutation. We have gone from some modes of life that were funded on tradition, tribes and our ethnical groups, and now we're based on a different foundation, which is that of citizenship. And this rapid evolution is destroying the social fabric, even if the ethnical factor is still one of the main characteristics of a country, and can sometimes damage the feeling of belonging to the nation. These feelings are actually being hurtful for the socialization processes. Despite the solidarity, the community or ethnical groups try to get away from the action of the state, and they're weakening national cohesion. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we need to overcome this division and reinforce social cohesion to face the challenges against democracy. But how can we get to that cohesion? First of all, we need to ratify and put in place the main legal instruments, national and international, for the protection of human rights, to get rid of all sorts of discrimination between citizens. The rule of law needs to be guaranteed, and we need to have an effective representation for the different components of society in our institutions. We all need to have the same rights to access public function, and the state should also set up actions in order to improve the economic situation and social situation of the most vulnerable layers of our population. We must promote multiculturalism. It needs to be democratic, egalitarian, and transparent in our countries in order to favor social cohesion, which is seminal to a good democracy. We must consider that cohabitation can only begin with culture, education, and communication. We need to provide attention to education by teaching history. At the National Assembly of Madagascar, during the current parliamentary session, on November 4th, 2021, we just ratified the Charter for the Rebirth of the African Culture, which considers in its Article 7.2 that the general history of Africa that was published by UNESCO, it is a valid base to teach the history of Africa, and it should be taught in African languages. General History of Africa is immense opus of 9 volumes that has been published by the greatest African historians such as Mbokolo, Ibrahim Bakage, and these work will help us see a different history to the one that we had seen from a Western perspective. So these are the few contributions that I wanted to share with you with regards to the current work that we are doing. And I thank you for the time that you have given us for this presentation.
Thank you so much, Madagascar. And now I call upon Palestine to take the floor, and later on India.
السيدة
Your Excellency, Speaker of the Spanish Parliament, Your Excellency, President Duarte Pacheco, Mr. President, honorable heads of delegations and members of delegations. It's my pleasure to convey to you the greetings of the head of the Speaker and the members of the Parliament of Palestine and of our people to this 143rd Assembly. We are gathering here under the title Contemporary Challenges to Democracy, Overcoming Division and Building Communities. And of course, this title makes us assume huge responsibilities in order to be able to achieve all the values of this title, and also to consolidate the building of communities accordingly, and to spread the spirit of love, of tolerance, of peace, of cooperation, and to counter terror and occupation with its most or ugliest forms, and also to spread tolerance, to spread love, security, and to achieve sustainable development and well-being to all people all over the world, to combat the impact of the pandemic on the social and economic and health level, and to restore hope and hence the huge responsibilities to be shouldered by all parliaments. Mr. President and Mrs. President, ladies and gentlemen, our Palestinian people is still suffering for several decades now from the practices of the Israeli occupation, and our people is deprived from its most basic rights to enjoy stability and decent life. We look forward to get rid of the crackdown of all the atrocities or the killings being perpetrated by the Israeli authorities, and also all the attacks being perpetrated by the gangs of settlers against our farms, our land, our houses, our natural resources, including water. And we also condemn the disrespect of international understandings and agreements that were reached and undersigned by Palestinians and Israelis. We also condemn the overlooking of international laws and the Charter of Human Rights. It's as if Israel were above international law and international humanitarian law. Since the beginning of the conflict, more than 70 Security Council resolutions and hundreds of UN General Assembly resolutions have been issued. However, none has been implemented. So is this justice? Is this equality? Is this security and peace? Is this how should be overcome challenges faced by democracy and dissemination of the culture of love, cooperation, and peace? The state of Palestine, the occupied state of Palestine, has become an observer member at the UN as per Resolution 67/19 of 2012, and after the passing of hundreds of other resolutions, so as to put end to the Israeli occupation and to provide protection to the Palestinian people, and also to establish the two-state solution over the occupied Palestinian territories of 1967, with Jerusalem as a capital, and to solve the refugees issue in addition to many other pending things. So how to explain the non-recognition of countries who participated in the drafting of these resolutions? How to explain their non-recognition of the Palestinian state, namely European countries? The partition resolution of 20 November 1947, which granted the Palestinian people the right to have its state over 44% of the area of the historical Palestinian land, and also the other resolution which granted the Palestinian people to establish its own state over only 22% of the Palestinian historical lands, with Jerusalem as capital. And of course, it is to be pointed out the non-legitimacy of the Zionist settlements. And however, we have accepted this fact. However, till when the occupation will go on, till when these resolutions will not be implemented, our people can no longer bear to see these resolutions being non-implemented, being overlooked. We can no longer bear to see our houses being destroyed, our people being kicked out. Please, one more minute. Till when we have to see thousands of our people being detained, and till when we have to suffer from the hatred, from the racial discrimination. I'm sorry, you don't have any more time. You run out of time. Till when our people will remain in despair, will remain frustrated? This is why you need to review the situation. You need to respond to our historical rights. Just give me a few more seconds. Please, I would like to recall what was said by our late leader in 1974. I came with olive tree branch and in one hand, and the revenge gun in another hand. So please do not let down peace. And now I want to tell you, do not let us lose all our hope. Okay, thank you so much. Now I call upon India. Please take the floor. After India, we will give the floor to Philippines.
Honorable Chairperson and distinguished delegates, the challenges to the democratic system prevailing across the globe are multifarious and certainly a cause of concern for the mankind, necessitating urgent political attention. Amongst the slew of challenges posed to democracy, the formidable ones are the scourge of terrorism, climate change, increased political polarization, inadequacy of healthcare preparedness to face the pandemic challenges, crippling world economy, etc. In the backdrop of paramount technological advances witnessed across the countries and the widespread rise of and reliance on social media, an uncontrollable flow of disinformation concerning the socio-political condition has been created across the world. This has often led to the spreading of anger and frustration and diminishing people's trust in political institutions. As you are aware, representative deliberate bodies have been part of India since Vedic times. Popular assemblies like the Samiti and the Sabha functioned following certain procedures for disposing matters of public importance through consultation, discussion, debate, and censure 2 millennium years ago. Carrying forward such rich legacy, the founding fathers of our Constitution adopted the system of parliamentary democracy as the most suited to the needs and the aspirations of people. The three core functions of legislature are representation, lawmaking, and oversight. Besides, in a representative democracy, the legislature acts as the eyes, ears, and voice of the people. Friends, as everybody will acknowledge, India has witnessed a flourishing and democratic system of governance in the last more than 7 decades. A solid, secure, and enriched experience of democracy is what India is synonymous with. Periodic and successful elections conducted at regular intervals have secured the country's democratic future. People have reposed their faith in election time and again. There has been a sustained increase in voters' participation. The Election Commission's awareness campaign has helped augment the people's motivation to participate in election, freedom of individual and his rights, respect for alternative and divergent views through debates and deliberations invariably constitute the essence of democracy. The executive in our country is accountable to Parliament for all its acts and of commissions and omissions. There is an independent and integrated judiciary in the country to safeguard the Constitution. We have put in place a 3-tier system of governance at the union, state, and local level, both in rural and urban areas, with adequate representation being given to women and the society and disadvantaged groups like scheduled caste and scheduled tribe as well. The 17th Lok Sabha has a record level of 78 women parliamentarians, which is the highest for any Lok Sabha elected so far. Besides, a large number of MPs have been elected from the disadvantaged section. The office of the chairperson in panchayats at the village are reserved for scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and women in local bodies in a manner as fixed by their legislature. The Parliament of India has amended, repealed, and enacted several women-specific and women-related legislations in order to protect and promote women's participation in social, economic, and political spheres. Friends, India is a vast country with a lot of diversity across its geopolitical, social, and cultural level. We have people professing religions of their choice, adhering to unique cultural and traditional practices specific to their religion, speaking different languages, and inhabiting different geographic regions. But we have oneness in one country, that is India. The diversity depicting the plurality of our country also works for uniting, strengthening, and refurbishing our democratic credentials. We have successfully bridged the essential aspirational trends of our people through needful constitution and administrative mechanism at different levels. As you know, the parliament of our country is a sacred place where healthy discussions and deliberations are held on the floor of the House on a multitude of issues, and legislations are made thereupon. Opportunities are now given to maximum number of members to raise different matters on the floor of the House. The Parliament and state legislatures are instruments to fulfill the aims and aspirations of the people. They work for a social order under which the basic needs of the common man are fulfilled. The Indian Constitution emphasizes economic democracy along with political democracy. We have the Niti Aayog, which is an apex policy-making body with the underlying objective of evolving a shared vision of national development priorities, sectors, and strategy. I would also like to mention here that the current parliamentary duties and responsibilities for the legislature are changing to very different nature than they were before. Today, the parliamentary duties have grown manifold and onerous. A legislator has to participate in various international parliamentary forums, such as such as IPU, Asia Parliamentary Assembly, etc.
Time is over.
Just one. I'm concluding. It is important for the legislator to keep himself abreast of the latest development taking place in the global arena. Of late, we have witnessed a surge in the usage of information and communication technology in every facet of our life, and our legislature is no exception to it. The recent challenging COVID-19 pandemic has further stressed on the need to adopt the ICT in the discharge of our duties and responsibilities, not only at our constituency level, but also to the people at large. CoWIN of India is the bedrock of India's vaccination drive.
Sir, you
Before
took 1
concluding,
minute
sir,
over your time.
Before concluding, sir,
Could you conclude?
Let me just addressing the contemporary challenges facing democracy requires a concerted effort at both the national and international level. Political leadership and solidarity among the global community are sentinel to the preservation and safeguarding of democracy. I hope the ongoing deliberations in the Assembly will provide an opportunity for delegates to bring forward proposals as to how political systems and parliamentarians can promote a culture of cooperation and political dialogue to overcome divides and build inclusive societies. Necessary measures taken collectively by the global community will certainly go a long way in addressing much of the contemporary challenges to democracy worldwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, India. And now I give the floor to Philippines, and then it will be Cambodia's turn. Thank you.
Greetings, fellow parliamentarians. Today we ask ourselves, what are the contemporary challenges of democracy? Once we have identified them, how then do we proceed in a meaningful way? Our response to these challenges should also ensure that our solutions are long-lasting. How do we weigh the effects of our policies 20 to 50 years from now? How do we incorporate the concept of intergenerational fairness so that our decisions have a positive effect on the next generation? In 2019, the Philippine Senate created its very first Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking that is focused on monitoring our progress in sustainable development and mainstreaming futures thinking. With futures thinking, we recognize that we live in a VUCA world. VUCA stands for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. But these problems and challenges can be addressed through futures thinking, where we seek to explore various possible futures using strategic foresight instead of falling for nearsighted solutions. And with these tools, parliaments can make informed decisions that are good for the present and the future. On women representation, 28% of the members of the House of Representatives and 29% of the senators are women. Based on the latest IPU report, this puts the Philippines at the 61st spot out of 188 in terms of women representation in Parliament, and way above the average in Asia, which is at 20.8%. The Philippines has had 2 women presidents and currently has a female vice president. In the upcoming elections, we will definitely see a significant number of women candidates in all positions, from local to national government, but there is still room for improvement as women are still in the minority. On misinformation and fake news, the upcoming elections will place the Philippines at a crossroad, as our citizens will elect a new president all the way down to city officials. Sadly, misinformation is heavily amplified by social media and other digital platforms. Deciding on who to vote for is a critical decision that should be founded on reliable and truthful information, which is actually now easier to verify through the internet. Now more than ever, it is our duty to practice and teach everyone, especially the youth, the skills of fact-checking to allow them to make intelligent decisions. Parliamentarians must lead by example. On the role of education, we know that education is key in changing and transforming lives. We also know that when we invest in girls, it is a direct investment in our economy and the future. In the Philippines, based on the sex ratio of enrollment, for the school year 2020 to 2021, there is an average of 48% of girls in elementary, 50% in junior high, and 53% in senior high school. This trend continues in college, where the females outnumber the males. For every 1 male enrolled, there are 1.28 females enrolled. Improving the quality of education for all, both boys and girls, raises the quality of jobs, improves productivity, and accelerates economic growth. Not only is this aligned with our commitments to the Sustainable Development Goals, investing in learners is an exercise in future thinking, given the long-term positive effects on the society and economy. On climate change, with millions of lives affected by climate change, the Philippines made bold commitments in the 2021 Climate Change Conference. We intend to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 75% in 2030. We're engaging fishermen and farmers for more sustainable practices. We are launching our Sustainable Finance Roadmap for green projects and also a project to transition from coal to clean energy. On prioritizing the important sectors, we assigned the highest budgetary priority to education, as required by our Constitution. In the 2022 budget deliberations, spending for education has reached almost 4% of the country's GDP, which brings us closer to the recommended spending for education. We also made strategic investments in healthcare to expand accessibility of basic healthcare, including support for health workers and funding for more public medical schools and other health sciences. This renewed commitment to healthcare goes beyond our COVID-19 response. It is also meant to future-proof our healthcare system for emerging health threats. On engaging shareholders, during the lawmaking process, it is common practice to invite all stakeholders to the hearings. The conduct of budget hearings are also done in this way, with civic society organizations, including sectoral representatives, participating in the hearings. In conclusion, whether it be lawmaking or exercising these oversight functions, parliamentarians should be guided by the Sustainable Development Goals as well as ideals of future thinking and intergenerational fairness. In this way, we see democracy at work, reaching the sectors of society that are traditionally left behind. These are not mere international commitments, but our commitment as parliamentarians and public servants to our own people. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا الفلبين. والآن أدعو كمبوديا.
Thank you so much to the Philippines, and now I'm going to ask Cambodia to take the floor, and afterwards we'll have Russia.
Good afternoon. As the head of the delegation of the Kingdom of Cambodia, I would like to pay respect to Honorable Mayor Ritzel Bate Lamana, President of the National Assembly of the Kingdom of Spain, and the President of the 143rd IPU Assembly, Honorable Duarte Pacheco, President of the IPU, Honorable Mr. Martin Chungung, Secretary General of the IPU, distinguished delegate. First of all, on behalf of the Parliament of the Kingdom of Cambodia, I'm honored to participate in person in this 143rd Assembly of the IPU. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Honorable Duarte Pacheco for his great leadership, and to congratulate Honorable Mayor Ritzel Bate Lamana on being elected as President of the 143rd Assembly. I'm also delighted to congratulate Mr. Martin Chungung, who will be appointed as the IPU Secretary General for the third term. The theme of the 143rd IPU Assembly contemporary challenges to democracy, overcome division, and building community is highly for the time being right now. As for us, we Cambodians went through a number of tragic episodes, from the civil war to the Pol Pot regime, Khmer Rouge genocidal regime from 1975 to 1979, resulting in the loss of 3 million lives, and including almost all senators and congressmen in Cambodia. They destroyed the root of national socio-economic infrastructure. During the tumultuous period, the rights of the Cambodian people were entirely abolished, even the right to life. Despite the end of Pol Pot regime on the 7th January 1979, the civil war in Cambodia raged on, being in the situation of war and peace. At the same time, Cambodia used one hand to fight to prevent the Khmer Rouge genocidal regime from coming back, and the other hand is to rebuild and develop the country from ashes in circumstances of unjust political and economic sanction. Even though after the signing of Paris Agreement Accord in 1991 and the first election held in 1993, civil war still prolonged. Clearly, building the nation cannot be done in the midst of constant warfare. This was the reason that led Cambodia to adopt the introduction of the win-win policy, which has brought all Cambodian factions together. This was the first time in our modern history that we achieved national reconciliation, peace, national unification in the late 1998. I would also like to emphasize that this hard-earned peace was achieved by the Cambodian people. Indeed, peace has opened up opportunity for development in all areas. Cambodia now becomes a country of peace, a unified and secure nation, and one of the attractive tourist destinations in the region and in the world, such as the Temple of Angkor Wat and the beautiful beaches. Previously, being a country that received UN peacekeepers, Cambodia has now sent her force to UN peacekeeping mission in many parts of the world. Perceived as an economic underdeveloped country in the past, Cambodia is now a rice exporter country. Moreover, Cambodia has successfully graduated herself from low-income to low-middle-income country and is committed to making further effort to reach an upper middle-income status by the year 2030 and high-income country by the year 2050. Honorable distinguished guests, although the full peace and national unity was only restored after 1998, Cambodia has made her utmost effort after the first general election held in 1993 to strictly adhere to the principle of multi-party liberal democracy and regularly holding free and fair, just and transparent election and allow all citizens to choose their own leader. The Royal Government of Cambodia has always considered NGO as partner for development. With the support from our friend and developed partner, the Royal Government has effectively managed the risk of COVID-19 in order to ensure the protection of the right of the citizen, especially the right to life, the right to access to health service. As of 27 November 2021, Cambodia has achieved 88.3% vaccination of its total population of 16 million, and the number of COVID-19 confirmed cases and deaths has declined significantly. Cambodia remains committed to strengthening close cooperation and constructive partnership with all relevant stakeholders in order to further enhance the promotion and the protection of human rights, freedom, and multi-party liberal democracy in the country. We would like to stress that national sovereignty and territorial integrity non-interference in the internal affairs of other states shall be fully respected. In closing, I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere condolence to all parliamentarians of the world who lost their loved ones, and to call for parliamentary solidarity to continue to fight this pandemic until it disappears from the face of this earth. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you so much to Cambodia, and now I'm going to ask Russia to take the floor, and after Russia we will have Cabo Verde.
Dear Mr. Chairperson, colleagues, friends, I do have a formal speech to be read up here, but I will not use it because most of what is inside has already been said, and I am in agreement with what has been said. Instead, I would like to go straight to the point and talk to you about certain things which concern our joint efforts here in the IPU. And I will prefer to speak in Russian, so those of you who yet have not learned Russian, please take on your earphones. Уважаемые коллеги,
distinguished colleagues, we have a common theme of discussion which is formulated as common challenges to democracy, and it is right because it gives us the opportunity for a broad discussion on different issues that should unite us. I admit that I'm very much sorry that this rostrum is used for quarrels between the states, and this rostrum is used is not correctly in order to settle down interstate problems, would not lead us to resolution of the problems and exacerbate our work. I would like to dwell on the common challenges that actually belong to the common agenda, and from this point of view, the whole range of these issues is particularly in the course of the pandemic COVID-19. The first block is connected with the knowledge sharing on producing laws on COVID-19. Should the vaccination of the population be mandatory or voluntary? Should we introduce QR codes, or should we use them selectively, or should this social support be mandatory, or a helicopter money should be provided to them? These are the issues which we should discuss at general debate. And the second issue that we would like to get focused on in terms of the emergency item, this is the uninterrupted activity of the Parliament in the pandemic, during the pandemic. Unfortunately, our Assembly hasn't been able to organize this Assembly in person now. It has become possible, and I would like to extend thanks to our Spanish hosts for doing that, and also to the IPU. And we have different experience of functioning in these circumstances. Some parliaments work uninterruptedly. Some parliaments interrupted their work for a certain period of time. I believe that we should exchange better knowledge and better practices, and we're prepared to share this knowledge, because we haven't cancelled any meeting in person during the pandemic. We have passed more than 300 bills which provide assistance to people affected by the COVID-19. And finally, and this is the third block that should unite us, and this is the issue of sanctions and the acceptability of sanctions imposed on the parliamentarians. I would like to draw your attention to the following situation. You all saw as today and yesterday the EU countries attacked the neighboring Belarus, and do you know what had happened before? The EU countries did not provide for a visa, entry visa to the head of the Belarus delegation. He's on the list of speakers and the number 22. But he's not with us because the visa hasn't been issued in due time for them. This is the fundamental right of democracy, and the initiators of this theme actually did not issue visas in due time to the speakers, and particularly to the speaker of the Belarus. And this is an ordinary thing, unfortunately, with this, and this is an example, and an example before you, and I'm being sanctioned by 3 countries, by the United States, as well as Canada and Ukraine. I don't know why I have been sanctioned by these countries, perhaps due to my political views or some other crimes, perhaps, or some... I haven't committed any crimes anyway. And you know why it happens? Under the EU sanctions, I managed to visit the UN meetings in New York, but they prohibited me to visit the headquarters of the IPU, which is in the proximity to UN headquarters, and Mr. Chungon, IPU Secretary General, was supposed and was forced to come to the UN. Otherwise, this meeting wouldn't have been possible. And as a Russian parliamentarian, hadn't been issued the visa, and I was the member of the official delegation, and since that time I haven't been issued any visa to the United States. And as a parliamentarian, I have been prevented from participating in different political events. And I believe this platform is a very good place for consolidating our efforts against the sanctions against the parliamentarians. And this is how democracy should work. And I believe that the committee will support our idea, our resolution sponsored by the Russian Federation on the unacceptability of sanctions against the parliamentarians, and I look forward to your support and to the adoption of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and now I'm going to ask Cabo Verde to take the floor, and afterwards we will have Greece.
Senhor Presidente da União Interparlamentar.
Well, Mr. President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, fellow members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, the news we have today about the state of democracy is discouraging and calls for everyone to unite to reverse the situation. We are told that the world is becoming more authoritarian and that democratic governments are moving backwards, resorting to repressive practices and weakening the rule of law. The report from the International Institute for Democracy and Social Assistance tells us that the number of democratic states where there have been setbacks in the parameters evaluated has doubled in the last decade, including countries considered to be of a consolidated democracy. The finding is that more than 2/3 of the world's population now lives in shrinking democracies or autocratic regimes, and that the number of countries in transition to authoritarianism outnumbered by 2020 those that are moving towards democracy, with the world losing democratic regimes through rigged elections or military coup. this global democratic crisis is compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic due to measures taken to address this health tragedy. We are all aware of the threats to democracy around the world. There has been no lack of speeches calling for the defense and consolidation of democracy. Actions have been implemented in this sense. However, it is necessary to reinforce these actions, to be more pragmatic and more incisive. Short, medium and long-term measures to preserve and consolidate democracy must be defined and implemented. What is necessary, what is needed, however, is an exhaustive diagnostics about the real causes of the discredit of democracies and the threats to them. A transversal diagnosis, that is, one that seeks to leave clues about the causes intrinsic to democratic institutions and political leaders, and, on the other hand, the reasons that have to do with the citizens, the represented. The temptation is almost always to see what is around us, without, however, turning inward. Are we to blame or not? Are we responsible or not? If yes, what are we doing to overcome? What is the level of participation of young people, of women in our countries, namely in governments, in decision-taking bodies? With pro-participation of population, the inclusion that we all talk about, has it been translated in practice, or is just part of circumstantial speeches and political cosmetics? We need countries to bet on the construction of economy with high level of growth, sustainable and inclusive, in order to overcome the key conditions, the vulnerabilities, unemployment, poverty and inequalities, in order to everyone should have peace and prosperities. Inclusion is a condition. Cohesion and national, therefore, assets are inalienable and protected by all national political actors. Cape Verde, a small island state in development, assumes democracy, freedom and human rights as basic assets for social and economic development and as the fundamental factors for inclusion, cohesion and national unity. Therefore, assets that are inalienable and protected by all national political actors. There is almost a national consensus that we must improve our democracy so that it becomes more and more solid. Between October 2020 and November, we had 3 elections: municipalities, parliamentary and presidential, all free and democratic, respecting preferences and acceptance specifically of results. This is an example. Not even during the pandemic 2019 has stopped us to implement democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's always preferable to have free votes than to bullets, truth to populism, transparency and good governance to corruption. All conditions must be created so that elections are increasingly free and democratic transitions of power are part of our attitudes and actions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much to Cape Verde. And now I will give the floor to the representative of Angola. After Angola, we will have the representative of Greece who will take the floor.
Your Excellency, President Eduardo Pacheco, President of the IPU, Secretary General of the IPU, and President of this conference, ladies, fellow members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me, on behalf of my delegation, who is with me and representing Your Excellency, the President of the National Assembly of the Republic of Angola, to bring your greetings, but also our recognition for the excellent working conditions that have been organized for this 143 IPU Assembly. I would also like to tell us of our enormous satisfaction to be here today with you. The theme for this debate, contemporary challenges for democracy, overcoming divisions and building communities, answers without any doubt to the demands of today's world, profoundly marked by the growth of economic inequalities, structural inequalities, reducing the trust in political systems, more and more waves of migrants, among others. These challenges have been aggravated by the pandemic COVID-19 and have been discussed by politicians, academics and civil society around the world, as it has been referred numerous times in this debate. And now, focusing myself on our debate, and in order to give my input for a reflection that can allow for us parliamentaries from around the world, elements for reinforcing our ability of cooperation and political dialogue for the construction of more inclusive societies, I'd like to bring to your consideration certain elements, in my view, importance for this debate. So, I'd like to start by thank you for the role that has been played by the IPU concerning the integration and social affirmation of women and young people in the political world agenda. Although still not big in numbers, in 11.3% in 2015 to 25.5% in 2021, in particular in America and in Europe, with growth rates of 19.7% and 17.2% respectively. This information about inclusion, representation of all levels of society in the decision-making processes, is of extreme importance, especially at the Parliament level, as parliaments are, in general, known constitutionally as represented bodies by the citizens who express the sovereign will of the people and have the legislative power of the state. It's up to the Parliament, or the House of Laws, as we also know it, that is democratically known to approve, discuss not only laws for the implementation of public policies, which should be inclusive and sustainable, but also to approve state budgets that should guarantee the stability and a fair division of the richness. And then again, recognition of the materialization of the objectives, or the implementation of these objectives, demands a hard work of previous dialogue through the creation of political agreements, not only through inter-parliamentary structures, but also engaging governments and civil society. In my view, this is where there are big discrepancies, not only what it is to be done, but also on how to do. That has raised the rise of political polarization, which sometimes brings culture of intolerance, creating or destructuring confidence and bringing dysfunctionalities in certain situations to parliaments. Third point, in my view, very important, is related to the fact that it's important that take into account that parliaments are in general composed by parliamentary groups of political parties with the elected MPs based on the applicants or the candidatures of their own parties. This situation, very often marked by ideological separations and other subjective reasons, and the undue use and the difficult use of social media are bringing problems to the democracy. Facing these challenges, we should take into account that the relationship between person and the community is the base of ethical and politics, and is fundamental to take into account the urgency to bring more focus to education systems in order to have a civic education which would include the development of democratic spirit and promote solidarity among humans. And I finish quoting Paulo Freire, and the philosopher of Portuguese language. We need to reduce the distance between what we say and what we do, so that in such a moment what you are saying is what you do. End of quote, Paulo Freire.
And now I'm going to ask Greece to take the floor, and afterwards we'll have our host country, Spain.
Thank you, Chairman. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a minute, to spare a minute, because the representative of Turkish delegation accused Greece for pushback in the Aegean. First of all, I should say that it is a self-evident obligation for any country to safeguard and secure its borders. Having said that, it is undisputable that the Greek authorities operate with absolute respect for international and European law, as well as the rules of involvement at sea. After all, Greece has consistently demonstrated its commitment to applying international law at any time. Turkey, on the other hand, not only does not respect its commitments to the European Union regarding the refugees, but on the contrary, seeks the illegal entry of refugees and immigrants to Greece. Turkish Coast Guard clearly escort migrants to the sea border, disregarding their safety. The visual evidence is well known to everyone. From 2015, we had 5,500 incidents at sea, and Greece saved 250,000 people. These are the facts. Now, coming to the main item, the challenges for democracy. Different countries, ladies and gentlemen, face different challenges. Challenges stemming from the equality of their democracies, the existing political mentality, the country's history, financial or social problems, etc. In the European Union, during the last decade, some countries, including Greece, countered severe challenges due to the financial crisis and the widespread economic distress and austerity that brought our societies to its limits. It was a hard period that led to growing public discontent over social injustice and austerity measures, and gave the opportunity for the populism to rise, and especially the ultra-right populism. In addition, in 2015, while the financial crisis was at its peak, the migration crisis, with the highest levels of displacement ever recorded, knocked our door, Europe's door, and caused tremendous problems. The combination of these two crises, a lethal combination actually, was the reason for the rise of ultra-right and ultra-left populist movements in many European countries, fueling anti-European sentiments and racism that deepen social divisions. This, ladies and gentlemen, poses a threat to democracy. In Greece, we had a bad experience on that. Due to these two crises, the populists of the ultra-right party Golden Dawn found the space to move forward and became the third most powerful party in the Greek parliament. Unfortunately, this party turned against refugees and immigrants and used austerity measures to propel people's reaction, introducing fascist practices and national prominence rhetoric. This development illustrates the dangers that the political system and the political establishment faces when populations' discontent and distrust are present, and give us a clear signal for the necessary changes and immediate actions we have to take. Greece's example visualizes also that social division can lead to a serious challenge for democracy, but also shows that this crisis can be overcome by strong and stable democratic institutions, institutions respected by the people, and of course by democratic practices. Ladies and gentlemen, we are committed to defend and protect our fundamental values, the rule of law, human rights, and our democratic system. We have to protect social cohesion, strengthen community rebuilding, and enhance democratic practices. And the best way to achieve that is by persistently implementing policies against people inequities and inequalities and social divisions, against poverty and austerity, and by strengthening democratic institutions. Nevertheless, we, the parliamentarians, have to enhance our cooperation, share knowledge and experience, and provide our governments with ideas and policy proposals in order to overcome challenges and strengthen democracy. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Turkey would like to take word and point of order.
سيتم لاحقا. والآن أدعو أسبانيا
We shall give the floor to Turkey later on. Now we call upon Spain to take the floor.
Dear President, dear friends, freedom, democracy, and human rights in most of our societies are not guaranteed forever. And it's not guaranteed naturally or free of cost. Freedom, democracy, and human rights are conquests of civilizations, which at some point in history become threatened. For that reason, not all countries currently enjoy those essential aspects for happiness and for humans to thrive. This is why we shall always be willing to defend them and to fight for them. Dear friends, currently all countries face challenges. And if these challenges are not tackled, they can result in steps back in those basic principles: inequality, the burdening of gaps in society, the falling apart of trust in political systems, in institutions, and why not say it? Also, trust in politicians is breeding ground for lack of commitment, for populism, and for social divides. We all wish to have a culture of tolerance, dialogue, trust, peaceful conflict resolution, and reaching of agreement and common ground from the perspective of common pluralism. But we perceive that there is currently an increase in political polarization, which has a negative impact on the efficacy and credibility of parliaments and makes it difficult for agreeable solutions to make progress, to result in plans, developments and measures for countries to implement. Another risk for a harmonious progress of our democratic societies, which has been emphasized with the COVID-19 pandemic, has been the dissemination of disinformation, harnessing the development of new technologies, which is something that results in frustration and often rage, and also impacts trust, undermining social and democratic values. But when there's challenges, there's also solutions. We must improve participation mechanisms so that we can have greater involvement by society, greater commitment, and an improvement in civic education from an open standpoint. And in order for this to happen, first we need political leadership to make progress in the right direction. And in addition, we need cooperation and solidarity so that we can agree on the progress to be made at the regional, national, and international levels so that we can adequately safeguard our democracies. In addition, dear friends, promoting a culture of collaboration and political dialogue will help us overcome divisions and create more inclusive societies. And finally, we need to reinforce the relevance and the perception of the efficacy of representative institutions, also cooperation between the different political levels, the promotion of evidence-based decisions so that we can obtain efficacious policies. We need to fight disinformation and hate speech, and we need to promote freedom of expression. The IPU, dear friends, has not gone blind before these challenges. A few years ago, we made progress in the challenge to improve the people's participation in our work, which will result in our World Parliamentary Report together with the United Nations Programme for Development. And undoubtedly, this will help us introduce improvements in parliamentary communities. We also have a strategy for 2022-2026, and that has represented progress along these subject matters. Also, on our main values in analyzing current environments in our strategic approaches, and also responding to strategic priorities and establishing strategic objectives. In finishing, dear friends, I'd like to say that I would like to wrap up by thanking you all, each and every single one of you, on behalf of the Spanish delegation, which is here with me, for being here with us in our country. We would like to tell you that we've done everything in our hands in order to organize in a very few weeks this assembly. In spite of our best will, we apologize for any mistakes we may have made because we are human. But we hope that you are enjoying yourselves and that you continue to do so with our hospitality, with our appreciation, with our gratitude, and most importantly, with our friendship. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Spain. And on behalf of everybody, I would like to say to Spain, thank you so much for the generous hosting and the excellent organization. And now we have come to the end of all the interventions. However, I would like to give the floor for 2 minutes to Greece because they have the right to respond. So please, you can respond from your place.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, regarding the accusations that the Turkish representative said about Greece and pushbacks and inhuman behavior, we certainly deny these accusations. As I said just a little while ago, Greece acts in accordance with the national law and the rules of the involvement at sea. And having said that, it's literally speaking, Turkey has not the right to accuse Greece. If we just consider what happened last year in Evros River, when the Turks manipulated the human tragedy and tried to and push all these refugees to our borders with the aim to destabilize Greece and the European Union. Again, Greece, of course, has the right to protect its borders, and these borders are the European borders. And we certainly acting in accordance with the national law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
شكرا جزيلا اليونان. والآن أعطي حق الرد لتركيا بناء على اللائحة للرد على الكلمة وليس للرد على
And now I give the floor to Turkey according to the right to respond. So please, from your place again, you may answer.
When our speaker was speaking, he was referring to a number of incidents that took place. Of course, as the honorable speaker from Greece mentioned, everyone has the right to protect their borders. We have no problem there, we agree. However, when we do this, we need to make sure we don't let any more lives be lost, that no more people are being killed. According to international agreements, everyone has a right to live, and refugees should be able to flee for their lives, and we have to accept them. What our speaker made reference to is something that was in Greek local news. It's titled Letter from Samos Residents to Mitsotakis. So if you read that article, and you can see the also the videos that are related with that. And as to the allegations related to Turkey, I don't think anyone has the right to blame Turkey about anything. I'm not going to answer the allegations because they're not true. But Turkey has, since the beginning of the crisis in Syria, continues to host more than 4.5 million people. And I don't think anyone in the European Union or anyone here has a right to criticize Turkey on that, because we have had a humanitarian stand from day one. And with our relations to EU, we're open about it. And we know that, and our counterparts in EU know that, know who has not kept their side of the agreement. So I think this is a humanitarian crisis. Everyone has a right to defend their borders, but not killing anyone while defending their borders. Thank you so much. And I want to just finish by thanking the wonderful hosts from Spain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you so much. Now we shall close this morning session, and I would like to wish you bon appetit. I hope you will enjoy your lunch, and I would like to remind you that we will have the afternoon session at 2:30, and the floor will be first to Nigeria and then Lebanon. Thank you so much. Good luck, and see you at 2:30.
your microphone on, and your voice is being heard by everyone who has chosen the
Farsi. Wow.
microphone on so that your voice is heard in English.
انجامش میدم. اون دو تا جمله رو من دقت میکنم، هر جا چیز بود عوضش میکنم. اون رو دیگه شما نمیتونید بهش توجه بکنید. اینجا باید لیوان آبم براش بذارید. صدای من داره میاد.
Se lo voy a decir yo ya, a lo mejor me adelanto, y ahí cómo funciona eso.
time you talk. When it's 30 minutes, 30 seconds left,
Yes.
3 seconds left, will be
No,
orange.
Okay.
Will be orange, and then when it's red,
Legisladoras y legisladores,
Legislators,
bienvenidos al debate general de
welcome
nueva
to this
cuenta.
general debate.
Mi nombre es Marcela
Once
Guerra,
again,
soy la
my name is Marcela Guerra. I'm the Vice
vicepresidenta de la mesa
President
directiva
of
de la
the
Cámara de Diputados en mi país,
Executive
México.
Committee of
Y
the
bueno,
Chamber of
combinarlos a que
Deputies
vamos a
in my
seguir
country, Mexico,
con el
and
debate
I
general,
want
que
to
como
invite you
ustedes
to
saben se
resume the
titula
general
Los
debate,
desafíos
which, as you well
contemporáneos
know,
de la
is called
democracia
Contemporary
y
Challenges
el
to Democracy
fortalecimiento de la cohesión para
and
construir
the
comunidad.
strengthening of cohesion
Adelante.
in order to build community. Please go ahead.
Vamos a empezar, para que tome el
Let's
uso de la
begin
palabra, Nigeria.
by giving the floor to Nigeria.
Se prepara Líbano, por favor.
Could Lebanon be
Gracias.
prepared to take the floor after Nigeria, please?
Thank you, Mr. President, Secretary General, heads of delegations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am here as head of delegation from Nigeria and also to read the speech of our President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Ahmad Ibrahim Lawal, PhD, CON, to the general debate on the contemporary challenges to democracy, overcoming division, and building community at the 143 Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly held in Madrid, Spain, 26-30 November 2021. The challenges of democracy and the need to overcome divisions and build community are issues central to the management of pluralism in the times we are in now. Democracy has largely been equated with guaranteeing a higher level of citizen participation. It has involvement, inclusion, and representation considering the divergences of systems and societies. The different sections of the population would always have to be accommodated if to ensure belonging and build harmony before peace, growth, and development. In doing this, however, democracy emphasizes dialogue and debate towards consensus building. This process also imagines a greater understanding, trusting that improvement will be made in the exchanges between individuals, parties, and interest groups. This may, however, not be the case sometimes, often leading to deep-seated disagreement and the widening of differences, rather than fostering of harmony. We have been witnesses to this trend in recent years, especially with some menacing issues like limited resources, health emergencies, the rise of non-state actors, controversial ideologies, inadequacies of leadership, and overpopulation, among other circumstances. Despite the integrative intentions of democracy, there have been polarizations because of these elements. This polarization, however, represents a shade of the challenges of democratic governance. The implication of this is that polarization is one more challenge that can be dealt with through short and long-term measures. Well, the short-term measures will revolve around an everyday consciousness of diversity and the need for an attendant assurance of leadership, commitment to integration. The long-term measures will emerge from a practical sense of belonging, when citizens appreciate tangible evidence of growth and development. These tangible elements can be seen as infrastructures, utilities, and services, while the intangible would be in the feeling of inclusion and some atmosphere of freedom that democracy envisages. Achieving this, however, a function of dialogue which can be enhanced through efficient communication between the state and the citizens on the one hand, and among the arms of government on the other hand. A good communion would not only develop from this expectation, but would reinforce the place of politics as one of the agreement and disagreement, the management of difference, and the triggering of progress through a synergy of ideas in a collective. Social and political differences already have acquaintance in Parliament. This means the Parliament is an aggregation of divergence seeking common ground. The ability of Parliament to find this ground is evidence of the success of democracy and a sign of victory for citizens who are represented in the Parliament. A culture of tolerance, peace, and richness of thought with a commitment of advancement are precursors for the parliamentarian success. The Parliament imparts a disposition of freedom, the freedom to be heard as citizens and the right of well-being as people. Just as a representative presents the case of the constituents, the citizen also requires opportunities to relate concerns to representatives. The freedom to be expressive in this context should be assured for the success of democracy to be guaranteed. This freedom to be communicative, albeit with some sense of responsibility, is also not limited to one space. In modern times, it has spread beyond the traditional offline world to the newer online realm. The walls are significant for offering expanded channels to communications, which are in sync with the options that should be possible in a democracy. Regardless, and like I have earlier said, we should be mindful of basic social responsibilities as citizens, which can help us guide against mischief, mispresentation, disinformation, and such likes. Other than this is the need to ensure a wholesome democratic culture where all parts of the population, especially the vulnerable, like women, youth, and disabled, are captured in the cause and the cause of democracy. This will be consistent with the integrative plan of the system of the government, not just based on the geography, but also on the different sections of human within the practice. With the Parliament, a part of the advancement of democracy is already laid.
Concluya, orador.
What is implementation with are now concerned. Focusing on this should include the suggestion of tactics and strategies for sustainable. I am confident we are doing this, and I am assured we shall succeed. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Gracias, Nigeria.
Thank you, Nigeria. We will now give the floor to Lebanon, and please, Gambia, be ready to take the floor after Lebanon. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, President of the IPU, Honorable Speaker of the Spanish Parliament, Honorable Speaker of Parliaments here in present, representatives of observatory bodies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol respectfully observed. I stand here before you today as the head of delegation from the Gambia, reading the speech on behalf of our Deputy Speaker of Gambian Parliament. I bring you greetings from the people of the Gambia. I am indeed delighted to be given this opportunity to address this August gathering, making the 143rd IPU Assembly taking place here in Madrid, Spain. At the outset, I wish to express my appreciation on behalf of the National Assembly of the People of the Gambia for the efforts of the Honorable Speaker of Spain Parliament in organizing this very important meeting. I would also like to extend my profound gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Duarte Pacheco, the IPU President, as well as Mr. Martin Chengun, the IPU Secretary General, and colleagues here present, for the decent planning and well-coordinated event which is the first in person of IPU assembly since the outbreak of the COVID pandemic-19. Mr. President, the theme of the 143rd Assembly is DOPE, Parliamentary Action to Uphold and Galvanize Democracy Around the World, is apt and well chosen, as it comes at a time when democracy, governments have not necessarily created sustainable change within the society or provide a great benefit for the people. It is therefore important for parliaments and parliamentarians around the world to come to terms with the reality that democracy is not perfect and there is always a work in progress. Recognizing the fact that the ability to capture the diverse interests of society is indeed a tall order. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I have the belief that it is up to parliaments to wield their legislative powers to reform the electoral process, apply quota representation of women and young people in parliament to bring about structured democracy as opposed to restricted democracy. I want to thank the IPU for championing the cause by challenging parliaments around the world. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it may interest you to note that Parliament of the Gambia is fully committed to upholding the cardinal principle of democracy, and it is in our fervent view that it should be practiced by using ideas of right-based approach, which puts people at the center of the development process, and that the people's need is no longer a mere responsibility of people themselves, but it involves an obligation for the states. Therefore, governments are duty-bound to respect and protect, fulfill all human rights, including the economic, socio-cultural, and civil and political rights set out in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. You will bear me witness that the 2017 marks a new beginning for the Gambia and the new government of His Excellency Mr. Adama Barrow, the third president in Gambian history, has inherited a poor functioning state apparatus when he took over, and the challenges facing the Gambia at the time were thus manifold and significant. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our parliaments, in its shared responsibility between government as implementers of policies and parliament as lawmaking institution or oversight body, stood by government to guarantee our citizens all-inclusive and representative government characterized by equal opportunity for all, irrespective of political religion or ethnological background. To this end, the Parliament of the Gambia, at its own level, has made some structural and legislative frameworks or reforms by passing into law the National Assembly Service Bill Autonomy Bill, the Women Enterprise Fund Bill, the National Health Insurance Bill, and the Disability Bill, and tentatively the formation of a women caucus, which is envisaged to be fully operational in the 6th legislature. It is also glorifying to note that the current political and legal development under President Adama Barrow are arguably more promising. Currently, the government had not only ended with revert some of the most egregious practices from former government, but also overseen the adoption of sweeping transitional justice system. Program undertaken to this effect, government include the Constitutional Review Commission and the Truth Reconciliation Commission, and also the Human Rights Commission, thanks to the government donor partners and, of course, National Assembly. Moreover, the opening of the political climate has also opened a margin of 18 political parties, implying that Gambians feel considerably freer now than before under the former regime. In conclusion, I am pleased to inform this August Assembly that elections are looming in large in the Gambia, with the presidential election slated for December 4th, 2021, and the parliamentary election in April 2022, respectively. Both elections are expected to be closely hot and contested. Given the current level of political freedom and awareness of our electorate, and the multitude of political parties vying for the president's presidency against the incumbent. On that note, I thank you so much for your indulgence. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Gambia.
Thank you, Gambia. We will now give the floor to Israel, and Suriname should be ready to take the floor after Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chairperson. I dedicate my speech today to a very good friend, Barak Sharabi, who got killed today, 37 years ago, in a special military operation deep inside an enemy state land. I know that 179 countries have many issues that pose a serious challenge to democracy. So I choose today to concentrate on two real challenges. If we as a global organization can address these challenges properly, we'll not only improve the quality of life, but save lives, the lives of many people around the world. These challenges are the coronavirus and the virus of terrorism. Corona, much more than a virus. Over the past 2 years, the war on the coronavirus has given us an important perspective on the challenge of tackling global epidemics, both in the short and long term. This virus does not differentiate between countries. What does set countries apart in dealing with the virus is their level of transparency and sharing of pandemic data. Sharing with other countries both data about case numbers and information from studies and the effectiveness of vaccines or drugs is a global force multiplier in the war of epidemics. During the Spanish flu, during and after the First World War, about 500 million people were infected with the virus. Between 20 and 50 million died. In other words, between 5% and 10% of the patients. Differences in assessing the real information about the pandemic was a major factor in its spread. Governments took advantage of the war to avoid reporting on the event of the disease, and that is why the data range is so large. Spain was the country that stood out for the transparency of its data, and so the plague got the name the Spanish flu. Today, 250 million people worldwide have been infected by COVID-19, and 5 million of them have died, which means 2%. True, this is less than the plague 100 years ago, but the obvious question is, can we do more to reduce the death toll? In Israel, for example, 8,184 people have died out of 1.4 million people infected, which comes to 0.6%. As 2% of corona patients are dying around the world, Israel can help other countries and contribute its experience and relative success in the war on the virus. Today, the efforts against the pandemic are in a completely different place than they were just a year ago. The vaccines that have been developed around the world and that have been very effective in Israel must be available anywhere in the world. This is the #1 challenge for our organization, the IPU. When it comes to the virus of terrorism, international cooperation is required to combat terrorism just as it is needed in the face of pandemic. The virus of terrorism harms both democracies and non-democracies, but the roots lie in those countries that are non-democratic. The key incubator of most serious terrorist attack in history, carried out in the United States in September 2001, was Afghanistan. There is no doubt that in the last decade, Iran has become the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. The weekly rocket fire in recent years from Yemen to Saudi Arabia is planned in Iran. The Hezbollah terrorist organization in Lebanon, like Hamas and the Islamic Jihad in Gaza, carry out severe terrorist attacks against Israel, funded and directed in Iran. 2 years ago, Saudi Arabia's oil facilities were attacked from Iranian soil by dozens of cruise missiles and UAVs that destroyed half of Saudi Arabia's oil production capacity.
همچنان دارن به اتهاماتشون علیه ایران ادامه میدهند.
The interest of Syria to serve the interest of Iran. It is no wonder that when it comes to Iran commitments to the IAEA, Iran has always been required to address the information presented to it, but it never has updated what it's really doing with the number of nuclear programs. Iran is on the way to producing nuclear weapons if reasonable countries of the world won't stop them. The terrorism from ISIS as well, and the same is true of Al-Qaeda. They both were blocked by international intervention. In Israel, we have learned firsthand how much a lack of cooperation in the fight of terrorism requires a serious treatment by other countries. Suicide bombings became the mutation of shooting attacks. The rockets were a mutation of suicide bombers. If you can't send your suicide bomber to the city centers, you put the bomb on a rocket. But I want to finish my talk about mentioning what does it mean when you have an institute or an entity or a country who is sponsoring with money terrorists. When you pay, like the Palestinian Authority, salaries to terrorists in Israeli jail, you encourage terrorism. And I think that we, as IPU, we should focus on preventing such things to happen. If these are the two challenges that if we, the IPU, can meet, we will all live in healthier and much safer world.
Could you please start concluding?
Adopt a clear stance that decides that every terrorist is first and foremost a terrorist. We have 2 Palestinian parliamentarians that carried out terror attacks and were sentenced in Israel for life imprisonment and for 30 years. Here in this very IPU organization, we have representatives who claim for their release. So as I said, we must understand, terrorist is first and foremost terrorist, even though they are parliamentarians, never mind in what country.
Israel, concluya.
Israel, please conclude.
To conclude it, I say time and again, the only way to fight terrorism in the world is determination and effectiveness manner. If we in the IPU will adopt it, we shall be in a much safer and much healthier world. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Israel.
Thank you, Israel. Now we're going to give the floor to Suriname. And I'd like to clarify for our dear MPs that we are going to have a small recess in this discussion so that we can start with the discussion and the presentation on youth and gender. And afterwards, we will resume the general discussion at 3 o'clock. We now give the floor to Suriname.
Madam Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to express my delegation's deepest sympathy for the victims
in today's world due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Dear friends, as we all know, no country is left out from this pandemic. It is a challenge to all of us to fight this virus and ensure our health care. I also would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the people and Parliament of Spain and the IPU for hosting this in-person meeting in Madrid under challenging circumstances. We are also thankful for the opportunity to make a contribution on this very important topic concerning how political systems and parliamentarians can promote a culture of cooperation and political dialogue to overcome divides and build inclusive societies in today's world. We concur with this forum to underline the importance of this topic, aims eroding public trust in political system, growing polarization, and the spread of disinformation through social media. Let me present an overview on how we, in this diverse, peaceful, and colorful Republic of Suriname in South America, deal with this issue. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, there can be many reasons for polarization. Some of them are the following: social economic status, the unknown leads to not being appreciated, manipulation, backlogs of certain groups, divisions based on gender, race, religion, age, sex orientation, systems which can stimulate the above points are political parties, traditional media, social media, bloggers, vloggers, activists, and others. As mentioned before, improvement of social economic status, offering equal opportunity in policy making with a general political goal, amending the Constitution with non-dominance guarantees and attention for strategic grouping are key elements to prevent polarization. It is therefore necessary to build and create consultations platform with certain groups through existing structures, for example, district council and jurisdiction council members of residential areas. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important tasks for politics is to improve the dialogue system to strengthen the government body. In our system of multi-ethnic parties, we have made an effort to improve this to give them a better performance. This growth of our multi-ethnic, multicultural society can be rendered for providing a model. Political parties have an important role in this by presenting a plan for growth and process for each member and stimulate consultation between parties. Ladies and gentlemen, within the principles of good governance reflecting to the international and national rules governing the aspiration of the people, the aim is to expressing their role as representatives of the people. Parliaments developed on the base of what their society demands in addition to international rules and treaties. Parliaments they work to strengthen international relations with other parliaments of friendly countries through exchange program conference where extensive political dialogue is conducted and concrete actions are taken on various social issues that rise in the world in the Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, currently our Parliament is working on law such as Violence and Sexual Harassment at Work and Equal Treatment Labor Act. For underrepresented groups such as the indigenous people and the Maroon community, a draw law on the collective right of indigenous and tribal people in Suriname is tabled on the National Assembly as base for future discussion. Like many other countries, Suriname, as member of the United Nations, had committed itself to a Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs, and it is well its way to achieve the goals by 2030, taking into account the impact of climate change and current crisis caused by the COVID pandemic. In closing, I would like to stress the challenges of parliaments of developing countries coping with financial and economic sacrifices. In this regard, fighting corruption, but also access to concessional financing are of critical importance to strengthening the goals of the IPU. I thank you for your cooperation and attention, Madam Chair.
Gracias, Suriname.
Thank you, Suriname. Honorable Assembly, we are waiting for Mr. Duarte to arrive, the President of the IPU, and while he gets here, I'll give the floor to other speakers. So we're now going to give the floor to Niger. Mongolia, please be prepared. Thank you.
My dear colleagues, fellow MPs, brothers and sisters, dear friends, we thank God for allowing us to come from the world over. We, MPs, representatives of what this planet has with regards to countries and sovereign states, we are all present here today, gathered together for this 143rd IPU Assembly. These days are dedicated to finding answers to our vital questions, because the dysfunctioning of our political institutions and our parliaments is in a situation that is alarming for almost all of our democracies. And we obviously have to ask ourselves questions about the crisis in many shapes that we face the world over with regards to the lack of governance and due to our economic models that are based on exploitation, transformation, and wealth distribution. Also worried by the assassinations and terrorist attacks and wars that are scorching regions, whole regions, even continents, may I say. This crisis, this is just a euphemism. We should bravely and honestly speak about the failure of the IPU and the relationships between countries and the exercise of power in the different nations. We are in a state of rupture and failure, not political men or political institutions or political philosophies of the state institutions and international organizations can hide from criticism and suspicion and even hostility and constant attacks. We are being questioned. And this is a dramatic situation that has as a consequence dramatic situations that have an impact in our economy since last century. This is threatening our current model for democracy, which is that of the government of people, for the people, by the people. Citizens the world over are questioning everything once again. There is a loss of trust in every field of life. There is pessimism and a lack of trust. They don't even trust scientific reports and science itself. As we can see, recently, people are not trusting vaccines the world over, and this is alarming. We see that generally people do not feel well, and the disaster is in crescendo. Is the problem a lack of defense of minorities, isolated groups? Should we ask for women to better participate, or is it people with disabilities? There is a threefold gap, because there is a gap between the intellectual and political elites, and a gap between those who are vulnerable and those who are rich. We have a majority of poor and those who have been forgotten, and just a minority of rich people. And then there is a gap between those low-income nations and those industrialized nations. So there are three gaps. Constantly are we being bombarded with information and new technologies, but sophistication is not going to be the solution. What we need is to go back to our old dialogue between men. And for MPs who are chosen once and during their mandate, they're the only directors of the executive power, maybe should they start listening to all citizens, to all groups, to all layers in society. And they need to understand that they are the ones who have to take on the initiative of programs and projects that they have identified together with population, with groups and people. And for that to happen, it might be time for us to reduce considerably the number of mandates that each MP can take on. We need to discover another life within society outside of political life, because this political life is being way too long. In Africa, we need to have the solidarity philosophy, the philosophy of hospitality, of humanism, something that made men dialogue with their neighbors, with their peers, with their brothers, that would take us to a constant introspection and a dialogue with nature and God. My dear brothers and sisters, more than ever, we must ask ourselves about our condition as human beings. We need to consider a real culture of political dialogue and social dialogue. What I mean to say is that we have to rethink politics and the new political order. I hope that Madrid will enlighten us in our mission, in our role, so that we may be well inspired, be visionaries, so that our work will be the basis for the new determination and the identification and construction of a brotherly planet, a world of humankind in a brotherly atmosphere, with a great dream and utopia of the universal civilization that our poets sang about. And before I finish, I would like to thank all authorities in Spain for their organization, and we wanted to thank them for their hospitality and thank the people responsible of the IPU for having helped us ever since we started participating in this 143rd Assembly. So thank you very much, my dear friends. Let's fight for this dream that will become a reality if we wish it to be. We will manage, because we have to do it and can do it, and God will help so that we may achieve this human
opus. So thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much, Niger. I will now give the floor to Mongolia, and please, Belarus, be ready.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the IPU and the Parliament of the Kingdom of Spain for hosting the 143rd Assembly. I again thank you for providing an opportunity to speak at this Assembly under the given theme. It has been 30 years since Mongolia chose parliamentary democracy. During these 30 years, we had traveled over a long way with some obstacles, but at the same time, we have gained the confidence to persevere in our chosen path and have gained considerable experiences. Parliamentary democracy is a classic example of handing over the reins of governance to the people, and is the best solution for building a truly civil society. Today, I would like to share my country's experience in ensuring public participation in parliamentary activities, which is one of the challenges of modern democracy. Article 3 of modern Constitution of Mongolia, adopted in 1992 with the desire to ensure the objective and effective participation of citizens in parliamentary activities, states that all powers of the government of Mongolia shall be vested in the people. The people of Mongolia have the right to participate directly in the affairs of the state and to exercise this right through their elected representative bodies. Therefore, we have enshrined the principles in the law on the State Electoral Parliament of Mongolia, the law on procedure of the State Electoral, the law on public hearings, the law on laws, law on information transparency and the right to information, and in other related laws to ensure this constitutional right of our citizens. However, the results of some research show that this is not enough to increase citizens' participation in legislative and decision-making process of Parliament by the following three reasons. First, there is a lack of procedures to ensure the right to public participation enshrined in law. Second, there is a lack in effectively pressure officials through accountability, as it was unclear what responsibilities would be imposed on officials for non-compliance with the law on citizens' participation. Third, different platforms for public participation have not been developed, and at the same time, there is a lack of public awareness about the uses of existing platforms. Therefore, the Parliament of Mongolia approved the law on deliberative referendums, and in 2019, the Constitution of Mongolia was amended and the relevant laws were amended accordingly. But now, in order to effectively implement the provisions of these laws, we are focusing on ways to effectively involve citizens in the work of Parliament. For example, An electronic platform such as www.lawmaker.parliament.mn for lawmakers, lawforum.parliament.mn for citizens, and the public to vote on draft laws, and an e-petition system for receiving citizens' requests have been introduced. However, the most important measure we have taken is the proposal of law and oversight duty of the State Greater Parliament of Mongolia to ensure that the public has the opportunity to participate directly in state affairs through the elected representative bodies, and that it will lead to real positive result. This draft laws details the procedures norms for ensuring realistic public participation in Parliament and the effectiveness of participation, while establish accountability mechanisms to make it mandatory leverage. With the adoption of this law, the Parliament not only produces and forgets laws, but also has a real mechanism for effective citizen participation in parliamentary policy making, decision making, and legislative activity. With special control over the implementation of the adopted laws, a comprehensive citizen participation system will be in place to ensure that officials who do not operate the mechanism are to be held accountable. Thank you for the paid attention.
Gracias, Mongolia. Y por último,
thank you very much, Mongolia. And our final speaker will be Belarus.
Honorable delegates, Belarus has never been a source of instability. Due to some conditions beyond our control, Belarus has recently faced an increase in the flow of migrants from conflict-affected countries who cross its territory on their way to the EU. Despite EU's sanctions-driven decision to complete cooperation on international technical assistance projects to ensure security on the EU's borders with Belarus, we continue ensuring common interests in the field of regional security and border protection. From the very beginning of this crisis on the western border of Belarus with the EU neighboring countries, we actively raised this problem in a number of international humanitarian organizations. First of all, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and the International Organization for Migration. Then many others, including International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, International Committee of the Red Cross, and World Health Organization. Belarus is completely open in cooperation with the interested international agencies. We have nothing to do with the emergence of this crisis, and we have nothing to hide. From 20 to 23 of November, two delegations of the European Commission's Directorate General for Civil Defense and Humanitarian Aid Operations visited Border Zone and Logistics Center, which houses refugees and migrants. At the same time, we don't see similar opens on the part of Poland. We all very well understand the reason for their behavior. They don't want the facts human rights violation of asylum seekers to become known to the world community. In fact, this migrant crisis reveals the dark side of the EU, the true face of politicians who declare their values and at the same time build fences and support policy of pushback towards asylum seekers. We are also astonished to hear that the EU countries to call on Belarus to cooperate with international organizations and even claims that Belarus does not allow humanitarian aid to the refugees. An effective channel has been established in Belarus for the collection, delivery and distribution of humanitarian aid to people on the border through the Belarusian Red Cross. It suits everyone, including international organizations. Belarusian doctors provide all necessary medical care to migrants affected by the actions of the Polish side. In any case, current situation on the border should not become commonplace. It's important to identify quickly practical steps to relocate people to countries where they wish to seek asylum or help them to rejoin with their families. We are convinced that the solution of the migration crisis is possible only through dialogue and cooperation between the countries concerned. After all, everyone knows that after the presidential elections in Belarus in 2020, the EU is trying to impose a negative image on Belarus, on international community, while rudely misleading everyone about the real state of affairs in our country. Thank you very much for your attention.
Gracias.
Thank you, Belarus. Honorable Assembly, we have finished with the list of speakers for this general debate for now, and we will now start with a special segment on youth and gender, as I said previously, so that we can later on resume this general debate at 3:30. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I came back to you, and in this special moment, allow me to say, because we are talking about one essential campaign, not just for IPU, but I believe that to all of us, parliamentarians, and to democracy as well. I say yes to youth in Parliament. Honourable Speakers of Parliament, dear colleagues, we all understand how it is important, the presence of youth in Parliament, the energy, the availability to accept change is essential in our democracies. I said yesterday in the opening remarks that democracy is like a flower. We should give water every day to achieve a sustainable democracy. Sometimes we forget it, like health. And when we lost, we will understand how important it was. And so, to have a more inclusive democracy, to have a stronger democracy, is always important to involve the young people in politics and, of course, their representation in our parliaments. We have a lot of challenge right now in front of all of us. We have challenge that will affect not just our life, but the life of the next generations. And so the contributions of young people and from young MPs are very important to address us, to tell us how we may resolve these problems, how we will survive with this challenge, and to give them a better and a stronger democracy. That's why I really committed, personally committed with this campaign. I say yes to young people. I say yes to youth in all parliaments. And that's why, dear colleagues, I am now very happy to give the floor to the President of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, Ms. Sara Albazar. She is not, unfortunately, here with us. Health reasons didn't allow her to come to Madrid. Of course, all of us wish our colleague a very soon and a great recovery, but she will join us in a video message. And we will see how she and the young parliamentarians, what they think about this campaign, Say Yes to Youth in Parliament. May we see the video, please?
Mr. President, honorable speakers of parliaments, dear distinguished parliamentarians, I wish I could be with you in person in such special occasion. I am honored to address you on behalf of the Forum of Young MPs. In the last 10 years, the IPU had made great efforts to empower young people. We now have the forum to bring us all together from around the world. We also have concrete data about the youth in parliaments, and we have policy guidance on how parliaments can open up the doors for the youth and young people, and empowering trainings for young MPs. The infrastructure is there. What is still needed is the political will to bring everything together. This is what the campaign is all about, and this is why your support is so important. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to give the floor to the young MPs. So now I will give the floor to the former President of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians. Is a friend of us, and it's with great pleasure that I will give the floor to our colleague Melvin Bova.
Thank you, Mr. President, also a friend of the youth and young MPs in particular, Mr. Secretary General, and all here on the table, also colleagues all over the place, and especially our young members of parliament. As former speaker, president of the Forum of Young MPs, and a voice for young people, I know that of our world, the youth are facing many national but also international challenges. Many are worried about tomorrow. They're all friends, members of parliament, and colleagues. We need everyone working together to solve these problems and create a better future. In this process, there need to be no difference between young and old MPs, men or women MPs, or any other differences. We need to work together, all hands on deck. I invite you all, dear colleagues and friends, also to say yes to youth in Parliament and be there to change the situation and be there to change also what we are calling for. I'm pleased to present you a short video which captures our voice and explains what the campaign is all about.
The world is changing. The pandemic, the climate emergency, and new technology present great challenges to politicians everywhere.
Political decisions taken today and tomorrow will change the world for centuries to come.
Yet right now, these decisions are being made without adequate participation of young parliamentarians.
Half of the world's population is under 30, yet they are represented by only 2.6% of the world's elected parliamentarians.
لم يكن العمل معا أكثر أهمية من أي وقت مضى.
Yet they are missing out the voice and expertise of the younger generations.
There is so much talent and energy out there, but too many young men and women feel excluded from politics.
To be truly representative and to foster democracy and long-term prosperity, change is needed from inside parliaments. That's why the IPU has launched a new campaign called I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament.
Nous demandons à tous les parlementaires de prendre des mesures transformatrices en disant
yes to promoting youth quotas. Yes to legislating to align the age of eligibility for parliamentary office with that of voting. Yes to supporting channels for youth perspectives in Parliament. Yes to empowering young parliamentarians already in office. Yes to mentoring young aspirants to political office. And lastly, yes to advocating for the I Say Yes campaign in my parliament, for others to join the movement.
By taking action to get more young men and women into parliament, we, MPs of all ages, can leave the ultimate legacy, securing the future of democracy.
Say yes today.
قل نعم اليوم.
Say yes today. Take the pledge.
Say yes today. Take the pledge.
Say yes today. Take the pledge.
Say yes today. Take the pledge.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. So, as you saw, this campaign is not just to youth, it's to all of us parliamentarians, because they wish to change, but they are not available to get it alone. They need our help, and just if we work together, the change may happen. So, please, this campaign is not only for young MPs, but to MPs from different ages. Please, today we are calling you to take the pledge. It's so easy to do it. But just you may just scan the QR code in that brochure that is in your tables, and this way you will say, yes, I am with the youth. Yes, I will say yes to youth in parliaments. So, as we are not talking about just a campaign involving young MPs, I will give you the floor now, also by video, to the Madam Speaker of Uruguay, of the General Assembly of Uruguay, and Vice President of the Uruguay. Please, Madam Argimon, you have the floor. May we see the video?
The Parliament of Uruguay would like to echo the campaign of the IPU and say yes to youth in Parliament. Undoubtedly, this is an extremely important campaign, which is strengthening the essential contribution to be made by new generations to parliamentary work, with a great exchange of glances amongst different generations. And indeed, this is why from our nation we want to encourage all individuals to participate in our sessions, to allow them to express themselves so that they can be heard by political parties. And we think that with activities of this kind, we'll be working for a greater democratic quality. So indeed we say yes to more youth in Parliament.
Thank you, Speaker Argimon. And it is always a pleasure to see MPs, and allow me to say especially speakers less younger, involved and to be so committed with this campaign. So, dear colleagues, please, we are on track. This is not the end of the process. We will finish the process when we have real parliaments and with more young people represented. Please help us to get to the change. Please help us to say yes to youth in parliaments. Thank you so much for attending this special moment in our assembly. Because our life is full of special moments, now we are going to another one. And on this special moment of our assembly, we will launch joint IPU UN Women Handbook on Gender Responsive Lawmaking. The gender participation in politics is always important to the IPU. Not just for me as president, but for a long time to all presidents of the organization, to the secretariat, to, I believe, to the great majority of members of parliament. And so it's a very important moment. I will now move to one presentation of this handbook. Please, we will see a video about it. Thank you. Dear colleagues, I don't know if you have the idea that globally today, women only enjoy 2/3 of the legal rights of men. We are on the second decade of the 21st century, but women still has just 2/3 of the rights of a man, something that is impossible to accept. We know that equality on a paper, it will not be enough if we don't change mentalities. But it may be one first step to get what we wish, real equality between men and women. The law, and we are parliamentarians, so we make laws, sends a signal of what is possible to, what is acceptable or not in a society. It is the beginning of everything. The law also provides a basis to implement positive measures to fight inequalities. These include measures to guarantee equal access by men and women to leadership positions, not just in a political career, but also in economical, on the economy, also in enterprises, and educational opportunities for all. Also, the law must protect from violence and abuse on the basis of gender, something that is impossible to accept. At the end of the day, we know that societies that are more equal are more resilient, more developed, and more peaceful. So this is not only the right thing to do, but the smart thing to do as well. This is why we have embarked on this journey with UN Women to develop a tool to support parliaments in legislating in a gender-responsive way. We count on the leadership of all of you here today to take the handbook home and implement it. This is one of the examples. Sometimes when I talk outside these assemblies with some speakers of parliament or with people across the world, they ask me, but what do you do after your assemblies? You met there, you discuss important issues, and after it. This is one example. You are MPs. You are members of parliament. It's possible to go on and to try to transform your societies to have a more equal and fair society. Please, take this handbook with you. It's always possible to identify best practices in a country A or a country B, and to adapt them and to apply to our own country. It's always possible to do better. Please, don't forget it. The handbook is for all of you. And this way, I will have one other statement by UN Women Deputy Executive Director Asa Reichner. May we see the video, please?
Excellencies, members of parliament, dear participants. It's a pleasure to address you today at the launch of IPU UN Women Handbook on Gender Responsive Lawmaking. UN Women holds its partnership with the IPU dear for many reasons, but especially because it helps to bring us closer to all of you who are members of parliament, regardless of your political affiliation. Your legislating power is key to unlocking the full potential of women and girls in your respective countries. Gaps in the law, as well as laws which discriminate against women and girls, entrench and perpetuate gender inequality, and they are a major barrier to women's ability to enjoy their human rights. According to UN Women's most recent estimates, 3.7 billion women and girls are currently living in countries where discriminatory laws are in place or key protections are lacking. Addressing inequality before the law requires a multi-stakeholder effort. This is why we are delighted to be working with the IPU and other partners in the implementation of the Equality in Law for Women and Girls by 2030, a multi-stakeholder strategy for accelerated action. The Handbook on Gender Responsive Lawmaking, which we are launching today, is an important part of this joint effort. The Handbook recognizes the urgent role that all parliamentarians must play in promoting gender-responsive laws and is intended to be of use to all members who wish to take action in this critical area of law reform. This is all the more important as countries build back better in a post-COVID-19 world. Parliamentarians are being called upon to support national responses through appropriate laws, policies, and budget allocations. Honourable parliamentarians, we know that change is possible. In these past 10 years, UN Women has provided expert knowledge and technical support to governments in almost 90 countries and has impacted an estimated 3 billion women and girls. All of these were achieved in close partnership with parliamentarians, The handbook now affords us with a unique opportunity to carry this work even further. We look forward to working with you in this renewed endeavor. Thank you so much, and I wish you a very successful assembly.
Thank you. Now I will give the floor to the IPU Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, our colleague Lesia Vasilienko, and to the IPU Secretary General and Chair of the International Gender Champions, Martin Chundong, to talk us about this handbook, the objectives of the handbook, and how it can help us to do a better job inside our own parliaments to achieve a more gender equilibrium and women defense rights, not just in politics, but in our society. So I will give the floor first to Mrs. Vasilienko.
Thank you, President. And it is very sad and unfortunate that today we continue to speak of gender inequalities as a plague of the 21st century. Gender inequalities, they still exist today in many different shapes and forms, and they became even more apparent and evident during the pandemic, which exacerbated many cases of gender inequalities. For example, women have been always at the forefront of the health response, but they are still paid less, and they occupy jobs in the health industry which are of a lower status than that of men. Then second, women do the largest share of unpaid care work. That is a fact. And this share of unpaid care work and household work has been on the rise during the pandemic, but the due recognition of this work has not. And the value of this contribution has actually been decreasing. And third, we have seen the incidences of domestic violence against women and girls going up in so many countries around the world during the pandemic. These trends, they show the fragility of our legal and policy frameworks, and they show also that we need to be doing more to reform legislation in essential areas, such as, for example, the area of inheritance, of nationality or divorce, and on the elimination of violence against women and girls. Legal reforms are not easy at all, even less so when they challenge the status quo which has been around for so long. Reforming legislation from a gender lens requires building alliances both within parliaments and beyond, between men and women, between majority and opposition, and between government, parliament and civil society. It requires seizing the momentum, working across party lines, and sometimes rowing against the tide. All of this can be time-consuming, but it is worth the wait. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vasilienko. And now the Secretary General of IPU, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As I take the floor, I would like to echo what we have just heard from the representative of UN Women, Ms. Regner, who says that the handbook we are launching today is part of a strategy that has been developed by UN Women in cooperation with the IPU and other stakeholders in order to ensure equality in the law by 2030. The handbook builds on existing commitments, but also on realities that have been experienced on the ground from a multitude of national contexts. It has been designed in close consultation with MPs from across the globe who have shared their experiences and views. I would like to use this opportunity to thank all those who have contributed and those who are showing strong commitment to this cause. Importantly, the handbook stresses that passing legislation is not enough. Many good laws are lagging behind in implementation because they are not well understood, they are not known, and those who are tasked with enforcing them do not have the necessary human and financial resources. Here again, it is our strong belief that parliaments and parliamentarians have a key role to play to make sure these laws are disseminated and that resources are directed towards implementing them. Parliament itself must have the necessary mechanisms and structures to advance this important agenda. The holistic approach that is outlined in the handbook is what is needed today so that we can reach the goal of full equality by 2030. Full equality by 2030. I want to join my colleague Anna Reina of UN Women to say that UN Women and the Inter-Parliamentary Union stand ready to support those parliaments that have the commitment to implement the recommendations contained in this handbook. I also join Mr. President in calling strongly for your leadership in this particular area. So, Mr. President, can we then symbolically show this handbook to everybody as a means of launching it officially?
Okay. Please. This way. Join us.
Yes,
Join
come
us.
on.
So. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Vasilienko. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. And this way, we will finish this moment. But please, what is important was not the moment. The important is what we may and we should do in our own parliament tomorrow. This campaign is something that is essential to democracy. Please take the book with you and read it, and after it, try to improve your own parliament. It's always possible to improve our own parliament. And this way, we will have a stronger democracy. Thank you so much for attending this moment. And we will go to the first moment of this assembly. We will launch the joint IPU, African Parliamentary Union regional study on sexism and violence against women in parliaments in Africa. And so I will, this is a regional study, but very important one because it shows that a lot of things is possible to do, and also the reality that we may find there maybe in some cases are not so different to the reality we may find in our own parliaments. But now we have a study that shows clearly that violence against women in parliaments also exists, and we need to fight it. I will give you the floor to the Secretary General and I will invite him, of course, to tell us more about the IPU work on this matter. Please, Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished members, delegates to this assembly, as you know, and as we have said very clearly over several decades now, one of the major goals of the IPU is to achieve the full and effective participation of women in politics. We also have the ambition of transforming all parliaments to become gender-sensitive institutions and workplaces where women can fulfill their duties safely and on an equal footing with men. Among the obstacles to achieving these objectives, sexism and violence against women in Parliament is one of the most devastating. Before the pioneering work of the IPU on this matter, there was no data to assess the nature and extent of the problem. So, in order to better understand and address the issue, we conducted a global study in 2016 and then a first regional study covering parliaments in Europe in 2018. Both studies revealed that sexism, harassment, and violence against women happen everywhere, as you said, Mr. President, in parliaments worldwide. Today, the new study that we are launching, which focuses on Africa, is also intended to shed light on this issue. It has been done in partnership with the African Parliamentary Union, APU, and I salute the presence amongst us today of Mr. Idi Galdo, Secretary General of the African Parliamentary Union. We also have been pleased to enjoy the contribution and support of national parliaments in Africa. The data for the study were collected through confidential interviews with some 224 serving women parliamentarians and female parliamentary staff in 50 countries, in 50 parliaments in Africa. To make the survey as representative as possible, effort was made to conduct interviews with 3 women MPs from each of the 50 parliaments concerned. Their experiences form the template for this study and shed light on a reality which we cannot deny, on a reality which we cannot ignore, on a reality which concerns all of us. Mr. President, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, because it's always important to remember and to summarize the commitment of IPU in this matter. And one example of it is that when the president of the executive committee is a man, we have a woman like vice president and first vice president. I remember we had a discussion, and members of the executive committee here, we discussed it in a very hard way, because we may choose another vice president as the first vice president. And we decided, no, if we have a man as president, we should have a woman as the first vice president. And the lady that was chosen to be the first vice president of the executive committee and so of IPU, our colleague Kanouté from Senegal, member of the executive committee. Congratulations for that position, Madame Kanouté. It's a pleasure for me to have you as first vice president, and I will give you the floor to present the study.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to congratulate you for the work that you are currently doing within the IPU. And I would also like to congratulate Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, and Mr. Secretary General, dear honorable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As our General Secretary has just highlighted it, this study is trying to break the silence and the persistent taboos that surround acts of violence that contribute to refusing women to have a political life, or that still question our skills and our competences due to the sole reason of being women. 80% of women MPs who were questioned and interviewed for this study have suffered psychological violence during their mandate. 67% have been the object of sexist remarks or behaviors. 42% have been threatened. Death threats, rape threats, violence or kidnapping. 40% have been sexually harassed, and 23% have suffered violence, physical violence. Those who participated in the interviews have declared that most of those violences were exercised by their colleague MPs, men MPs, those mainly coming from the opposition or the other political parties, but also from their own political party. Furthermore, 42% of the sexual harassment that has been done online is attributed to members of the population or have been anonymous attacks, and 30% of cases of intimidation are being done by members of the population, mainly during electoral periods. Women MP that suffer some sort of handicap, women who are under 40, unmarried women, and those coming from minority groups face greater levels of violence. It is also the case for those who belong to the political opposition in their countries, and those who position themselves in favor of women's rights and equality between men and women. This study has shown that these acts of violence are rarely denounced, and most of the parliaments don't even have a mechanism that would allow women to raise their voice in safety. It is important to remember that this impacts us all, both men and women. It is our duty to stop this sad reality. And Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, the time has come for me to congratulate the team that has been working around this problem, this issue, this topic that worries women in Africa, but also around the world. And I would like to congratulate Zena, Brigitte, Mariana, Graciela, all of these women, the whole team who has been working on this study. I wanted to say bravo and thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and I give you the floor back.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Vice-Presidente.
Thank you so much, Madame Vice President.
But allow me to say, I said it before, and we have data that may confirm the information. The problem is not just in Africa. It's all over the world, and also in Europe, and we have global database about it. And so I will give the floor to the President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Ms. Vasilienko, and I will ask her, it's real what I said, or it's just a regional problem in Africa?
Thank you, President. And definitely, you are absolutely correct. It is not a regional problem in Africa. It is a worldwide, global problem. And we can see this if we look at the percentage of psychological violence against women who are in Parliament. They are similar across 3 studies. So the number of cases of psychological violence is actually even slightly higher in Europe. And this can be explained very easily because the percentage of online attacks is higher in the European region. 58% of participants in the European study, compared with 46% in the African study, have been subject to such online attacks. This can be probably partly explained by the fact that there is more access and women have more access to the internet between the 2 regions. But also the level of physical and economic violence uncovered by the African study is markedly similar to the global study. However, with a prevalence of 39%, the level of sexual violence against women parliamentarians in Africa is considerably higher than that in Europe and in the rest of the world. The study suggests that this can be partly explained by the political, social, cultural and religious context in which women parliamentarians live in Africa. But regardless of these differences between the regions, we all know that it is not acceptable, it is not okay, and it is definitely not part of the job of being a parliamentarian wherever this question is concerned. Eliminating sexism and gender-based violence in their own setting must be a primary concern of all parliaments, all parliamentarians, all secretary generals and administrative staff in parliaments. And it is why such studies, like the one conducted by the IPU together with UN Women, are extremely important to us, to drawing more attention to the problem, to getting people and parliamentarians, both men and women alike, to talk about the issues, and finally to find solutions to these issues. With this I conclude, and thank you, President, for giving me the opportunity to have this remark.
Thank you so much for your participation and your information. Unfortunately, as you said, it is a global problem, and we should understand how we will eliminate it. As I said before, this study is a joint initiative of IPU and the African Parliamentary Union. And so allow me to give the floor to the Secretary General of the African Parliamentary Union, and I will like to give us some words on behalf of the President of the African Parliamentary Union, because you had a lot of experience when you prepare this study, and your contribution will be very appreciated by all of us. Thank you. You have the floor, please, Mr. Secretary General.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. When officially launching this study on sexism, harassment and violences against women in the African Parliament, I have the pleasure of delivering the message of the President of the African Parliamentary Union, Mohamed Ali Humed, President of the National Assembly of Djibouti. APU is an important partner, IPU is an important partner of UPA, and the study that has been done in common once again shows the excellent and long collaboration that exists between both organizations. And I am very much worried by the results, the alarming results of this study. I am very much worried since it shows that the main actors of violence against women in African parliaments are actually our MP colleagues, men MPs. Furthermore, most of sexism acts, harassment, violence that has been highlighted in this study have taken place in the parliaments themselves. As a man, and as the President of a Parliament, we are obviously impacted by this, and we have to question ourselves. It is obvious that it is our responsibility to react urgently so that we may have a real equality. Together with IPU, we are calling for action, the African parliaments, so that they talk about the recommendations that have been presented in this study, and so that they endow themselves with internal tools and measures so that they might prevent and fight against sexism and violence against women within their parliaments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I am very pleased to join this campaign and to call all parliaments and parliamentarians to apply zero tolerance to all forms of violence against women in Parliament. I think that is something that is impossible to accept. And so please, in this study we have practical measures and that can be put in practical in our own parliaments to eradicate this nightmare. Please take it with you, and after it we will have a more inclusive and fair parliament when we identify the reasons and we act to combat the danger of create sexism or discrimination against women inside our parliaments. Parliaments in Africa and elsewhere are taking a lot of measures. Yes, this is not the first step, but as we saw, the problem remains. And so we have a lot more to do. The message could not be clear. Let's work together to create a parliamentary environment free of violence and to promote greater participation of women and in the democratic process. This is essential for women, for men, to our society. And so this commitment should be acceptable, not just for women, but to all of us, because if we believe in democracy, if we wish to have an inclusive democracy, all of us have work to do to get it very soon, as soon as possible. Thank you so much for your attention during the process, and now we will launch the study about what happened in Africa. But as I said, and as we heard by the President of Women's Forum, this is not in Africa, it's also in other parts of the world. Thank you so much to attend this meeting. Please, again. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we came back to our general debate. I will give now the chair to the head of delegation of Maldives, that is Vice President of the Assembly, and we will going on with general debate. Of course, we should pay attention to all colleagues, to all members of Parliament that will come to make interventions and to participate in this general debate. Thank you so much for your presence and attention during this moment. Thank you, dear colleagues. Now we will change just the panel and the presidency of the Assembly. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. We'll be continuing with the general debate now. I am Eva. I'm the Deputy Speaker of Parliament of the Maldives. I give the floor now to the Speaker from the Member of Parliament from Syria. Syria, you have the floor.
Dear President of this Assembly, dear colleagues, dear delegations, allow me first and foremost to thank you for inviting the Arab Syrian Republic that accepted immediately your invitation to participate in the International Parliamentary Union, because we believe that our work is very beneficial to all, despite all the difficult situations that we're living in Syria. And I want to convey the greetings of our President Bashar al-Assad, who wishes all the best for this General Assembly. And I also convey the greetings of the Syrian Parliament and the Syrian people. Ladies and gentlemen, there are so many challenges facing democracy, so that's why we need to have courage in order to face them. We need to fight all the polarization, and we need to fight as much as we can the fake news that we see in the media and on the internet. We need to work in order to make sure that we are raising awareness among our populations. We need to carry out all the activities in order to make sure that our citizens are completely aware about what's happening at the political level, in order to improve the level of democracy, and in order, of course, to foster freedom and freedom of expression. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, Syria is opening its hands to all people here in order to participate with everybody. Syria wants to have the best relationship with the international community. You all know what Syria suffered during the past years. We had a war that lasted more than a decade due to the terrorism and the extremism. So Syria suffered a lot in terms of human rights in the different services and the welfare of the citizens. And our citizens and our government suffered a lot from these terrorists. But Syria, thanks to its army and the courage of its people, Syria, thanks to the courage of its president, could face all the terrorism in the different regions that suffered terrorism and violence. And we are continue to recuperate all these different regions in order to establish peace and stability there. Syria is suffering also an economic blockade that is hindering its economy and its commerce. This does not respect the basic rules of human rights and the respect for the dignity of the Syrian people. Ladies and gentlemen, everything I said before was accompanied by the many attacks that we suffered from the Israeli forces, besides all the terrorist groups from different origins who have attacked the Syrian people in all our territory. You know that there was a world will to attack Syria. So we had a Turkish non-legal occupation. We had also the illegal occupation of the northern areas of Syria by other armies also. But despite all, Syria wants to really participate in any effort in order to reach peace and stability. We are open to talk to absolutely everybody, especially those who have not really carried out any terrorist actions. You know that in Syria we have suffered a lot, but despite all, we are going to show you that we have the courage and that we are going to face all these hardships with all the courage. And I want to assure you that Syria is decided to keep moving forward in order to overcome all this hardship and all this war that was imposed on us. And thank you very much for allowing me to take the floor.
Thank you very much. I now call upon Cyprus.
Dear Chairperson, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound impact on our democratic societies, posing unprecedented challenges to our multilateral system, personal freedoms, the reliability of information, the ability of democratic institutions to cope with the rapidly changing societal demands. The list of challenges faced by the international community is a long one. The persistent impact of the financial crisis led to growing public discontent over inequality, worsening living standards, and social injustice. The migration and refugee crisis following the Syrian civil war, which led to the highest level of displacement ever recorded. Rapid technological advancements, particularly the growth of social media, has radically changed democratic participation over the past few years. This has boosted opportunities for citizen engagement on digital platforms and also foster transparency. On the other hand, it contributed to the spread of misinformation and fake news that undermine the very foundations of democracy. The pandemic caused unprecedented hardship for citizens with the restrictions on freedom of movements. These profound changes to how we live, how we work, study, socialize and travel will have, unfortunately, a permanent impact on our societies. However, our deliberations here today can bring forward proposals as to how political systems and parliaments can cultivate a culture of cooperation and political dialogue to overcome divides and build inclusive societies. There are no simple solutions to any of the challenges currently facing democracy worldwide. Yet the IPU can and will rise to its mission to defend and enrich its fundamental values and democratic principles. The road ahead in a post-pandemic world will not be easy, but the political determination and solidarity expressed today promises to bring to the spotlight new approaches that can renew and safeguard our democracy. Through concerted efforts at both the national and international levels, we can lay the foundations towards a better future for every citizen around the globe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Mozambique, you have the floor.
Madam Speaker, on this general debate of the General Assembly, brothers and sisters, and honorable fellow speakers and delegates, friends, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, it is with enormous satisfaction that we are here present on the 143rd General Assembly of the IPU, and the theme, contemporary, the challenges to democracy, overcoming division and building community, which requires from us introspection, because today we do not understand democracy the same way as the ancient Athenians. Contemporary democracy foresees simultaneously individual lived freedoms and equal conditions for all. By equal opportunity for all, we're not thinking about economic equality among citizens, but cultural equality, political equality. And so the idea of contemporary democracy is a twin sister of citizenship. A citizen, happy citizen, is the one who has full democratic rights. Democracy is government by all, which means government of the people. Excellencies, democracy is vital for the societies, because it's considered not just the fundamental of the popular legitimation, but also the exercise of power, but also a method which concerns itself with the organization of administrative procedures which are implemented by the political powers. And however, the marks of democracies in its genesis, democracy today is an antithesis of all form of absolutism. This transgression of human rights is related with the idea of state of exception, which is based on natural serious phenomena as climate change, terrorism, and COVID-19 pandemic. And in this logic, a question we should ask ourselves to understand the exceptions in such circumstances, not just in its formal manner, but which is positive legally, but mainly in what it concerns its material aspect of its fundamental. And to understand this, we should say that democracy in exceptional state is, on one hand, a necessary tool for maintaining order in the patriotic context that has been evoked by Cicero, for whom, in century 1 before Christ, it's unfortunate the luck of those administrating and preserving republic. Ladies and gentlemen, concerning climate change and looking at its consequences in our planet Earth, which impacts negatively the life of thousands of people around the world, I ask myself if Glasgow 21, which has welcomed COP26 recently, is actually the true historical mark in the new way and be of a man and its relationship with environment. Excellencies, terrorism and violent extremism that has been affecting the world as violent, immoral tactics for political destabilization is something very negative for democracy. And on this, we could ask ourselves as well, modern democracy, is it really able to answer terrorism in my country? The terrorist actions in province of Cabo Delgado, which have displaced more than 800,000 people, 14,000 deaths, and destruction of public infrastructure and private infrastructures, have stopped dozens of thousands of citizens to exercise their civic rights and mind the implementation of the elections at the local and central level. But I should also tell you that the situation in Cabo Delgado is getting better, thanks to efforts from the defense forces, but also its SADC partners and from Rwanda. And on this, I'd like to say a word to thank the countries of SADC, but also the Rwanda, the African Union, European Union, Secretary General of the UN, but also to the President of the IPU and all partners and friends of Mozambique for their support in fighting terrorism in Cabo Delgado, but also on their humanitarian help. COVID is another problem that has logic impacts in democratic life of our populations. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I take this opportunity to once again ask for your support for the candidature, for the application of Mozambique, of my country, of a non-permanent member of the Security Council of the United Nations for the mandate 23-24. Through this body, be able to contribute with experience to promote peace and international security, as well as other matters of global interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
And thank you in many languages. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and shukriya in my language, in Divehi. I now call upon Iran, please.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Mr. President, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to express my gratitude to the honorable speakers of the Spanish Congress and Senate for their cordial hospitality and proper organization of this meeting. I also thank the honorable IPU President, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, and the esteemed Secretary General and their colleagues for the properly planning and coordinating this meeting. I hope the outcome of this meeting will prove an effective step in further strengthening consultation and cooperation among member parliaments, particularly in promoting democracy and human rights. Distinguished colleagues, parliaments are among the most original epitomes of democracy and the most clear manifestations of the exercise of the will of
involve nations in decision-making and public administration at various levels, providing a platform for interaction among opinions, thoughts, and viewpoints on public administration. Parliament in Iran remains a long-standing example of authentic democratic governance in West Asia, but enjoying over a century of existence in operating on the basis of democratic values and principles, including people's rule based upon people's opinions. The Iranian nation has engaged in an extremely lengthy struggle to gain its freedom and right to participate in public administration. During the early years following the establishment of the Iranian parliament, foreign colonizers and their operatives in the country invariably resisted this aspiration as well as the will of the Iranian nation. The pinnacle of the Iranian nation's struggle for freedom was marked by the Islamic Revolution in Iran, led by the founder of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The late founder and the current supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran have invariably believed in public administration based upon the will and aspirations of the Iranian nation. Hence, after the victory of the Islamic Revolution in Iran, there has been an annual average number of one election held in the country with considerable participation of all segments of the Iranian population, including all ethnicities, religions, religious denominations, etc. The holding of 13 presidential, 11 parliamentary, and 6 village and city council elections in a vivid demonstration of the broad participation of the Iranian nation in decision-making from the highest levels of the level of managing a village or neighborhood. Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest aspiration of the West Asian nations is the freedom from the interference of foreign powers, notably that of the USA, and the greatest suffering of the nations in the region has long been stemmed from the interference of the colonial powers in their affairs. For years, acting upon its double standards and selective policies is under the guise of promoting democracy. The U.S. government has paved the way for its cronies, particularly the Zionist regime, the largest terrorist base in the world, to continue crimes including production and development of weapons of mass destruction, particularly nuclear weapons, creation of terror organizations, perpetration of acts of state terrorism, military occupation in other countries, and blatant violation of human rights, meanwhile subjecting the countries and nations that oppose such policies to software and hardware pressure by leveling false accusations against them. In case of my own country, supporting the Zionist regime against Iran through cooperating in, endorsing, or conniving at vandalism and targeted assassinations by the regime against the Iranian citizens and scientists, contributing to a legitimate alliance building against Iran in the region, fueling Iranophobia with the illegitimate intention of selling arms and destroying neighborly relations and destroying the nuclear deal as the greatest achievement of contemporary diplomacy, are examples of blatant violation of the principles of diplomacy by the U.S. government. Today, across the world, the likes of Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Mohammad Mossadegh, and Salvador Allende, Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes, and the decorated and the martyr Haj Qasem Soleimani, the brave hero of Iran, who spearheaded the battle against the U.S.-created Takfiri terrorism, as well as thousands of others, serve as the perpetual symbols of the victims of hypocritical American human rights and democracy. Another clear example of and testimony to the non-compliance of the USA to its international obligations, as well as international laws and regulations, is the treatment of the nuclear agreement between Iran and the P5+ group of countries. While the Islamic Republic of Iran has complied with its obligations under the nuclear agreement with P5+1 with full honesty and transparency, the United States and European powers not only have failed to comply with their obligations under the international agreement, but they have also damaged different aspects of the livelihood, welfare, health, and the medical treatment of the Iranian citizens by imposing severe inhuman sanctions against Iran. They still continue to seize upon various excuses to refrain from fulfilling their obligations and continue to apply broad-based inhuman sanctions. Distinguished colleagues, the Palestinian ordeal remains a long-standing example of Western hypocrisy in treating democracy and the right to self-determination of the nations in the region. The continued daily crimes and aggression against Palestinian civilizations civilians' continued illegitimate settlement building is the blatant violation of UN resolutions and an outright denial of all Palestinian rights and an encouragement of the occupying Zionist regime to continue its crimes and illegal measures in Palestine and other Islamic territories. And they demonstrate vividly the US and the like-minded countries' disregard for the fundamentals and the values of democracy, indisputable international law, and inalienable human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the order that a group of the US-led Western countries have sought to establish under the guise of the democratic slogans is in fact a recipe for humiliation of other nations. Its ulterior motive being to maintain the existing situation by entrenching the existing hegemony headed by the United States. It is not the case that the tragic outcome of the US foreign policy over the past decades has been the planning of as many as 100 military coups in the world, including the conspiracy to overthrow the legitimate and popularly elected governments in Iran. Is it not common knowledge that the US invasion of Iraq was perpetrated under false pretenses, with dominance over the country's oil resources being the real motive? Is it not clear as day that the main perpetrator of the September 11 terrorist attacks remained immune from any penalty and punishment for reasons known to all, with innocent Afghans becoming the field of a catastrophic futile battle instead? Claiming to champion human rights in the world, America not only has violated the principles of democracy within its territory by discriminating against people of color and violating rights of religious minorities and refugees, but it has also frequently perpetrated aggression against and military occupation of other countries and imposition of illegal sanctions against free-thinking and freedom-seeking nations in blatant breach of the provisions of the UN Charter and against the will of the majority of countries and nations under the false pretext of preventing the production and proliferation of weapons of mass destruction or countering terrorism, which was created by the US itself in the first place. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that the promotion of democracy domestically by using indigenous models of democracy and internationally by ensuring equal and effective participation of nations with any cultural and civilizational background in the international and regional interactions is a prerequisite to surviving from the existing predicament, achieving happiness and success for all humans, and realizing peace, stability, and sustainable development. This is the only way to ensure the maximum and fair participation of all nations and civilizations in the administration of the affairs and their fair share of the material and spiritual achievements of the rule of the democratic values over domestic policies and international relations. Thank you for your attention.
Yemen, your turn, please.
In the name of the most compassionate and merciful, peace and blessings upon our Prophet and his companions, distinguished President of the IPU, Your Excellency, Secretary General, distinguished President, honorable heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my deep thanks to the Spanish speaker and the President of the Spanish Senate for their generous invitation and for their warm welcome and their excellent organization of our 143rd IPU Assembly, despite all the difficulties that were caused or are caused by the pandemic. pandemic. Of course, my thanks are extended to the IPU presidency and the General Secretariat for all the efforts that were made in order to allow us to be here today. Ladies and gentlemen, in the era of the revolution of the state-of-the-art technology and all the social media, we cannot but acknowledge that this has allowed all people worldwide to participate, whether in a negative or in a positive way, in the daily life. However, this has also led to the increase of political polarization and hence social divisions, in addition to other structural divisions mainly in emerging democracies, and this also affected developed countries and countries with traditional and historically well-known democratic systems. This has also affected all stakes of life on different levels, the social, economic, political, etc. It is of utmost importance to guarantee equality of opportunities and the participation of women, of youth, to combat corruption, and also to achieve equality before the law. It is also of utmost importance to achieve social justice and to be able to end all forms of social or racial discrimination. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking here before this August Assembly as representative of the people of Yemen, who has been suffering for 7 years of war that has been characterized by very violent acts. This is why I urgently call upon the League of Arab States, the UN, the United Nations, and all the international community to continue supporting our country in the aftermath of the election of the new president, and also to fight the Houthi militia and their continuous attacks after their military coup d'etat that was backed by Iran, as we all know. And we also recall the oppression and crackdown that were witnessed in our capital, and also the killings and the attacks even and all violations against our parliament. And we also recall all the violent acts and all what was perpetrated by the Houthi militias. And all the executions that were perpetrated by them. And I here recall the execution of 47 MPs. In addition, the Houthi militia destroyed the houses of several MPs, killing the residents, among which there were women and children. The speaker and the two vice speakers were also attacked. And of course, they have spread fake news and the threats throughout their media. They also used drones that were carrying weapons, and thus they could perpetrate terrorist attacks against the president of the country at Aden airport. More than 1.5 million of people were victims of daily terrorist attacks. They even used not only drones but ballistic weapons as well. They also besieged the city of Ta'az for more than 5 years. And this is why many had to flee the city because of the lack of basic services, of food. This war has been imposed by the militia, and this war also, because of this war, thousands of students were deprived from education. And I also recall that more than 3,000 children have been killed, and 190,000 educators and teachers had to find other jobs because of the cut of their salaries for more than 5 years. And then came the pandemic of COVID-19 with a very vulnerable and very weak health system because of the long years of war. And this is why we had a very high mortality rate. And despite this, the Houthi militia did not accept the vaccines to enter the areas or the regions that were controlled by them. They did not even recognize all the deaths at hospitals because of COVID-19. And despite all the attempts of UN, USAID, and the Kuwaiti Red Crescent and other humanitarian organizations, they did not allow aid to reach the population. Just 1 minute, please.
I would ask you to please end your speech now.
Okay, I will stop here and I will give the Secretariat a copy of my word, of my speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call upon the United Arab Emirates, please.
In the name of the most compassionate, the most merciful, dear Madam President of this session, ladies and gentlemen, may peace and blessings of God be upon you. I came here carried with the greetings of more than 200 nationalities that live on our land of tolerance and peace, the land of the United Arab Emirates. I convey to all of you our greetings full of peace. And it is noteworthy that we are now holding the Expo 2020, and this is a message of peace to the whole world. This is the message for the design of the future, and this is being also achieved here in this August Assembly in Madrid. What we are tackling today, i.e. the contemporary challenges against democracy and overcoming these challenges and building community, these are the main threats to international peace and security. And one of the major obstacles that are hindering that are preventing the achievement of sustainable development goals. It is our duty, our constitutional duty, to do the following. As parliaments, of course, first to consolidate the culture of tolerance, of openness, of peace in all communities, because intolerance, cultural or religious arrogance are the real factors behind terror and behind extremism, which are the two main threats against the social cohesion of all national communities. This is why our good governance headed by His Majesty Sheikh bin Zayed has set the strategic pathway for the state for the next coming 50 years throughout the document entitled the 50 principles that are based on the achievement of justice, of peace, stability, fraternal humanity, tolerance to all the components of our community and also to all other states and all international organizations. We at the Emirati Parliament consider that this is one of the solutions to overcome contemporary challenges being faced by democracy and to overcome social divisions, because tolerance means to eliminate any hatred, any rancor, any ideological, cultural or ethnical or racial divisions. No future for democracy without facing the repercussions of the climate change and all the potential consequences and devastating impact on sustainable development and on human life on the planet Earth, because without development there is no democracy, because of course food is more important than any other consideration for human beings. This is why we hope that the climate conference on climate in 2023 to be held in the United Arab Emirates will be the way out to all humanity to get rid of all the repercussions of the climate change. Till then, one of the basic principles on which our country is based in our external, in our foreign policy and our strategic pathway for the next 50 coming years is to guide international aid in emergency cases, in the event of disasters, to all those who are in need, regardless of any racial, ethnical, political or religious discrimination or considerations. And of course, I would like to reiterate the important role of parliaments throughout their legislative duties so as to consolidate all the humanity values. Furthermore, it is of utmost importance to give priority to cyber security, given the fact that cyber threats have become one of the major threats. We at the UAE have set 20 acts on cyber security and also to fight all other factors that would generate or fuel the hate speech and or threat electronic safety and security. And we hope that IPU will become an international reference with this regard. In this regard, excuse me. I know that I do not have time anymore. This is why I would like to conclude by thanking the President of the IPU, the Secretary General and all the working teams. I would like also to extend my very deep thanks to the King, Parliament, Government and people of Spain for their very warm welcome. And once again, may peace and blessings of God be upon all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I now call upon Vietnam.
Hello. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, the world had experienced complicated developments. worsening instability and risk, conflict and dispute over sovereignty and territory, unilateral acts and violence of general principles of international laws and the United Nations Charter, the issue of maritime and overflight security, as well as terrorism, extremism, transboundary crime, non-traditional threats, particularly climate change, water security, energy security are getting more acute. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused immense losses in people and serious impacts on international relations. Divisiveness widened the development gap and inequality among nations. This had negatively affected the realization of the goal of the world peace, stability, and sustainable development. To overcome the challenges and difficulties of the pandemic, it is essential for countries to protect democracy, put the people in the center of every policy, respect people's rights and benefits, strengthen solidarity and close cooperation for common interests. In the effort to enhance the people's trust, parliaments have an important role to play due to the constitutional function to make law, to supervise, to decide important matters and represent people's views. First, Parliament's complete national legal system adopts and renews policies in keeping with the national socio-economic development conditions and international commitments. Second, the Parliament's supervision role has increased the accountability of the government agencies and assure the policies' efficiency, effectiveness, so as to meet the people's urgent need, build up and inspire trust in the society. Third, the Parliament decides state budget and other key matters in every field to ensure the balance and effective investment and to mobilize social development resources. Therefore, we highly appreciate the activeness and the responsiveness and the responsibility of the IPU and the Spanish Parliament to hold the 143rd IPU Assembly and its overall team, which is inclusive, comprehensive, illustrates the duties of parliaments and parliamentarians for national development. Distinguished delegates, Vietnam is fully aware that building democracy should be based on the will and the strength of the national solidarity to build our socialist rule of law that is of people, for the people, and by the people. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, Vietnam gives top priority to the dual goal protecting people's lives, health, together with socio-economic development. We have put in place socio-economic policies to help people and business to assure their social welfare. The National Assembly has supported the government and requested its ministries and agencies to effectively collaborate in the manner of responsiveness, safety, flexibility, effective pandemic control, socio-economic recovery and development, with the main focus on growth motivation. To lower the risks due to the contemporary challenges that we are facing, I wish to make some recommendations as follows. First, strengthen peace, security, stability, and cooperation at all levels, global, regional, and national, upon the rule of law, respect for international law and United Nations Charter, promote dialogue, mutual understanding, confidence building, and mutual trust, finding peaceful resolution to disputes and urgent challenges, especially the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change. Second, bolster cooperation in digital transformation and information technology application to increase people accessibility, interaction, and engagement in the work of the state. Third, the Parliament's advance to the work of lawmaking to complete legal system, supervise policy implementation with people-centered orientation, gender equality and responsiveness, focusing on children and the elderly people and the people with disability. Fourth, support the development of parliament diplomacy, for the role of the mission of the IPU for peace, democracy, and in the world, beyond international law and respect for equality among sovereign nations, which serve for the most important foundation for stability and development. Fifth, further cooperation between the IPU, the United Nations, regional parliamentary organizations, and member parliaments, so that members' parliament have more opportunities to engage in discussion about topics of mutual interest, such as trade, investment, implementing international commitments to respond to the non-traditional security issues, including most urgent issue of climate change. And thank you for the kind attention, and special thanks for the Spanish Parliament for the warm hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Rwanda.
Excellency Chairperson of this session, Excellencies, Speakers of Parliaments, dear colleagues, the challenges facing democracy nowadays are many and need to be addressed in a comprehensive and harmonious manner. These challenges range from societal divides to political polarization. To address these contemporary challenges, we need to reflect on how political systems and the parliamentarians can promote a culture of cooperation and a political dialogue to overcome societal divides and build inclusive communities. And we have to reflect on how citizens are involved in matters concerning their well-being, their political rights and obligations, or how they hold accountable their leaders. My country, Rwanda, has suffered a lot with divisionism for a long time that amounted to genocide against the Tutsi in 1994, where more than 1 million of women, children, and men were killed in only 3 months. Basing on that painful past, and thanks to good and inclusive leadership of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Paul Kagame, the people of Rwanda have committed to building a state based on consensual and pluralistic democracy founded on power sharing, national unity and reconciliation, tolerance, and the resolution of problems through dialogue. The Rwandan Constitution establishes a national consultative forum of political organizations that brings together political parties for the purposes of political dialogue and building consensus and the national cohesion as well as capacity building. This political parties forum successfully launched a youth political leadership academy aiming at preparing the youth for leadership roles to meaningfully participate in national governance and development. Another example is the National Dialogue Council, which is called Umushikirano in my language, which is held once a year and brings together the President of the Republic, different leaders, including parliamentarians, and citizens' representatives, including civil society, political parties, private sector. It debates issues relating to the state of the nation and the national unity, as well as matters related to democratic governance. The recent establishment of a new ministry in charge of national unity and civic engagement attests a political awareness of the importance of dialogue. Among its mission, we can cite the elaboration and the dissemination of policies and strategies related to social cohesion to heal the wounds caused by the distortion of the history of Rwanda as highlighted above. The Parliament of Rwanda, that comprises all sections of the population, including women who stand at 61%, youth, people with disability, representatives of all political parties, ensures accountability through its oversight roles on government action. Parliaments have to enact laws recognizing and guaranteeing freedom of press, freedom of expression, and the freedom of access to information, but also to ensure that such freedoms don't prejudice public order, protection of the youth and children, or the dignity of every citizen and the personal and family privacy. As far as COVID-19 and the vaccination are concerned, no one is safe until all of us are safe. The global community needs to come together to ensure the vaccines are available to all. Without an equal distribution of vaccine, no one would be safe. I would like to conclude by thanking Spain for their warm hospitality, the IPU leaders and Secretariat for organizing successfully this assembly, and I thank you, dear colleagues, for your kind attention, and I'm looking forward to welcoming you all in Kigali, Rwanda, on the occasion of 145th IPU Assembly in October 2022. Stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, dear member. Cuba.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President, the challenges democracy faces in the world are great and numerous. Exclusion, corruption, forgotten electoral commitments, and abuse of power, among other malpractices, reduce the trust of the people in political systems, in which, although democracy is almost absent in every practice, it dominates the discourse. Its limitations were made evident by the effects of the pandemic. Universal access to healthcare was but an illusion for large sectors of the population, which unfortunately, this is not the only exclusion, but one of the many violations of human rights that contribute to the discrediting of democracy and therefore of parliaments in many societies. It is necessary to eradicate the high levels of social injustice that are often ignored and tolerated at the current model present almost worldwide. A greater participation of young people, women, and other underrepresented social groups in parliaments is also required. It is not enough for citizens to participate consciously and in an informed manner in elections, understood as suffrage. The nomination of candidates from which to choose a representative must cease to be the exclusive monopoly of political parties and become the right of all. Likewise, the systematic and effective use of accountability, the right to revoke, and being closer to the population are principles of the democratic practice that must be extended, together with the elimination of all corrupt practices and the promotion of a solid culture of public service. These are the democratic principles on which the Cuban model is based, established in the Constitution, approved by 86% of the voters in a country where sovereignty stems from people. Madam President, year after year, for almost 3 decades, the UN General Assembly approves a resolution demanding an end to the economic, commercial and financial embargo imposed by the United States of America against the people of Cuba. Ignoring this mandate, the last two U.S. administrations have harshened the embargo with 243 measures, 60 of them being applied during the pandemic. The extraterritoriality of the genocidal embargo imposed on my country, the colonialist and slavery-like essence of the Helms-Burton Act, as well as the infamy of including Cuba in illegal and unilateral lists established by the United States of America, have the purpose of bending the will of the Cuban people through the deprivation and suffering that they're subjected to. They have not succeeded in 63 years, and they will not succeed. Cuba lives and is reborn because of the unwavering determination of its people. We have controlled the pandemic, while 56 Cuban medical squads have spread solidarity across more than 40 countries. After this moment, 80.9% of Cubans over 2 years of age have been immunized with 3 doses of nationally produced vaccines, resulting from the country's scientific development. Madam President, the interference in internal affairs of states, the millions of dollars destined to subversion, the political and communication war, and the attempt to impose a change of regime on sovereign countries have nothing to do with democracy in internal affairs. Democracy will be very fragile in the majority of third world nations as long as colonial practices of interference exist. We reiterate the call for the adoption of a legally binding instrument to regulate the use of digital technologies, which places greater responsibility on large corporations and ensures that ICTs are used only for peaceful purposes and prevents cyberspace from being used for military operations. The construction of a more just, inclusive, equitable, and harmonious international order cannot be postponed. It must be based on respect for international law and the principles of the United Nations Charter, which include the sovereign equality of states, the peaceful settlement of disputes, international cooperation for development, respect for territorial integrity, and non-intervention in the internal affairs of states, as well as the defense of sovereignty and the right of every state to build its own political system, free from threats, aggression, and unilateral aggressions and coercive measures in an environment of peace, stability, justice, democracy, and respect for human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now call upon Chile.
Dear President, it is obvious from an academic standpoint, and it can be obviously checked, as we have seen during these days, that the world is suffering from political crisis currently. Maybe the most visible signs of this crisis are shown in the fact that people have a lack of trust for institutions, and it is something that we are seeing worldwide. We have been listening to all the speeches, all the speakers, and somehow this has been presented by all. But at the same time, I believe that our responsibility is to better understand the depth of the causes of what is being reflected here, and we need to change the situation so that we gain their trust back, the trust in democracy. From my perspective, the reason for the lack of trust are due to the populism that we breathe in today, that are causing a big gap between the voters and the elected officials. So I believe that that's what we need to focus on. Why is this happening? Well, first of all, it is obvious that there are ideological reasons. As Giovanni Sartori said, the greater the ideological distance, the greater the extremes. And secondly, because there are logics of breaking social consensus where almost it might not have been perceived, but we have gone from maximum social agreements to minimum social agreements. And then we have gone from big topics to small issues, personal issues that are concentrated only in that which interests each and every one of us. And on the other hand, we see that the demands are not being satisfied. And if we add that to the short-term vision that is currently inundating society, where we feel that everything needs to be done here, right now, whatever the circumstances, it makes us all impatient. But mostly, and I want to stop here, there is a deep relativization of what truth really is. It's not that that is new. It is really the basis of demagogy. But what really is a problem is the fact that there is a lack of political, social, or criminal sanction, or there is no sanctioning to those that are falsely mentioning context or realities. And why do I say this? Because polarization and breaking consensus and not satisfying demands can be faced with new and better ideas, with a better participation from our citizens and a better cooperation and with science in decision-making and a greater transparency. But recovering and valuing truth requires a global contract, a global agreement, and since we haven't done this for a very long time, we need for IPU to play its role, because it has an extraordinary opportunity to be the leader in this recovery of truth. I believe that this is necessary. We need a new regulation. We need a new regulation of digital platforms in all the legislations the world over. Let me just give you an example. If a newspaper were to lie beyond what we call freedom of expression and beyond moral sanctions, then legislation should consider economic or criminal sanctions due to the damages caused by that falsity, by that lie. If a TV station is denigrating or is lying, then the people responsible for that TV station should respond and should be considered responsible and liable for those lies and the damages caused. But if that lie, if that false news is being shared in a social platform, then in that case nobody will answer for that falseness or that lie, and that damage will stay there for centuries and will keep on causing pain to innocents who will suffer from it. And if we consider the last report on social policies issued by Harvard, we have been told that 5 years ago, 30% of the people worldwide took political decisions considering social networks. But right now, in their last study, Harvard said that 70% of voters decide who to vote considering what social networks inform them on. So the main tool for decision-making or for political decision-making is not regulated, and it is not made responsible for the lack of truth. So I think that we should start legislating, which is something that we are starting to do in Chile, and we invite you all to do what we're doing in a simple and categorical manner, which is making the owners of the platform liable for what is being disseminated and commented on in the said platform. We all understand that this is a gigantic task, but we understand that this is a life or death matter for democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ukraine.
Dear colleagues, I'm honored to address this distinguished gathering on behalf of the Parliament of Ukraine And let me express our deep gratitude to our host, the Parliament of Spain, for the warm hospitality. Democracy is a political phenomenon, the development of which occurs simultaneously with social transformations and is conditioned by them. The fundamental principle for any democracy is the equality of all citizens under the law. However, nowadays the democratic model is experiencing new challenges that arose from social and economic situation, COVID pandemic, security issues that resulted in decreasing trust in political systems. And there is a technical progress, including even ever-growing use of social media, that pose new challenges and question the pillars of the democracy values. New technologies allowed us to reach new levels of connection and communication on the one hand, but on the other hand, it led us to division, polarization, and deepening on social inequalities. Moreover, democracy in today's world has been stress-tested by the pandemic. Polarization, hate, intolerance to other opinions, the growth of mutual distrust and social inequality, the pandemic hit the fundamentals of democratic values. Splitting in society, the defamation and prosecution of dissidents, whether it be on the issue of vaccinations, climate, or any other problems, causes diminishing trust in political institutions, and is particularly dangerous for the most vulnerable and marginalized populations. Those who distrust the state may be particularly susceptible for the populist propaganda and simple solutions to difficult issues. So today, our role as parliamentarians is to be on the front line on both national and international level, to guard the democratic values facing these challenges. We have to speak to people in human language and take their concerns seriously. We have to renew the trust in state, lending now ways of cooperation with the society, encouraging all its representatives to be engaged in the decision-making. We have to find a balance between freedom of speech and limiting the flow of disinformation in the online world. Ukrainian Parliament is working on new challenges, bringing a wider representation of all the groups of our society, including women and young people, into the Parliament. In Ukraine, we improve our legislation and information policies on COVID and exchange our practices with our international partners and so on. Dear colleagues, I was supposed to end my speech here. However, I changed my mind after the speech of the representative of the Russian Federation. He was curious and confused about the sanctions imposed on him by US, Canada and Ukraine. I would like to remind all honourable colleagues in this assembly why various countries impose sanctions against certain Russian companies and officials. First, Russia annexed and continues to occupy the Ukrainian territory of Crimea. This is confirmed by the UN General Assembly resolution back in March 2014. Second, Russian aggression continues in eastern Ukraine, where Russian-backed forces occupy 3% of our territory. It is here, in the occupied territories, was set up the only torture prison in Europe, where there once was a modern art and culture center, now functions isolation prison, where Ukrainians are abducted and tortured just because they stand up for their flag and language. And third, I have a question of my own. Why am I and the whole of Ukrainian delegation present here and hundreds of parliamentarians back in Ukraine are under sanctions imposed by Russian Federation? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Latvia.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, just a few days ago, the world marked UNESCO International Tolerance Day, which was aimed to strengthening tolerance by promoting mutual understanding between cultures and peoples. And what does the word tolerance mean? A fair, objective, and permissive attitude toward those opinions, beliefs, practices, cultures, racial or ethnic origins which differ from my own. It means freedom for bigotry. Let's give a chance to diplomacy and democracy. Recently, in its 75th anniversary, UNESCO acknowledged that the vision of its founding fathers has become even more relevant today, when the world needs solidarity more than ever before. And not only UNESCO. Many of the international organizations have already adopted or are in process of adopting new strategies. And it is necessary because we have to realize that not only people, but also the world has changed. Today, we have to honestly admit that in recent decades, there have been many challenges that have shaken our world. I will mention a few. Climate change and the disasters it causes, population growth and food security, intolerance and related violence, mental health and access to medicine in general, arms race, migration problems and gender inequality. And everywhere popular social networks whose information most people believe in without evaluation. And the latest challenge, a world pandemic with the huge numbers of victims and disrupted global trade and economic networks. Is it not a sufficient threat to humanity and democracy? Is it still necessary to try to convince one another about superiority of one's culture, faith, religion over others, often from the positions of power? In this context, the international community is stepping up its initiatives to return to a normal life. And parliamentarians must be at the forefront of this process in order to provide stable solutions for a lasting improvement in the current situation. Science also should play a more important role in diplomacy with a view to strengthening democracy. Scientists can explain how and why people are overwhelmed by different feelings, why their interpretation of the facts depends on a number of factors, such as cultural beliefs or thinking habits. And if national interests explain most of the conflicts, we can find the ways how to manage them. The scientific approach can make a significant contribution to diplomatic language, because science doesn't belong to one culture or people in particular, and it is based solely on recognition and analysis of the facts. The human approach must be able to agree on, even if you have to make concessions, because next time someone might make concessions to you. For example, at the United Nations Climate Conference in Glasgow, no maximum agreement was reached on the elimination of fossil fuels, but still an agreement was signed to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is still a goal. Dear colleagues, there are 4 seasons in my country, Latvia. In autumn, we can see the trees with colorful leaves in the landscape. They are beautiful in their diversity. The more colors together, the richer view. There are people of different cultures and religions living in my country, Latvia. When they get together, are interesting, maybe sometimes loud, but complementary, enriching. And my question is, what point does disrespect, mistrust, even hatred and violence begin? Who is to blame and what to do? Maybe people need to learn from the trees, just to be and evolve side by side. And when you are beautifying yourself, try to highlight the beauty of the others, just to be complementary in the diversity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, United Kingdom.
Madam President, dear colleagues, and to our wonderful Spanish hosts, good evening. I'm going to start with the words of Winston Churchill in 1947. He said, Many forms of government have been tried and will be tried in this world of sin and woe. No one pretends that democracy is perfect or all-wise. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. I believe passionately in democracy. It's the best way to achieve progress for humanity. But democratic freedom is facing contemporary challenges everywhere. The first key test for democracy is that every vote must count. Everyone who is eligible must be able to vote, and everyone should have the opportunity to either be a candidate, to hear from a range of candidates, and all of those candidates must be free to address and express and campaign for their beliefs without internal repression, without interference from external actors. The second key test is that any election or referendum must mean that you can change the government or the constitution. An electoral system that doesn't allow a citizen to vote for change will never elect a government that will respond properly to the citizen. The third key test for democracy is that the losers must respect the outcome of the election, and there must be a peaceful transition of power. Over the last year, particularly in the pandemic, we have seen all three tests challenged. In my country, one of the oldest and most established democracies, we had to skip local elections because of the pandemic, handing a free term of government to many councillors and to many mayors. In so many countries, the pandemic has delayed already long-delayed elections, and this has suited those in power. We've all heard stories, and we've heard them today from this podium, of voter suppression, false stories on social media, targeting those whose voices need to be heard the most. And we have learned that social media algorithms put much greater weight on the loudest, on the crossest voices. This fosters division. Imagine if you, Madam President, only allowed people to speak to this podium who have the loudest voices or the crossest messages to convey. And just this January, in the great American democracy, a democracy that we all in the IPU wish to see return to our organization, we all witnessed with our own eyes an incumbent who refused to accept the outcome of an election and stood by while a mob stormed Congress. Elected congressmen and women had to hide in fear of their lives. Losers' consent and the peaceful transition of power have never seemed so fragile. Meanwhile, in many newer democracies, we've seen military coups, parliaments suspended indefinitely, falsified election results. This is particularly obvious in our near neighborhood in Belarus. Democracy matters because without democracy, citizens are not free. Without lawmakers chosen by the people, we can live in a society with laws that do not have the consent of those governed. This has been particularly important in the pandemic, and I've campaigned in my parliament for us to be informed, to have the opportunity to vote on the restrictions so that they have the democratic support of the people. And thanks to that democratic debate and engagement, I am hoping that my country could be one of the first in the world to emerge with our freedoms and with vaccinations protecting our citizens from the worst of COVID-19. And of course, Madam President, through COVAX, through the World Health Organization, through CEPI, through Gavi, which the United Kingdom is so proud to be a funder of, we will be as generous as we possibly can be with the gift of vaccinations to the world's poorest. I conclude, Madam President, with the wise words of the 17th century political philosopher John Locke. He said, "The goal of law is not to abolish or restrain, but to preserve and enlarge freedom. For in all the states of created beings capable of laws, where there is no law, there is no freedom." And dear colleagues, this conference dedicates itself to the idea that law must come from freely and democratically elected politicians. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Portugal.
Obrigada, Senhora Presidente, caras e caros colegas.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, it is a pleasure to be here after almost 2 years of virtual meetings. On behalf of the Portuguese delegation, I'd like to thank the Spanish delegation for their hospitality. The subject of this assembly makes us reflect about the state of democracies a little bit throughout the world. The global report on the state of democracy of November 2021 shows that the number of democratic states where there have been drawbacks has doubled in the past 10 years. More than 2/3 of the global population lives today in democracies that are drawing back or in autocratic regimes. Today, there are more countries moving towards authoritarianism than those moving towards democracy, with a growing number of states where elections are not taking place with total freedom, or countries that suffer military coups to bring down democratically elected regimes. Democracy is facing major challenges. Some of these challenges are old. Others are much more recent, like the growing manipulation of public opinion through fake news, fostered by the social media. Democracy is at stake. A craze that was aggravated by the pandemic, with the governments making decisions that make it even weaker, or governments that have been democratically elected facing inorganic movements that are manipulated so that they do not make decisions democratically adopted to protect the health of citizens or to contest free elections. Democracy is facing several threats, and our mission is that it lives and goes on living. Democracy is like the air we breathe. We notice it is not there when we cannot breathe, so we have to fight for it every day, and we have to fight for its preservation. And this is never-ending work that we are supposed to carry out. But democracy is also alive in the civic activism movements that with courage appear in those countries where democracy is in crisis. I dare saying that that's the way to go, because one of the missions of IPU is to promote democracy and democratic institutions, but also to support all those that uphold democratic principles where these are at risk. This is our duty, the duty of all of us present here. The COVID-19 pandemic showed how solidarity and joint action are so important. Now we are in a different stage of what we were when we met online in May, but there is still a long way to go. There are still many countries with a low level of vaccination, and no one can be left behind. We have to resist the selfish instinct of self-preservation and to embrace the idea that we are a global community. The new media unite us, bring us closer. Our economies are interdependent on each other. We all have the same concerns about sustainability. We all have the same concern about climate change. We share the same home. So Just like in our households, we don't always have to agree. We have different ways of overcoming issues. We have different issues to solve, but our ultimate goal is the same: to live in safety and peace, with health, to breathe pure air, to have quality of life, and to respect the dignity of human persons, to live in democracy, to live in freedom. And these should be the ultimate goals that should unite us and should make us overcome all our differences. That's the only way we can look with confidence to the present and to the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. San Marino.
Madam President, Madam Secretary of Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, friends, it with sincere gratitude I take the floor at the 143rd Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union here in Madrid, representing the Republic of San Marino. First of all, I would like to thank the Spanish government for organizing this event. The main focus of this general debate is on the concept of contemporary challenge to democracy, overcoming division and building community. Having always been a symbol of democracy and freedom, the Republic of San Marino is particularly related to this theme. As many of you know, the Republic of San Marino is the oldest republic in the whole world, and it represents the unique experience of democracy in Europe and in the world. In our institution system, the people elect the parliament every 6 years, which is called the Great General Council. Our parliament is made up of 60 parliamentarians who represent the political forces that represent themselves in the election. All the other functions of the Great General Council are related to our two ends of state, who are called the Captain Regent. They preside over the main three powers: executive, legislative, and judicial, but they stay in office only for 6 months. Moreover, in San Marino there is still a system of direct democracy in force, which allows all citizens to present a motion every 6 months that our parliament is obligated to discuss in the following 6 months. I made this premise in order to explain to all of you why the theme of democracy is so important for the people of San Marino. Starting from this experience as a young parliamentarian, I would like to suggest some point for reflection during this meeting. President Duarte Pacheco a few days ago said the perfect democracy does not exist. Therefore, a continuous effort is needed to nurture it. A democratic system is not fed by force or by coercion, but by belief and the common pursuit of general interest. For this reason, a democratic system needs the recognition of the value of the individual person, the right to freedom, and the deep bonds at the basis of the community. Therefore, we are able to understand why a society like one that is forming in our countries, increasingly fragmented and mainly centered on form of exasperated individualism, ends up being a society that risks losing the profound value of democracy, a society subject to populism and nationalism. In order to support democracy, we have thus a responsibility which consists in putting the human person at the center, respect them and their integrity, involve them and support them. The rule of education is fundamental. It offers each people the possibility to build a relationship which are reality as protagonist. And culture is particularly connected with education. This is why I would like to conclude that as IPU and parliamentary, we must start cultural processes that bring young people closer to democracy, to the concept of right and duty, and the concept of mutual aid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mexico.
Honorable Assembly, fellow parliamentarians, we are at this global forum to create local realities. Today, we're not only facing a pandemic, we are also experiencing a phenomenon threatening democracy throughout the world called polarization. Polarization is understood as a tendency to push positions and ideologies in a certain system that, by its nature, generates opposite or extreme positions that seem difficult to reconcile. This generates political antagonism, ranging from ideological conceptions to criticism or even promotion of hatred and debate regarding the way in which power is exercised. This polarization invariably and unfortunately permeates societies in various ways, generates division among its population, places society in extreme and dangerous positions for human relations in any community. This, in turn, generates greater inequality and tolerance, encourages discrimination and no argument, among other aspects. Countries are experiencing an erosion of democracy due to the perception that prevails in the population that politicians and our political parties are very far from citizens. We are being witness of how social inequalities are growing and, among other things, producing crime and violence and, of course, a weak rule of law. Not only this, liberties are being threatened, authoritarianism and unilateralism is growing. Aside from polarization, I would also like this Honorable Assembly to ponder on how little has been done analyzing the impact this pandemic has had in our democracies, our liberties, and our very own human rights. We have experienced restrictions from borders closure to strict confinements, mandatory vaccination, and close monitoring of citizens through technology. This has definitely opened debates around the world on restrictions versus freedoms. We have the obligation as parliamentarians to encourage legal frameworks to achieve community benefits in the middle of this situation. This can only be done promoting science and acting with efficiency and leadership. Many issues should be addressed: universal access to health, security, poverty, migration, the protection of women and children's rights, and we have the power to do it. We, as the people's representatives, have the power to do it. Let's search for reconciliation. Let's put an end to polarization and make it happen. Lastly, let me express in the name of the Mexican delegation our profound gratitude to Spain, this wonderful country, the Secretariat, and President Pacheco for all of your considerations throughout this assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Democratic Republic of Congo.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor. Before I begin, I would like to congratulate, on behalf of my delegation, which I have the honor of representing in this assembly, the organizers of the 143rd Assembly of our organization for allowing us to continue working, but presentially this time. So, dear President, dear colleagues, the delegation that I lead has come with enthusiasm and has been noting on the comments with regards to the topic for this general debate. According to our Constitution, the Parliament is the temple of democracy, since it is in charge of promoting and reinforcing democracy in order to position it so that it may be recognized by the parliamentary control and the drafting of laws. Democracy is the basis of a sustainable development for any country. It is the guarantee by choice. It is guaranteed by the choice of institutions by means of elections. Democracy is currently challenged by different threats that are putting in danger humankind's survival. I'm talking about the polarization of political life, but also climate change, pandemic, COVID-19, and terrorism. With regards to the polarization of political life, we see that there is now more cynicism among citizens when they consider political life, and we see a lack of trust in political institutions. But we consider that democracy is the only hope to manage to find balance and stability in our societies. The Democratic Republic of Congo, the Parliament has set up mechanisms for social inclusion by instituting certain tools for the support of democracy, with commissions to promote democracy and create an honest conversation and dialogue with different layers of the society. I'm talking about political parties, civil society, and religious organizations. It is also important to be leaders with regards to the gender perspective. That is why in the Parliament and the Senate, we see at the Senate actually that 25% of our members are women, and out of the Executive Committee there are 7 women. With regards to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have already positioned ourselves giving our support to the African group's proposal. With regards to climate crisis, the Congolese Parliament would like to say that the Democratic Republic is a country that looks for solutions. The 3 countries that have the biggest forests in the continent, that is our country as well as Brazil and Indonesia, we have a role which is that of stocking CO2. A substantial stock of CO2 that is being emitted by industrialized countries. We have a determinant role because we need to be the ones to stop climate change for the survival of the planet in a context of degradation, constant degradation of the environment. We have a global responsibility for the vitality of humankind. We 3 countries are the reservoirs of biodiversity. That is why we ask for a climate adaptation, and we ask for engagements such as the ones that have been made during the Paris Agreement. It is important to understand that the Democratic Republic of Congo is a country that provides solutions with regards to energy transition thanks to its wonderful reservoirs for raw materials such as cobalt that are necessary for lithium batteries and for electrical vehicles. As for terrorism, the Democratic Republic of Congo has been facing the challenge that terrorist attacks entail, especially in the north and the south and Maniema, which are scorching our populations and that are also stealing and pillaging our raw materials, both in forestry as in mining. It's mainly the jihadists and the Islamic integrists that are attacking our country using asymmetric methods. But the chief of state has stated that there is a siege in part of our territory. It has been stated in the parliament. Together with our security services, with the support of UNESCO and the SADC, we are trying to avoid for democracy, peace and international safety to be put in danger by jihadists and by the attacks in the Sahara region. We need to eradicate these threats, but that needs to be done with international cooperation means. We need a global response so that we can reinforce our capacities, especially with regards to information exchange and in order to have the adapted equipments to face those threats. So I would like to finish, Madam President, by saying that there is one thing which is drafting laws, and then there is that of the enforcement of said laws. So no matter how good the laws are, if they are not enforced or if they are not rightly enforced, then the objective of the laws and the reinforcement of democracy will not be a success. That is the message that I wanted to share with you on behalf of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Austria.
Yeah, dear Chairperson, dear colleagues, thank you for your dedication and endurance still listening to the speeches. At the outset, I want to say thank you to our hosts here in Spain. They had only a short time to prepare this in-person meeting, and we had also the chance in September this year in Vienna, when we had the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament, with more than 100 speakers who attended this important conference in person. The virtual assembly in May showed, of course, we can also do our work with new technologies. They give us amazing new possibilities. But face-to-face dialogue, I think it is essential for our work and for democracies. And here democracies in these days are not in the best conditions. They are suffering from destabilization, polarization, and in the worst case, of collapse of democracies. And especially against the backdrop of COVID-19 pandemic, we witness this polarization in our societies. And this is the reason, dear colleagues, why I deem the time most appropriate to discuss the issue of overcoming division and building community here today. And we have showed it yesterday, when all of us were able to support the emergency item of our colleagues from Africa. For me, this was the best moment until now, when I look at this 143rd Assembly. We showed that we can work together. And let me quote Martin Luther King. He said, "Man must evolve for all human conflict a method which rejects revenge, aggression, and retaliation. The foundation of such a method is love." That said Martin Luther King. And I want to add, if it's not love, at least we need empathy. We need solidarity. 2 weeks ago, the World Food Programme, a UN agency, published a report that the number of people who starve had risen within a year from 42 to 45 million. And even we do not recognize the Taliban in Afghanistan. We have to find a way to deal with them, because we have to look at the people there. 23 million out of 35 million are already starving. And we have to do everything when they face acute hunger that they don't have to die. It's a question of life or death. And here, what I want to say is we have to find ways for negotiations, for communication with all systems on this planet. Even we cannot agree, not at all with them, even we don't recognize them as legitimate governments. And also we have to find ways in our societies to work together with people who are very critical. And we have to do everything that there's no disconnection between us as politicians and our people. When they take the street, when they are engaged in debates online, they also show that they care about political affairs. And we should not see them as people who are not interested in politics. But we have also to see what social media are doing, poisoning democracy. And social media should not be and must not be an abused carte blanche for intensifying polarization, spreading fake news and illegal content. Here we have work together. And so, at the end of this day, my point of view is that we have also to find ways, when we want to solve cross-border problems, we need cross-border solutions. And here we have to find ways, and we show it in this 143rd Assembly, when we work together, when we respect each other, which is very, very important, to have respect for everyone. And whatever he is saying here, to respect him, that it's his point of view. So let's continue with our work in the framework of IPU. Thank you very much and have a nice evening.
Thank you very much. We have Aseka now, and you have 2 minutes. Sorry, 3 minutes. Sorry, we call upon Tunisia first, and after that, Aseka, 3 minutes. Sorry about the confusion.
Okay. In the name of God, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. First and foremost, I want to convey the greetings of Mr. Rashid Ghannouchi, the Speaker of the Tunisian Parliament, who sends you all his greetings and the greetings of all the Tunisian people. Rashid Ghannouchi would have loved to be with us today, but you know that the very difficult situation that we are going through in our beloved country, Tunisia, did not allow him to come here. Of course, we are fighting for democracy for all. That's why I have to talk about the Tunisian people today. We need to talk about the democratic experience that the 25th of July events did not allow the Tunisian people to really improve their democracy. You know that the Tunisian people just showed the world the most amazing democratic movement. We made the world see how a Tunisian people can really work in order to uphold the human rights. You know that Tunisia is very well recognized throughout the world in respecting human rights, in trying to engage with the others, in talking to the others, and we never saw in the history of Tunisia any repression against anybody. Ladies and gentlemen, our world is facing the coronavirus pandemic, and in Tunisia we are facing the coronavirus pandemic and the dictatorship pandemic. So in Tunisia we are facing the polarization, and we are facing the divide between the people. We are facing also the populist movements in Tunisia. So democracy is under threat in Tunisia as it has never been before. So that's why we believe that democracy should gain back its position. So gaining democracy back in Tunisia means that the whole world is able to gain democracy back and overcome all the obstacles and the hardships. Ladies and gentlemen, the president of the IPU said that attacking parliament anywhere in the world is an attack against all the people. And you saw what happened when the president of our republic, Mr. Kais Saied, on the 25th of July, what he did was an aggression against the Tunisian people because he stopped the works of the parliament, and this was an aggression against the Tunisian parliament. So we had tanks and armed people at the doors of our parliament that did not allow the Tunisian parliamentarians to access the building. So for more than 4 months the parliamentarians could not exercise their right to work. So for 4 months we have parliamentarians who cannot carry out their work, who cannot access to the basic services, who cannot renew their passports, who cannot move from one place to another, and who cannot even go and visit their family members in the prisons because they are threatened by the army and the armed people. Ladies and gentlemen, for 4 months Tunisia has been fighting against this dictatorship, and we hope this union and all the democratic institutions in the world will help the democratic people to gain its democracy back, to gain its peace back, and to gain its stability. We hope that the IPU and all the parliaments in the world will really help the Tunisian people and the Tunisian parliamentarians. We hope that the IPU in the next meeting will take the Tunisian case as an emergency and will include it in its agenda, because there is no future for Tunisia without democracy, and there is no growth if we don't have democracy. There is no hope for the youth if there is no democracy. There will be no stability in the whole region if there is no democracy in Tunisia. And we hope, ladies and gentlemen, that you will stand with us. I hope that you will stand with the future of Tunisia and with the hopes of the young people in Tunisia. I hope that the IPU will never leave Tunisia and will not allow Tunisia to go back to dictatorship. And of course that the Tunisian people will fight for its right to take decisions upon its life and its future. So thank you very much for your help. Thank you very much for your support. And I want to thank the Spanish government and the Spanish people for their support and for the organization of this fantastic assembly.
We are closing today's debate for member states, and we will continue with member states' interventions tomorrow. For now, we have Aseka, 3 minutes, and that would conclude the general debate, and then we will have 2 rights of reply after that. Aseka.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum.
Good morning. In the name of God, the compassionate, first and foremost, I want to thank the Spanish Parliament for organizing this 143rd General Assembly of the IPU. In the name of the assemblies in Africa and the Arabic world that I have the honor to preside since many months ago. So, Madam President, I want to highlight these points. First, there are parliaments within this IPU that have to go in depth to the sources of the populist movements that we see. We need to open our minds and understand what are the expectations of our people. Secondly, today we have the world that is seeing a monopoly of just a few countries and a few companies on all the resources of the world. So we see that most of the countries did not receive the vaccine, and this is creating a geopolitical instability and terrorism and criminality. And we see that we have many crises and many challenges in the different countries, and especially in the Big South and in the Arabic countries and African countries, because the peoples want their rights and respect for their dignity. So that's why we need to rework the democratic principles and structures that we are working on. We need to make sure that the parliaments will work on the creation of the best tools in order to really uphold the democracy. And fifth, we need to face all types of terrorism and extremism and populist movements. We need to make sure that all our citizens are participating in the decision-making at a political level, in order to face the populist movements who are diffusing the hate speech and the fake news. So that's why we need to build a very good cooperation and partnership between the different countries in the world in order to face all these menaces and threats in front of democracy. We need to take into account absolutely all the socio-economic, social, political and religious elements that will allow us to build very strong countries, because the weak countries and the weak governments will always fall under the threat of the populist movements, and this is a threat against the stability in the world and all the democratic institutions. So that's why if we wanted to face the populist movement, we need to really enforce the democracy for the small people, for the developing people, because these will be the basis of the regional development. And these are the ideas that we wanted to talk about from Africa and the Arab world, and we hope that these ideas will give you just elements of reflection for reinforcing the democracy in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to the rights of reply. We first have Iran, right of reply. 2 minutes from your seat, please.
Thank you, Madam President. In the name of God, I have taken the floor to respond to the baseless allegations made today by the representative of the Israeli regime. Like his notorious predecessor, in his statement he tried his best to disseminate as much disinformation and make as many unfounded allegations against my country as he could. No wonder that an inherently evil entity whose creation was based on occupation, massacre, terrorism, aggression and bloodshed makes all its efforts to spread lies and hatred as a clear manifestation of portraying evil, mischief and malice as normal behavior. On the one hand, the Zionist regime must have explained that why, despite issuing above-mentioned resolutions, the Palestinian nation still has been subjected to various crimes, including repeated massacre, ethnic cleansing, systematic torture, murder and arbitrary detention, war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity under international law of the UN. On the other hand, this regime cannot deflect attention from its long-standing malign and stabilizing activities in the region by waging a widespread, systematic Iranophobic campaign like what is said regarding our peaceful nuclear program, possessing all types, yet it desperately attempts to portray Iran's conventional weapon capabilities or exclusively peaceful nuclear program, which is under the most robust verification of IAEA, as a challenge to regional stability. While totally rejecting all allegations raised by the so-called Yemeni delegation today on Iran's intervention in Yemen, Iran reiterates its full support for finding peaceful solution to Yemeni crisis and preventing the continuation of humanitarian disaster in this country created by the foreign aggression.
Conclude now. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Turkey for 2 minutes from your seat, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to respond to the comments made by the Syrian speaker. Turkey and Syria have a 911-kilometer border. We're relatives. We have family on both sides of the border. And in 2011, when the atrocities started in Syria, Syrian people started to flee for their lives to take refuge in Turkey. We did our best to host them. But later on, what happened was terrorist organizations in our borders started taking civilian lives of Turkish citizens as well as Kurdish and Arab citizens who live around the border and within the Syrian border. So Turkey took an action under Article 51 of the United Nations Charter to protect its borders, and our aim is to make sure that people in Syria are able to live peacefully. We are hosting almost a quarter of the total Syrian population in Turkey. We're happy to host them, but our aim is we respect the territorial integrity of Syria, but our aim is to make sure that not a single life in Syria is lost and not a single other life in Turkey is lost because of the terrorist organizations such as ISIS, Daesh, or PKK, PYG, YPD that are in that area. I just wanted to make that statement. I'm hoping and praying that Syrian people will also be able to live peacefully in their homes without fear for their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to all the speakers. So that would be the close of the general debate for today. We will be resuming our work at 9 a.m. tomorrow here in the same hall, and we will continue with the rest of the speakers. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good evening.